So, in the last session, you all dealt with the aftermath of the battle against the Beholder, who you discovered to be the unborn or dead,
Stillborn.
stillborn brother of Virgil, prince of this.
Or at least thought he was.
Prince of this this city, this underwater city.
It was actually the soul of the battle. That's so much more messed up. Believe me.
It's pretty fucked up.
Yep.
He might have just thought it was.
He, after offering to bargain and trade a life for a life, Hessel went with this Beholder down into the depths of the mesa upon which this old ruin sits, to find a chamber, an old chamber, which seemed to house a elemental of some sort, a titan, from ages past. The Beholder, after having Hessel complete a ritual, seemed to absorb this titan into himself and fashion himself a new body, which looked very much like Hessel's. And after a few tense words were exchanged, this new creature, christened Rigel, decided to disappear. Fearing the worst, Hessel brought out his wish scroll and completed the binding that was required by offering some more of his blood. His quickly dwindling reserve of blood.
This just changes. You have to, go drink some juice or something, man.
When you were feeding that octopus, you did not think that the rest of the day was going to work out like that.
No.
Yeah.
Yep. Juice box.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Upon attempting to actually cast a spell, you were met with some sort of entity, some sort of being in a void, which spoke to you, telling you the cost of this spell, the cost of using this kind of power comes at a price, and seemed to extract what seemed to be some form of essence from you.
Vanilla.
Yeah. Giving up what you later assumed to be your soul, you cast a spell, the wish spell, the ability to bend the weave to your will, the pinnacle of the arcane, to completely annihilate Rigel and bring the Titan back to its place before the ritual had been completed. The wish was clearly successful, because the Titan was back where it was. But Hessel seemed to lose a piece of him in the process, now being covered in these jagged runes all over, almost like a brand. Permanent, seemingly.
Permanently visible, though.
Yeah, permanently visible. After this, you all headed back up to your boat and made your way back to the Babbling Burrow. We all completed a few light tasks. Hessel went back to the apothecary, raised some dead, bought some goth clothes.
Yeah, new outfit.
Yeah.
Cloak of Billowing as well.
Cloak of Billowing as well. Mason went to Crick's place, which was under new management.
I totally missed that he died.
Yeah, well.
There's a lot going on, I guess.
There was a lot going on in that battle.
It was a session.
It was a session. I think it was 2.
I think it was 2.
Yeah. It's been that long. And what did the rest of you guys do?
I talked
contacted
to Issa, just kind of filled him in on the situation, sort of, and
You
that was
contacted
about it.
Issa and kind of just hung out.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I was field trip buddy for Vincent.
Yes. The next day, you all boarded a ship and made your way, for the first time, outside the Baranton Court, going up north.
Oh, I can cross off Scroll-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Does the forest count as its own thing, or is it segments of each of the...
I mean, the forest is technically its own thing, but it falls within the boundary of everybody.
It's kind of like the middle bit.
And we were briefly in the desert for the goblins, but that's not really properly leaving the branch of court behind.
But neither is the forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
If I take one more step...
If I take one more step...
After about, was it 5 days of travel on aboard the ship, Mason training for the most part, bit of a heated exchange with Hessel.
One-sided heat, you know.
Yeah, of course. And the lack of
Could be
emotions
one-sided
makes it hard.
heat,
It's
so-
hard to make it two-sided heat, but you know,
The husk previously known as Hessel.
the husk previously known as Hessel, or Hustle.
That
Anyway.
was the worst joke so far today.
Yes, I know. I'm allowed to do those every now and again. That's not just your purview.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
You arrived at Azghrol Cars, or ship was pulling into port, where you could see this massive settlement before you. Unlike any city you've ever seen before, it seemed to almost cascade down from the mountains, from one of the mountains in the mountain ranges above. And it's sort of in almost like a conical shape, spreading out, much denser at the apex, and a lot more sort of spread out as it expands. A mishmash of architecture. Some houses seem to almost be constructed of sheet metal, others are just tents. You can see all of this from where you currently are. You could hear, like, just off in the distance, you could hear, every so often you'd hear a... It was like fireworks or something going off in the distance as you arrived at port. So your boat's just docked. You also seen the people that seem to be walking about here seem to have a common theme, tattoos.
Green.
Well, that's predominantly Orcish, but you can see other races of people here as well.
Are the orcs all green? Do they have greys and browns?
Yeah.
Or
Different colors, different colors and complexions. There's green orcs, greyish orcs, brownish orcs, bit of everything. And you can see this theme of tattoos seems to propagate throughout this place. Again, almost everybody seems to have a tattoo of some sort that's visible.
I mean, you've got your weird map one, so...
Yeah, that's true.
people are going to assume you're a labyrinth maker.
I'm amazing.
I think not wanting to seem too proper, Hessel would take his new sleeves and just kind of roll them up slightly, just kind of like rolling them into place, just so that the tattoos on his arms are visible.
Yeah, the tattoos and the brands in the empty space. Now that you sort of look at it, you realize that the tattoos haven't overlapped. These brands haven't overlapped on top of your tattoos.
Ooh.
They seem to have sort of formed in like
Very considerate arcane tattoos.
Yeah.
in the sort of empty
the
spaces.
gaps. Yes.
I mean,
It's always
hey,
hard to decide on what's going to fill in the space in your sleeve.
Yeah,
Didn't destroy my spellbook.
yeah. This evil void is considerate about your spellbook.
That's very nice. I
Except for
could
one spell, which he's not going to tell you about till later.
That's when you try to
One
cast
letter's
it.
been changed in it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Dog cloud.
Yes.
Sorry.
Classic Castle spell. And his catchphrase is now, "Who let the dogs out?"
Good shit. So, as you arrive in support, the gangplank is lowered, and
I had a quick
Yes.
question. So I have, for some reason, all of the different parts written down of Brenton Court, the Vaksha dynasty, and the Sugardian Empire. Does this have a name? Okay, all right. I
the
was
Great
like,
Bit.
did I just like fuck that up,
it's
or
just
it's just Azghrol Cause?
yeah, it's just referred to. The entire area is just referred to as the North because there isn't a
Split ownership.
exactly there isn't a yeah. There isn't a like one ruling party.
Okay.
They're still looking for Jon Snow. Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
talk like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
My queen.
Yeah. Pretty much.
/ aunt.
Yeah.
Slash
Complicated,
lover.
all right.
Cool.
It's just the North.
Just wanted to double check because I was like, why do I not have anything written down for that?
Yep, and it's
But
because
I
there
haven't
isn't
heard anything
because there isn't a official
party.
ruling party.
Okay.
It's the orcs and the dwarves. The orcs of
didn't
Azghrol and the
wanna-
dwarves of Vigbaldur.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a conflict. It's almost like a
Yeah.
cold war that no one's willing to let up. So it's just
I didn't want to like refer to it as like a certain thing and then have someone like kill me on the spot, you know, like.
how fucking dare you?
All right, cool. Thank you.
And can, on the 5 days that we were on the boat, can we have contacted Issa and just find out if there's
A spot we're supposed to be going.
like if we know either where the event's taking place or where the gathering before the event is, so we can at least look at
Scoping it out.
places to stay near where we need to be and not accidentally end up on the other side of town.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he basically lets you know that until pretty much the day before the event, he doesn't have that information. Like he's not giving that information until
Cool.
the day
We'll
before
stay
the event.
central.
Yeah.
So he's like, doesn't matter. No matter where you stay, we'll be able to get you to the correct
Yeah.
location.
I would have also in the 5 days I forgot to mention checked in with Ro just to make sure that they've arrived in Thompson all safe and everything, and yeah.
Yep. Map, please.
They would have done by then as well. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's less than 5.
Maybe there might be.
Forest is
It's
difficult
been
terrain.
7 or 8. It's been 8 days total.
It's been 8
they
days,
They should be there by then.
and they left.
Yeah,
The day before.
Yeah.
the day
we-
before. So at least 8 full days of travel,
Yeah.
or 9 full
And
days
they were
of
going by
travel,
cart.
which is about the same as walking speed.
Yeah.
They'd take about 6 days to get there.
Okay, cool.
6 days total.
It depends on if they've stayed in Gallum at all as well. But
Yeah.
But yeah, just making sure they hadn't been like murdered on the road or whatever.
Yeah. No, they haven't been murdered on the road.
Yay!
All the 31 kids plus mum and dad and
Yeah.
Rowan.
Oh, that'd be terrifying. Just pick up a sending stone and just be like, hey, Ro, how's it going? Who's this?
Yeah. No.
Those kids were armed to the teeth, man.
Yeah.
That was an army.
They probably got to Thompson a lot richer than they left the borough.
Like they get attacked by
They-
bandits.
they
and the
got
bandits
to-
are like, oh no!
Yeah.
Gallum is desolate.
They got to Gallum.
Not a potato in sight.
Not a potato in sight. All of the cows are just
Upside down.
vanished. It's like yeah. And there's talk about this massive heist that's happened. It's
Somehow Ro's dad and my mum didn't even manage to notice
Yeah.
the cloud of cows that's following them.
yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So
Docs.
yep. Anything else that anyone wants to get done? Before, like,
I didn't receive any other word from Rogar.
I believe he said to you that he's going to meet you there in 5 days.
Right.
In Azghrol
So
Pass, but-
now.
Which is
Which is now, yeah.
That's okay.
But,
I'm just
you
gonna
know,
keep
he's-
my nose out for sulfur.
yeah.
Burning
Or
toast.
also hearing those booms in the distance.
Yeah.
If I was for something else.
Yes.
I figured he was gonna just be like waiting on the docks, like, where is he?
Where is he?
Yeah.
Right, gather stuff up and
You get your stuff up, disembark, and
probably
venture
just stand
into
there
town.
awkwardly for a couple minutes, just kind of figuring out where we're supposed to go.
Yeah, I mean it's the
Our
dock.
legs a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the dock itself is also sort of very seemingly mishmash sort of construction. It's not like it's not a very standardized sort of okay. Every so many meters you've got a pier and blah blah blah. It's just wherever a pier fits, and like as
This
long
one's
as there's
an orc
enough.
one, this one's an orc one.
It's just and then the funny thing is, almost every pier has a little building at the end of it. So you get the sense there's no central dockmaster. It's just the piers are privately owned. And yeah. So as you sort of disembark and you walk past this building, you see some of the crew sort of walk into the building and start to.
Does this one seem like, what does this one seem to be owned by, like the one that we just jumped into?
Hard to tell. It's
Because this, I guess, is a foreign ship, so...
yeah, so it is a foreign ship, but the building itself that you're walking past seems to be constructed with stone primarily, with bits of wood, just a standard building that you'd see anywhere else. It's just, again, it doesn't seem to have, like, it's not refined construction. It's just a whole bunch of like rocks and stones that are uncut, not bricks, but like rocks and stones that have been uncut that have been sort
so
of
definitely not
cemented.
dwarves.
Yeah.
That's not the city.
Yeah.
You're looking for them, you're in the wrong place.
Right.
Azghrol Cars is very
Mostly orc,
yeah. Is the Orcish Settlement. And like that's the thing, this place, it just looking at it, it's not like a city you've ever seen. It's more like a very, very big settlement. Like people have just gathered and gone, meh, I'll put my shit down here, this is my spot.
Like, oh yeah, we'll settle down properly at some point.
We'll sort out we'll sort out urban planning at some point.
Urban planning
just
was
like
developed by the dwarves.
Yeah.
Just like Auckland. They're like, we'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah. So that's effectively what you're seeing. As you sort of step off the pier and onto the actual land itself, one of the things that you do notice is the vegetation is very scarce, and the earth, the ground that you walk on, there's a lot of dust, and it's just like red, almost like red sand all over the surface of this place. Like not like desert sand, but like dust around here and the ground itself. There's a bit of a red tinge to it.
Yeah.
All the orcs in this place talk like this.
Oh no!
Another imp on the Barbie.
Mars, but
Just as we step off the dogs, can I just like kind of kick around in the dirt until I find like a rock like that, whatever?
Yeah, easy
And
enough
I'll
to find. Yep.
Thank you.
Just take out a smaller pouch and I put it in there with some other bits and pieces.
Yep.
Out of context is very funny. Just like, here, have a rock.
he's a bird.
Here, have a rock. Big bird.
The yellow one.
Yeah.
Right.
Shall we look for somewhere to get a meal and drink? Maybe rooms for the night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good plan.
Look for someone to maybe ask.
See
Yeah,
someone
look for
who
someone who. Yeah.
looks like who isn't gonna like stab me if we talk.
I think it's also worth.
If you fit in the burrow, this place.
That's
Yeah,
that's
someone
true.
who's
This is like
placing-
pretty chill.
I think it's also worth us keeping an eye out if we come across any of the other contestants. If we remember their faces, or if we hear names or see colours.
Yeah.
That was one more thing that I wanted to mention. I am disguised as how I was in the first circle.
Cool.
So it was just a half elf. Just dark hair.
Sounds good.
Yep. Just wanted to clarify that I look the same as I did then.
Sweet. So you disguise yourself and you look like that. You start to meander through.
Yeah, see if anyone has me.
And now you know. Now that you're closer, you're noticing that a lot of the people with the tattoos are not just orcs. Like you can see a couple like sort of bulkier goblins sort of walk past, and they've got some tattoos. You can see a few humans as well with sort of tattoos on their arms and that kind of thing. And it seems to be fairly normal here. Like it's almost like a bit of clothing. Everyone's got a shirt on, got some pants on, got a tattoo on. Walking around, you looking for an inn, a tavern, that sort of thing. Cool.
Somewhere with rooms and drink.
Roll an investigation check.
I'll assist you.
Cool. That's pretty good. 19.
Cool. 19. Yeah, you managed to.
Oh my god. Sorry, cat. Just touch my leg.
Cool. Yeah, so you managed to. You managed to sort of walking about for a bit. You realize very quickly, sort of walking around in this space, there's two, seemingly, now that you're within here, two almost main roads between this sort of conical settlement. There's two.
The avalanche of.
Yeah, exactly. So there's like an avalanche of things, and then there's two central sort of roads that seem to go all the way to the base of the mountain. And there's buildings and settlements and markets and everything.
And do they go on the outside or just kind of up
just
the middle?
Up through the middle.
Okay.
So it's kind of like three separate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost like three
Segments.
wedges
Avalanches.
of three wedges of buildings. And yeah, you start to, as you sort of move through it, you manage to find what looks to be a building which has been sort of constructed with primarily wooden materials and stuff like that. That seems to have some sort of concrete built into it to give it some more rigidity. With a sign up the top called "The Warrior and the Storeroom."
The warrior and the storeroom?
Yes.
How's, in terms of like buildings and stuff, is it easy to be like, oh, that's a shop, or that's a... Or
No.
is it, no?
That's everything's just there, and it's just you look at it because while you're looking for this, you start
Just looking
looking
for something that had a title.
Yeah. So you're sort of looking around, and you go, well, taverns are usually sort of two-story buildings with a tavern in the middle and the thing at the top. And you look at one, and you go, that must be a tavern. You walk up to it, it's like, no, this doesn't have a sign on it. The door's closed and seemingly locked. This might be someone's house. And just walk away from it.
It says "Home Sweet Home" on the front of it.
Yeah,
Oh, let's just go.
It's like
we're
a welcome mat.
trespassing.
There's a welcome mat saying the Smiths or whatever.
There's not a lot of like, this is the potion shop signs.
No. No, and usually, like, that's one of the other things as well is there are no standardized signs. Like every now and again, when you go to a new place and you don't know, let's say you don't speak the language, etc., you start looking for familiar signs. Like, for example, a tankard would signify that this is a tavern, but that shit's not there here either. It's just, it's a really weird. It's a really weird thing to be in for the first time because it's like you've never seen something so disorganized yet functional. If that makes sense.
Is the writing that we do find on signs, is it in common? Mostly.
Yeah. So this one has the words in common. There are other ones that you've seen in other languages as well. So there's languages that you don't recognize.
Are there like symbols on stuff? Like here's a potion shop that has like a bottle on it.
No, that was what I was just
Okay.
saying about the
Oh,
tank.
sorry.
There's no
Right.
standardized
Sorry.
symbols on it. Like there are some like every now and again you'll see some symbols that you don't recognize, but that's probably says something in a different language.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you open the door to this tavern and you step in and it's fairly you've arrived at around about 10-11ish in the morning. So at this point there's not a lot of people in here, but you can still see a few people on the chair. So you don't see sort of the booths that you're used to. It's just barrels, like big barrels or pallets or those sort of things that have been stacked up to make sort of makeshift tables, and big sort of stones or other boxes, etc., make up the chairs of this
College
place.
dorm.
Yeah, exactly. College dorm room. And yeah, there's a bar at the end, and you don't see anybody at the bar just yet. You walk in and
Are we wanting to just put up a couple nights to start, or
Me as well.
just do one or two and then see?
Oh god, do you know if the currency is different here?
No, but I reckon we do at least enough nights until we know where we're staying with the tournament. It's probably the same.
So let's just do two for now.
Let's do nights.
I think if we have more than one, there's always a chance we could get a better deal for that. So
True.
Right.
Assuming you take gold.
I'll go up to the counter.
And you go up to the counter and
What I assume is the counter.
yeah, so there is one sort of long area at the end of the thing, which is probably a bar.
I assume like gold coins don't just have like Baranton Court official currency stamped on the side
No,
of them.
like there's currency that's taken throughout the world, you assume, and they're effectively gold coins with a hole punched through the middle. Yeah, there's markings on it that show this is official currency, not just a piece of gold. But it's universally accepted. It's not just a Baranton has a separate value to this, whereas you have a different value to this.
Who manufactures this gold?
Canada.
Probably.
You
Right.
are unaware of
Plane shifted from Canada.
Yeah, I'll go up and I'll kind of like look.
that. You
Is there
start-
like a bell or something?
yeah, so you start to look around, and there's no real bell, but like
I'll
you
just
can
kind
hear
of knock on the counter.
you knock on the counter and you hear coming from behind the thing. So you sort of wait for a second and you see what you see is a sort of just bobbing up above the table is a sort of big white afro as someone rather small walks up, and you sort of look over and you see there's this like pudgy goblin man, big sort of hooked nose, long ears sort of kind of poking out from within the afro, like different parts of the afro. Yeah, he sort of walks up. He's got this apron that looks a bit too big for him on, and he's like he's got one glove on his hand, and he's holding what seems to be a brush to clean dishes with. It's still a bit like soapy, and he walks up and he's like, welcome. And he sort of like, he realizes he's got customers. He turns around, like yeets the freaking brush into the thing, takes off his glove and tosses it. Like, give me a minute, I'll be right with you.
Of course.
And like, so he sort of steps back, and then you see him sort of step out again. And this time, he seems to be like clearly under the apron he was wearing, just standard clothes. He walks up, and you see him sort of walk up, and then just like hop up onto
Stool.
like a stool or something behind it. He like puts his elbow onto the bar, and he says, "Welcome to the warrior in the storeroom."
Hi. Thank you. My companions and I are looking for some rooms for the next 2 days.
We've got rooms. 2 silver a night.
Is that for how many beds in a room?
2 beds in a room. We can also do 1 bed in a room if you want more privacy. We also do bigger beds and smaller beds and bunk beds and pretty much everything.
I think given our track record with inns, it's probably better that we double
Stick
up
together.
where
Yes.
possible.
Your track record with inns.
We've had people try and steal from us before.
And worse.
Yeah, you watch out for your stuff.
Yep.
Right. How many rooms?
Just 2 rooms, thank you.
2 rooms it is.
So
Gonna get you something to drink, something to eat.
Yeah.
That's 4 silver a room for the 2 nights, 8 silver total.
Yeah.
I'll pay for that.
What's your
Oh, fuck, I don't have any silver.
strongest drink?
Give them a gold for
I'll just go
alcohol and for food.
I'll
Straight to the chase, eh?
Yes.
I'll slide over a gold.
Yeah, like as he's bending down, you see him sort of like reach out and grab it. You see he sort of, give me a second. He steps out. You hear him. Yeah. He brings up this big old freaking what looks to be like a urn made of dirt or
Clay.
Clay. That dirt. It's a dirt urn. Oh, my brain. Yeah, like an urn made of clay. He brings this massive urn made of clay and just like puts on the thing. It seemingly has like a
Stopper.
yeah, like a really big stopper, because like its front end has got a it narrows out at the neck, but then it's got a massive fuck off stopper in there with the wax still on there. And on the
Break it,
urn,
is it full of rubies?
What's that? Yeah. No, on the urn itself, there seems to be a something that's been stamped on with like a black ink, and you can see that it looks like the image of a snake opening its mouth with like jagged teeth.
Nice.
What did you ask for?
The strongest thing.
Oh no. Wait, we need to find out if you're still
Precisely,
immune.
that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
That'll get you fucked up.
Right. I'd just like a small amount if that's possible.
Sure. You see, he grabs a glass and he goes up behind the urn, and like you see him do something, and it seems like there's a
Like a keg.
it's almost like there's
spigot.
like a spigot at the back, which he opens and fills up a glass, like a shot glass, and he puts it in a double shot glass.
Okay.
Yeah,
Shot glasses we've got upstairs.
yeah, like a double shot glass.
Like a shot glass.
Yeah, like a shot glass. Yeah,
You
so
know, like
you get-
that. That's
half a
a shot
pint.
glass.
Yeah, it's just like half a pint of this. Yeah, he puts it down and like you see it's a slightly yellowish color to it, but like even as you get close, you can smell that this is a strong alcohol. Piss. Yeah.
Fermented.
How much for the shot?
That right there is 3 silver.
Very well. I take out exactly 3 silver and I slide it across towards
He
him.
grabs it from you and he slides this over. I call that the fucker upper.
Straight to the point.
Yeah.
Hey, I said it'll fuck you up.
Yeah.
So I've given him a gold. That was to cover the rooms and then just like a bit of food. If
Yeah.
I need to give more, then I
A
can.
gold will do it. Yeah.
I will go ahead and just give it a sniff and then tentatively just kind of
It
sit.
singes the inside of your nose. Yeah.
You no longer have hair inside of your nostrils
Yeah.
if you did before.
And just wait to
bleached
see
your
if there's any
gills.
Make a
effects.
con save.
Yeah, because I'm still within 14 days, aren't I? Of that
Yeah.
Yeah.
original surge.
Oh, you are correct.
Yeah.
It does nothing.
Alright.
Like, you sip it, and it's got a very, very strong flavor. Like,
Yeah.
but like when you first take a shot, it almost numbs the inside of the mouth, your
Yeah.
mouth and throat. But as that numbness wears away, there's a
They
really
use that for going to
earthy,
the dentist.
yeah. There's a really earthy sort of aftertaste to it.
I'll have a mug of that, thank you.
So you want a mug of that?
Yes, please. We'll just
Who
go
is this
put that
guy?
Back.
That's a good question.
He's just got a good tolerance.
A mug of that. Sure, a gold. And he like.
I don't
Is
think
that-
he's ever.
Yeah, he's never had to pour a mug of this stuff out, and it's just like,
True.
yeah, basically, he's just like, he seems to pour it. It takes a while. He says,
Just puts
I'll
the
bring
stool
it
out,
to you.
puts the cup on the
Yeah.
stool and walks off to finish the dishes.
Thank you.
I'll bring it to you. Food as well.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
All right.
What's it made out of?
Snacks?
Well, basilisk actually.
Oh.
Basilisk venom.
I'll put sugar in.
That explains the numbing
Makes
bit.
beer.
I see. I won't have any of that, thank you.
It's not poisonous. It's just very mildly poisonous.
Is it all alcohol?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll go and have a seat at a table.
Yeah. Well,
You do.
if there's like a little booth or some shit, we'll.
Yeah. He hops off the.
Does he give us like keys or?
Yeah. He hands you. A couple. A set of keys.
Another thing I would like to point out with my
2
disguise,
screwdrivers.
my I have done like a little bit of disguising on my clothes, just to make them look a little bit more worn,
Yeah.
so I'm not as fancy looking, and also where my purse looks like it is on my body, it is not there.
Cool. Yeah. So he hops off the. And hops off the stool and heads off inside.
Dwarves aren't really an issue for us anymore.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Wrong campaign.
Cool. So you all take a seat. About 5 minutes or so, he brings your food. Like, you can smell the alcohol coming from like a distance because this guy has filled a mug of that really strong stuff.
Just a half pint of ethanol.
Effectively, yeah.
Desolated spirit.
Pouring E85.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it was like E85.
It's like
Here, have some gasoline.
Yeah, 50% gasoline, 50% acetone. Just a
Yeah.
chop.
100% reason to
Well, yeah,
not
remember your
remember
name?
anything
Yeah.
afterwards.
50% gas.
He puts that down. He says, "I'm not liable for any deaths."
It's the last thing that will happen.
Yeah, will be.
I mean, it will, technically, yeah. Don't worry about it, he's fine.
Well,
Maybe not.
that's up for debate.
Okay. What's the food like?
The food that he serves you, he's brought out a sort of large plate. I think a communal plate of food.
Share plate, nice.
Yeah, share plate, and he's got like 4 individual plates for you to get around. What he puts down seems to be the tail of some creature, but sort of cut up and prepared as sort of steaks almost. It's got this. It's got like almost what looks like kimchi around it. There's like salads and it's like it seems like it's been freshly prepared.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's the tail of?
Oh, there's
The fact that he's counting.
no. Now there's these creatures that you can find on the outside of town. Lizard-like things, big old tiny hands.
Oh, big old tiny hands.
Dinosaurs. That's right.
Oh, I've never had dinosaur before. Exciting.
Before you head off,
Yeah.
we are new in town.
If you hadn't noticed.
Any good directions of just general
Sights to
markets
see.
or important places within town?
Well, the town doesn't have districts per se. If you're looking for something specific, let me know, and I might be able to talk to a few people, or point you in the right direction of some of the people that I know that provide services or sell goods.
Anyone that sells basic weapons.
Yeah, there's old Pete's down there. They just keep going down the main road. It's hard to miss it.
Pete's
Literally a
sharp
sign that
stuff.
says Old Pete's.
Old Pete's. Alright. It's not Pete's sharp stuff, because he sells other things and other shops.
I
like
see.
hammers.
True.
Do you know anyone named Rockram Gaaf?
Nah.
Alright,
Sounds orcish though.
good to know. Arrows it down.
What was your name? Sorry, I don't think we heard.
Ivan Longfellow.
Ivan Longfellow.
Bragging much?
Right. Hizzle Toombs, practitioner of the arcane.
Brilliant. Stay away from the dudes that have one pauldron, spiky, symbol of an axe. They don't like magic people.
Oh,
Do they
thank
have
you.
any name?
Good to know.
Yeah. I don't mess with them.
One pauldron spiky axe people.
That's
Any particular reason they don't like?
They're sort of new in town.
Ah.
Showed up about a month back. Spouting gibberish about how the magic's gonna bring about the end of the world and all that nonsense.
Oh, like a cult.
Yeah! I mean, we've got a few of those here, but they don't seem very cultish. They just seem to have strong
Medical.
opinions.
Is it humans
okay.
or
Yeah, whole heap of them.
Do you have any
multicultural cult?
local law enforcement?
Multicultural.
Yeah, the riders.
The riders.
You'll see them flying about.
Oh,
Of
course.
And they tend to keep that in check. Although there's a lot of self-policing that happens here. If you get into a scuffle with someone, you are able to settle that dispute by combat.
That's good to know.
Good to know.
It's generally one-on-one.
Right. One other question I'm trying to get better when entering new places. How do you feel about this? And Hessel will just kind of reach into his bag of holding and start to pull out one of his original skeletons.
Yikes!
And just have it step out.
No!
You could have just said skeletons.
It's better to see a reaction sometimes. Words can be
There's places that are okay with it. I'm a bit.
Your reaction has told me what I need to know.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I will command him back to step back into the bag.
So there won't be any of that while we're staying here.
Yeah, I hope not. I mean, again, you do you, but I'm a bit squeamish. So if you could just keep them out of sight near me.
You have my word.
Any other important local rules or customs that we should know?
Aside from the
Single combat thing.
combat thing, the riders
What
do
are
a bit
they
of a
riding?
dragons.
Oh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
there's a lot of the guy that runs the place. He rides the mum of dragons.
I'm sure he does.
Not the mother of dragons, hopefully.
No, the actual mother of
dragon's mother.
The
Mother of
dragon's
these
mothers. Yes.
What's his
Yeah.
name? Oh, man.
Urag Skull.
Skull?
Skull. Skol.
I'm just gonna put down skull.
Urag Skull. Lives in the big white tent.
Big white tent. Right.
He really doesn't like that.
Orcish names are usually pretty phonetic.
Urag Skull. He took over after his father died in the big war of the dwarves many years ago. He took over. He's sort of the one who kind of set up the riders and all that. Before that, this place was pretty lawless. A lot of murder in the streets. Less of that now. The trial by combat element is not to the death. It's till someone yields.
That's
Killing
so
someone.
lovely.
Killing someone in combat is generally frowned upon. You aim to wound, not kill.
No.
Good to know.
Yes. Aside from that, riders, if you see them, I mean, they tend to do a sweep, flyby every so often, so you can generally hear them going by. They're all right. Like, they don't generally land in this part of the town. They tend to stay up the mountain and up in the apex. But if you do meet any of them, they tend to be a bit holier than thou.
I guess they ride
There's also-
dragons, so there's that.
Yes, I mean, what are you gonna do? Argue with a man who's riding a dragon?
One more question. Sorry for taking up your time. The booms in the distance. What's that?
Oh, gunshots.
Oh. Like,
It's Detroit.
Yeah.
it's just like
Probably-
Toronto.
Most people here that can't defend themselves tend to carry a weapon. Something they can deal damage from a distance, wound, kill, whatever.
Right.
But yeah, and trial by combat with those people.
Sorry, can you just imagine you're like a wizard or whatever, like, yes, trial by combat, like, or like, you're like some big orc guy with like an axe, and you're like, no, face me, it's just like, bam!
It's the Indiana Jones thing. Where
Yeah.
Instead of the guy with like the the blades, it's a wizard casting this really complicated spell, and someone pulls out a Glock.
Effectively.
Counterspell this.
If you're looking to purchase those, I know a guy, we call him Boomstick. He'll get you a boomstick.
Boomstick Bill.
Yeah, just Boomstick. We don't know his name. We just call him Boomstick.
Alright.
Bit loopy. I think it's just because of a bullet wedged in his skull.
Oh,
But, yeah.
he's alright.
Yeah, he's fine.
I see.
Just-
I'm
his
gonna
eye
try-
drifts off every now and then, but that's
Like,
he's alright.
maybe I can glitch through a
Just
clip.
okay, we'll put that back in there. I'm gonna
Where-
try some of the dinosaur.
Oh,
Yeah.
pull out a golden. Thank you for taking the time to answer.
Thank you
questions.
kindly.
Where is this this boomstick?
Wait, that
Yes,
way,
this
and
does not
points
mean a
towards
gun.
he points
Not for me.
he points in the direction of
no.
oh god, a skeleton army. Recoil. Anyway, he points towards the
I love that idea. There's a skeleton with a shotgun and just
It's like-
bang.
His hand just- yeah.
No more arms. It's like,
Shotgun bolts go that way, bone shrapnel goes that way.
Thank you for your assistance and the information.
You're welcome. Let me know if you need anything else.
you
Enjoy
in
the
front of
dinosaur.
skeleton, make a dex save. You behind the skeleton, make a dex save.
Yeah, so he hops down and walks off. You hear the faucet go off in the kitchen. You hear scrubbing as he starts to scrub dishes.
It's a one-man show, huh?
Place is all built out of tarpaulins and sheet steel, and they have faucets.
Yeah,
The plumbing is
he spent his entire budget on the plumbing.
Yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
else was just
so, like
had
this
to,
whole city. Everyone has like a beautiful bathrooms and faucets.
yeah,
and
like
everything.
gold rimmed toilets and bidets and
Immaculate
everything.
underground sewer and water system.
But you know they don't have a roof on their bedroom or whatever. Like,
It's just District 9 everywhere.
what does dinosaur taste like?
Chicken.
Chewy, but chicken.
Tastes like
Chewy
It
chicken.
tastes like old chicken.
Yeah, tastes like old chicken.
It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
I'm gonna head out to the weapons place. What was it, Joe's?
Old Pete's.
Old Pete's.
after eating.
I'll just have like a try some of the kimchi and like a mouthful of the dinosaur, and I'm just gonna head out.
So you step outside and
I love how we just like completely abandoned the buddy system immediately.
that's all right.
I'm just gonna have a leisurely lunch for now.
We'll catch up after we eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you step out, Mason, and start to make your way up the road. And, it's busy out and about. There's people going about their business. You hear like what would potentially be town criers off in the distance, something yelling out something indistinguishable. And as you're sort of walking up, you hear the wing beats above you, and as you look up, you can see about six dragons fly out from what
Smaller
look to be
than Brudrin?
yeah, much smaller than Brudrin. They don't have a army of ancient dragons. Don't worry. Yeah, like you
It's
see.
like they would have won with the dwarves if they did.
Yeah,
If they didn't, I do not want to see what the dwarves make.
yeah. Dwarves.
Literal panzer tanks.
No, they have those freaking those dragon killing bows from Game of Thrones.
The big old,
The big old-
not trebuchets,
yeah,
but
no,
the
the ballistas.
Scorpions.
Yeah, the scorpions. That's what they
Scorpion
call.
turrets.
Scorpion turrets. Fucking cabal scorpion turrets.
You're just gonna fling scorpions at your enemies.
I mean, that would be bad. I would not like that.
Anyway, yeah, you see these. You see six dragons sort of fly out from what looks to be a cave right above that big tent that you can see at the apex of the mountain. It's still a pretty long ways away. You reckon that if you had to start walking from here and get to the apex, it'd probably take you the better part of the day.
Right.
To get there. So yeah, you see these six dragons just, like fly from out there. Different colors. They're not like any specific ones. And looking up at them, they're considerably smaller than Brudrin was. So they, and you can see there seem to be riders on the back. They have a saddle around their necks.
Dragons are only just sort of like one size category larger than the riders, sort of thing, or like a
yeah,
bit bigger than that.
no, yeah. So they're generally just about one size category larger. They just sort of take off, and you see them sort of
Horse kind of size.
bigger than a horse.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Like a Volkswagen.
Yeah. Volkswagen size.
I
Dragon.
like to ride my Volkswagen.
You said different colours?
Yeah, different colours. They're not all the same.
Chromatic or metallic?
Chromatic. It's different chromatic colours. You see one of them with a black dragon, another one with a red, another one with a blue. Yeah, they take off, and you see them just like do basically just a flyby. So they go from the apex all the way to the port, and then turn around and then back. But yeah, as they fly up, like the people sort of look up, and they all almost sort of stop in the street and see the flyby happen, and then they go along their
So now
way.
you don't want to pop when the siren alarm goes past.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
like,
Or like a police helicopter.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Like,
What do they do?
I know I haven't done anything wrong, but like.
crap, they found out.
yeah. So they do the flyby, and then you start to walk on through. You come up to you find the building that this guy pointed you towards. It's less of a building, more just a tent, and like not even a tent. It looks like a teepee, with a sign above it that says Old Pete's. You sort of and the flaps open. You sort of look inside, and as you look inside, it looks bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Full sort of shop setup. On the inside, you can see in the back there's a forge that seems to be going. You can hear hammer on iron. You can smell the iron in the air effectively. You step inside and you can see behind what looks to be the counter, sort of working, sort of turned away from you, working. This really large human man, like massive. Like his
Like jacked massive?
no, like fat massive,
Yeah.
rotund.
Big
He is one dinosaur tail away from spherical.
Oh lordy thing.
Yeah, basically.
Like Mike Myers' character round.
Yeah. I'm imagining it's a fat bastard from Austin
Yeah,
Powers.
Likewise.
Yeah. So he's got this like scruffy sort of brown beard, ball on top.
He's probably like all muscle underneath that.
Yeah, he's like got these got earrings on, and you can see the top of his head is sort of just covered in tattoos. But you see top of his head's covered in tattoos. You see both his forearms are covered in tattoos, and he's got this big ass. It almost looks like a fucking comically large warhammer that he's just like using to pound the metal into shape. He doesn't seem to have heard you come in, and he's just continuing his work.
Pete.
Yeah. Hold on. You see the hammer down and sort of turns around, just slowly walks over.
I succeed on my deck save.
Yeah. Welcome. You are?
Mason.
Nice to meet you, Mason. I'm Pete.
Nice to meet
I
you
make
too.
weapons. It's my thing. Yes, I'm big. I get it. But yeah.
That's fine. I was sent this way by Ivan. Said you were the man around for weapons.
Yeah. What are you looking for?
Looking for something that's as effective, but possibly less lethal than a sword. So I'll pull the sword off my back and sort of show him what I have.
He picks up and he goes, that's a fairly standard issue long sword. Probably made in the Barrington Court. Yeah. I can get you something like this, but you want it sort of blunt-ish, or?
I was actually looking for more of a...
Club?
More like a staff, like a bow staff sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Just a simple bow staff. I've got some in the back, but they're wooden ones. I could get you a reinforced one with sort of
Metal bits.
metal bits on the end. That hurt a bit more, but they won't kill unless you're really going for the kill.
If you... Would you be able to make one out of metal?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
Sort of very similar style to that
Like
of
a
a
massive
standard...
nightstick.
of a standard bow staff.
Yeah.
But just out of metal.
Yeah,
There you
sure. Sure.
Goes out the back, gets a piece of circular tubing, comes back, here you go.
Here, have a lead pipe.
It was
Give me a
Mr.
second,
Thatcher
Matt.
with the lead pipe in the tent.
You see he sort of reaches and grabs a sort of wooden bow staff, and he sort of hands it to you. So, show me how you wield it. I might actually be able to build you something a bit more specific.
I sort of do some of more of the hit things with a blunt object that I would have done with the trident while I was on the ship, because that was more the closer, similar type of weapon to the sword.
Yeah.
Did you give the trident back?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'll just put that back in the...
So you sort of swinging with that blunt end and sort of almost coming down on it.
Yeah, just general bow staff stuff. I theoretically know how to use a bow staff.
Yep. Cool. He sort of looks at it and goes, impressive. Yeah, if you come back, so you give me a deposit of a gold, and another gold on completion, and I'll have a bow staff ready for you by tomorrow.
I'm happy to pay it all up front if you want, mate.
Yeah, that's all good with me.
And I'll give him the the 2 gold.
He grabs the 2 gold. He rates you out what's some receipt and
Cool.
hands it to you. Just bring that back to me.
Put it in my
Come back
drawer.
tomorrow. Yeah, come back tomorrow. As he's gonna open the drawer and put it, that's when he clocks it. He goes, huh. Anyway, come back tomorrow morning around about this time, and I'll have it ready for you.
Will do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Reach my arm out for a sort of handshake.
He almost he goes for a proper handshake, but he sort of grabs your forearm. It's just like
That's fine.
yeah.
And then I'm just going to... Oh, before I go,
Yeah.
do you know of any other taverns around?
There's Ivan's one. There is nearby. There's that weird one. Oh, there's nearby. There's actually there's a cemetery nearby, and they've got a tavern on site. Some of the guys, some of the people there have a
Is it like
weird.
a themed bar?
They have a weird.
Rest.
No, it's called the other side.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's called the other side. The people there are a bit weird for my taste, but to each their own. They have a really cool aesthetic and shit. But that's the closest one.
It's a golf bar.
Yeah, that's the closest one. There's a couple more further away that I can think of.
I think that
Everything else is a shithole.
Alright, I'll
Does that include the
Thank
one
you.
that we're in?
I know it's like he's at Ivan's place.
start
Oh,
with
okay,
this
alright,
place.
cool.
Thank you. And I'll,
welcome.
I'll turn around and head out of the tent.
Cool. Yeah, that tent.
I'm heading there.
Yeah, cool. All right. You walk over in the direction that he pointed out. It's it's sort of towards the apex, but about 10 odd minutes, you get to. You can see it because it's very clearly a cemetery. Effectively, a large swath of land which is sort of fenced off. You can see headstones. And on the far end of it, like it's set up so that the bar is at the far end of it, and to get to it, you have to go through the cemetery.
Seems a little bit disrespectful, but you know what?
So it's
Not like you're walking over.
yeah, it's set up like that, and if you do see it, it seems like, and it's less of like a bar building. It's more like, you know, those
Mausoleum.
yeah, like those outdoor bars that you have at like beaches and stuff like that with like
Oh my god, it's like a tiki bar?
It's
Cabana.
yeah, it's more like a cabana. It's just like it's got this long sort of circular central bar area, and then just around it there's a few tables and stuff that,
Right.
that have been set up, and
Al
it's got
fresco.
a sign.
It's really in this season.
And there's a sign up the there's
Goth tiki bar.
there's a sign up the top, which seems to be this big old slab of headstone that just has the words the other side written on it. And
Pineapples carved to look like skulls.
yeah, so you see that, and like as you start to walk through this cemetery, you see around you there's a bunch of like the headstones that you can see. They don't have any names on them.
Oh, they're fake?
No, they seem to be real headstones and real graves because you can see a stone almost like a coffin top.
Right. Yeah.
Sticking out. But there's a headstone on each of
The
those.
raised things, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Makes it harder to look from that.
but each of these headstones have a pattern on them. There's different patterns, no matter which one you look at, but they're sort of covered in patterns. Some of them just fully covered. Others, again, just parts of them covered in patterns.
They look like the tattoos, kind of.
Kind of, yeah.
Alright, I'll just head up to the bar and
Yeah.
order a drink and then just sort of sit down there and start drinking.
Yeah. You walk up there and you sit down, and it seems like you're pretty much the only one here at the moment. At about like 11 a.m. 11:30 in the morning. So yeah, you sit down and you see like you wait for a second, just sort of looking around. There's pretty much nobody here from the looks of things. Like even behind the bar, for a second you think that it's closed, and then you sort of look around and you look back and you see someone walking up to you. This sort of tall, full orc woman. What she's wearing is effectively like a top that's sort of been tied up in front of a chest, like exposed midriff. You see she's wearing like these almost like I don't want to say cargo pants, but like pants with a whole bunch of pockets. And
Pocket pants.
Pocket pants. Like the sides and back. The sides and back of her hair are shaved, but then she's got the hair at the top, which is tied into a high ponytail. It's sort of pretty messy looking hair, brownish color. Her skin's a very grayish color, and you can see tattoos all the way across the top, both arms, and you can see on her stomach, sort of around her belly button, sort of going out from there, very spiral looking pattern. Not that spiral pattern.
Okay.
A very spiral looking pattern that sort of is extending out. It seems like it's not complete yet, but there's elements of it still being filled in.
Is she hot?
Yeah, she's pretty athletic.
Built for tough.
Right fit.
Yeah. She walks up and she looks at you and she says, "Welcome to the other side. And you are?"
Mason.
"Nice to meet you, Mason. My name's Geisha. What will you have?"
Just an ale to start.
"Just an ale it is." She sort of reaches down. You see, brings up a standard-looking tankard, puts it in front of you. That sounds suspicious. Oh, it's because you were talking about like pumpkins being carved into skull, like pineapples being carved into skulls. It's just standard tavern, dude. Yeah. Let me know if you need anything else. This place will get a little bit more lively towards the night time.
Just want
not a lot.
a morning ale.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll pay for the drink and then I'll just sit down.
She grabs a coin and she says, "We have a different way of doing things here. You can either pay for your drink like normal, or you can indulge in conversation. The more exciting your conversation, the more drinks keep flowing."
I think I'll just start with coin for now.
Fine by me. And she sort of walks off. Then seemingly goes behind the other side and starts. Yeah,
Cool.
you're having that drink, and while you're having that drink, we'll cut back to the rest of the party.
I think
And horses.
many horses outside. It's the dragons, actually.
Okay.
That's the dragon.
Yeah.
You hear the wing beats as well at one point.
I think I might send word to Rogar. Inform him where we're staying, see if he would like to meet here or somewhere else.
I think that's a good plan.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good.
How are you feeling?
Good. This drink is pleasant.
It makes my eyes sting from over here.
It makes my
I can
insides
taste it from here.
sting somewhat, but it's a good feeling, I think. But I am feeling like I have my strength back. I looked at myself in a puddle this morning and I didn't look so gaunt. And I didn't feel as weak. I was able to dress myself without too much trouble. So
I did notice your shirt was on backwards yesterday. I just didn't want to say anything.
it has been a challenge after. I think that spell took a lot out of me. My casting has seemed to return to normal. I don't feel...
Runes haven't done anything weird over the last...
No, they have remained though. They have not sunken. But I hope that Rogar might be able to enlighten me a little more. Perhaps even reveal where he found that, should he remember now.
It'd be good to know.
However, I won't make note of my notes. So if we are meeting with him together, if you can refrain from mentioning it, unless I do, that would be wonderful.
All right.
Okay. I will cast Sending,
Mm-hmm.
targeting Rogar. My message will be, I've arrived. We are staying in the warrior in the storeroom. Happy to meet here or wherever you are. Hessel.
A moment goes by and he goes, and then you get the response, stay there, I'll be there in about an hour.
He will be here in about an hour's time. So I'm happy to stay here if the two of you wish to explore.
I don't mind staying.
Very well.
I don't want us to get too split up. We've not while Mason's out there as well.
Yeah.
But if you
Go for a
want to
little
go,
wander.
yeah.
Just at least up the main street. Probably not a bad idea to get an idea of what's around here.
Very well. We will be here unless otherwise. I will send to you should we move far.
Alright.
I just want to go and like check out the rooms and see what they're like.
Yeah. Yeah, they're nothing special. They're just like a pretty small.
There's a
Quick
bed.
presentation
yeah.
of everything.
There's a bed. It's got like
A bed, a side table, a rat.
Another bed.
yeah.
That's a complimentary.
Ophelia opens up the window and just chucks the rat out and closes it.
Yeah, it's a fairly nondescript room.
Bold of you to assume you need to open the window first.
Yeah, actually, that's
The
true.
window is always open.
Yeah, it's just a hole in the side
The
there.
hole between the rocks
Yeah.
that didn't get filled with cement.
Yeah.
The two of you are holding on to keys.
I've got them.
Oh, you got them both. Nice. All right.
All right.
Hessa will just kind of slowly sip on that beverage and wait for Rogar to turn up.
Is it just that you don't get intoxicated, or are you also immune to poison?
No, I don't get intoxicated from that thing. So if there is a poisonous element to it, I would still have to try and resist it. Would you like me to roll a
Yeah,
Constitution saving
make a Constitution saving throw as you're sipping that thing.
Happy
It's
to.
it's
gonna get-
designed.
Tongue is gonna like stop working.
It's
Yeah.
designed to be like a
Wow.
fucking
Shot.
a shot, and this dude's drinking it by the mug. The concentration of basilisk venom in that is a bit too much.
Yeah.
19.
Oh, well.
19? Yeah, yeah.
So Rogar shows up and your face is just stone.
Yeah, there's like that
You look
like the
stoned
more
as hell.
the more of it that you drink, that more of that sort of numbness sort of stays on a bit.
Yeah.
Like you have to
It's like dental
really,
freezing.
yeah, it's like you really need to pace it. Like after a while, like you take a couple of sips, and the numbness lasts a bit longer than it did last time.
Yeah.
Tongue's feeling really heavy.
Yeah, and so you get to that stage, and it's
Yeah,
like,
very strong
okay, I'm
teeth
gonna
after this.
really pace myself.
Yes, yeah.
it's
He
like-
does
yeah,
start
and then
drinking
you
a
take a
lot
sip once every like
Yeah.
15 minutes or so, and that sort of brings it under control. But it's just you get the sense the quicker you're drinking this, the longer that numbness is staying,
Yeah.
which is
That's good.
Are we
disconcerting
the only ones in this tavern?
at the moment.
Okay.
It's about
Which
11:30.
is
in the
why
morning.
I was also okay with pulling the Skellis now when I did. Because I did assume that we were
Right.
You don't just pull out your bones in public.
It's not stopped Hazel before.
Yeah, once I've like I'll probably just be cleaning the rooms. Honestly, like I'm gonna leave these rooms
Is that-
fucking sparkling.
It's like I mean, you do your best, even with
Yeah.
that presentation. There's elements of it that just baked into the room. That just there's like an earthy smell to it, from whatever's used as cement.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I will actually, just while I'm like waiting and everything, kind of poke my head behind the bar, and ask if Ivan knows of any people who might sell maps of the city.
Yeah.
Or could you just, draw one for me and I can pay you?
Yeah, I can draw them for you.
Man's just going to draw a triangle.
3 triangles.
Okay, no, but like with like the main spots on it.
Main tent. My tent. My end. Sorry,
He draws you a crude map of the crude map of the place. There's a few different elements to it, a few different bits that he marks. So he marks the port, which is where you came from.
That's down right at the bottom.
Yeah, right at the bottom of it. So the 2 main roads, he marks as the lanes.
The lanes?
The lanes. And the part that's sort of going up onto the mountain, he marks as the apex.
Okay.
He also points out a section of a section to the right hand. Oh,
Hi, baby.
hello. To the east, like on the eastern side, he marks that as the hunting grounds, and on the hand me the map. Just make sure.
On the west.
I think it's on the east, but I just want to double check.
We are in the central section at the moment.
Yeah, so you're in that central section at the moment. So on the sort of northwestern part of town, just before it hits the apex, the base of the mountain, there's a large section that he marks as the burial ground.
Sorry, the cat is attacking my arm.
He marks that as the burial ground,
Okay.
or burial grounds. And then he marks his tavern with big old X.
Cool. I actually did that.
He also marks all beats. He also marks boomsticks. And that's about it.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
And is Boomstick still in the center?
What's that?
Is Boomstick in the center?
Yeah, it's in the same. It's in the same thing. It's just towards the port.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just to get the lay of the land a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I'll go enjoy a nestle again.
You're enjoying Hessel. You going for a wander?
Yeah, just like 15-20 minutes
Yeah.
up the road, keeping an eye out for any potentially interesting looking places on the way up, or particularly if that symbol or if there's any that name on any signs or anything. But
Yeah, no, so you walk up and down the street. Roll an investigation check.
I would, since I'm specifically looking out for this, do an enhance ability before I leave.
Yeah.
Investigation check?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yes, investigation check.
I think you said nut, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
That fooled you. You wasted your spell slot.
It's actually threes.
Yep. So that's a 4.
Yeah. You don't come across anything.
Nope.
Specifically what you were looking for. You do see just a bunch of other stuff around. There is, as you're walking through, you notice a little teepee with old peats on it, and sort of walking about, you notice a couple of other sort of larger buildings. You get the sense some sort of businesses. There's people going in and out of.
Nothing labelled.
Nothing labelled. Yeah,
All word of mouth, I guess.
yeah, it's just one of those where it seems like the people that live in this area kind of know where the things are because they're the ones who sort of settled here. And there is very much a sense of community in like the section that you're in. It's like people that are passing each other, sort of just like give a friendly nod or a "Hey, what's up?" kind of a thing to each other. Some of them you see them sort of just stop as they pass and have a chat. There's very much a sense of community in this in this area itself. But yeah, other than that, you don't really notice much. I'd say as you sort of get closer and closer to the apex, or to the point where you're going, okay, cool, I'm going to stop and turn back. You notice a crowd gathering in the sort of one of the main streets, and not a big crowd, but it's like people are congregating. So you sort of walk up to it and sort of start to look at what's going on, and you see 2 people standing in the middle of this
Dual time.
Yeah, effectively. And one of them seems to be holding what looks like a long metal tube with a stock on the end, and
It's beef stock.
a stock on the end with a sort of bayonet at the end of the rifle. See, this is very much a much bigger version of the guns that you've seen.
What's his face use?
Row with it? No. Faustus had a whole different.
Oh yeah, he had a
type of-
whole setup.
He had a
Yeah.
whole
different
frigging,
thing.
a whole different setup. That's not that.
We
This
saw
is
them on the guards in Tomston, didn't we?
Correct.
We saw rifles.
Astral
you
Light.
saw rifles, yes.
Mm.
So this is similar to those.
Okay.
A lot more crudely built from the looks of things, but very
Got,
much
like
that.
tubes sticking out.
Yeah, you see he's sort of like he's got the stock end of it, so, the barrel sort of open. He seems to be sort of pretty much packing it with some sort of black powder. And he's packing it with it seems to be some sort of shot. And he sort of looks and he looks up at the guy. He looks at the guy on the other end. He sort of nods. The other guy doesn't seem to have weapons. But you can see his back is quite heavily tattooed, and sort of on either end, so on his sort of
Shoulder blades.
shoulder blades. Yeah, that's right. I was thinking deltoids. No, that's not deltoids. There's a So it's on his on either of his shoulder blades. There seem to be what look like 2 identical, like dagger-looking tattoos, really like finely tattooed.
Is he wearing a shirt or?
He's not.
Okay, I was like, is it like a halter neck situation where his
No.
back's exposed?
No,
or?
he's not wearing a shirt. So this man, the only thing he's wearing is just a very sort of form-fitting pants, seemingly.
Hobbits.
Not blue shorts. He's not gone
It's
full
not
Mason
Mason,
just
no.
yet. Those guys wearing sort of full length, sort of form-fitting pants. Just that seem to give him a lot of maneuverability. The other guy sort of looks at him, and you see both of them almost in unison whistle 3 times. And as soon as the third whistle goes off, you see the man aim his rifle.
It's so dangerous.
Yeah, he
It's like there's a crowd around.
yeah, he aims his rifle. He aims the rifle, and you see this other man start to like duck down and start to charge him. He starts to run towards this guy, like bare hands, running at this guy. You see him sort of take aim, and then you hear this big old go off. And as that goes off, you see the man that's charging him just like drops completely. Like while he's full sprinting, drops completely, rolls, stands back up, reaches out behind him, and you see he grabs onto those tattoos. And as he draws, like you see 2 like inky black blades come out, and he just swings them in it, like heats him in this guy's direction. Both of them get this guy in, like one hits him in the kneecap, the other one goes through his left shoulder, which was holding the gun up, and as soon as it goes through his left shoulder, you see his hand just drop, and he drops to one knee. Here's the gun, and this guy just stops where he is, still keeping his guard up. The other guy, he drops his rifle, raises up his hand, makes like a symbol like that. And as he does, this man stops and he says, "Our dispute is solved. I'll await the 50 gold tomorrow before sunset." He turns around and walks off.
You gonna leave the daggers in, or do they just...
They disappeared.
Hot.
Yeah. Yeah. The man that you saw throwing the daggers, human. Pale white skin. It had a bit of a sort of peach fuzz, sort of stubble. Yes, that's right. And his hair was messily tied back into a ponytail, brownish. Yeah, he finishes what seems to be the jewel and very quickly sort of turns
The
around and
last
walks
tattoos.
off. Yeah, and walks off. You see the crowd sort of walk up to the other man, sort of help him up, and the other man's seemingly half orc. He seems to be wearing sort of more layers. You see that on the right side there seems to be a leather, not like a patch, but like a leather.
Oh, for the rifle.
Yeah, to rest
Yeah.
the rifle on.
I can't remember what it's called, but it's just like a shoulder piece.
It's like a shoulder pad thing, which he uses to rest the rifle on when he's firing. So someone else picks up the rifle for him, potentially a friend of his. So, hoists him on his shoulder, and he says, so as he's walking away, just better luck next time, man. Starts to walk off, and then as soon as that happens, the crowd disperses. Your passive perception is pretty high, so you do notice that just the common folk that are walking around, seemingly a good majority, about 80% of the people in the streets, they do have a firearm of some sort. Generally holstered on their back, like on their hip, or you sort of just see the grip
Poking out underneath like a jacket or whatever. Yeah.
So you do notice that. And
Interesting place.
Yeah. You head back.
Texas.
Pretty
Just
much.
like Texas, yep.
Pretty much. So you head back, back to the warrior in the storeroom, and as you're sort of coming back down that way, you can see a very familiar face coming the other way, of the black dragonborn. Black dragonborn with the staff, seemingly like at the top of his voice, like he seems to be shouting and complaining about something or the other to Topaz, who's sort of silently walking next to him. Topaz looking a lot more healthy. You can see, you can see the sort of His fur has got a bit of a shine to it. He's a ginger, he's ginger furred with sort of black stripes. And he seems to be sort of walking alongside Rogar very, very quietly. Yeah.
Rogar kind of makes up for it.
Yeah. They have a very...
Enough
yeah.
personality for the three of them.
Basically. Yeah. He does not notice you.
Yep. Rogar!
Who? It's you! I don't remember your name, but I know who you are.
Carrion.
You're Hassel's friend.
Green
Yes.
Man number 1.
Carrion.
Yes.
Antlers.
Antlers. Where, is this it? He points at the sign that says the oil. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be the one. We're in here.
Brilliant! You can hear it from
I'm
it.
looking at it
Yeah.
here, I'm like, I think he's right.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear this loud now on the outside. There's a lot of loud noises in this place, but Rogar still seems to almost be like a
Decibels
few
higher,
decibels
yeah.
higher.
Drowns out the gunshots.
Drowns out the gunshot.
Just as he's about to come in, last time, did he order milk as his drink?
No,
Or
that
was it water?
was it Topaz.
No, he did order milk.
Milk. Right, so before he comes in, I'll just try and call over to Ivan and I'll say,
Dinosaur milk.
could we have a mug of milk, please?
Coming right up.
Thank you.
Just to deal with the poison that you're dealing with.
This isn't Minecraft. You can't drink a bucket of milk and not be poisoned.
All right. Yeah. So he steps in. He sort of scans the place in his eyes, wrist on you
Yeah,
immediately.
there's like no one else here.
Hello. He walks up. Topaz looks over to you. And sort of walks through.
Hello, Rogar.
Pin and tell it.
Hello.
He doesn't recognize me.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, he does the whole, hey, and then looks away because it's like,
person.
person.
It's you!
I probably met you once and ignored you.
Was
Yes.
briefly a blue sheep. Also, he would not recognize who the heck you are as well because you're in.
No, I'm disguised. I'm just gonna.
Oh, yes, Ophelia.
Yup. Yes.
You looked different the last time I met you. But yes, and he said he plunks down.
We done something different with your wall.
He
I
plunks
don't
down.
think she saw her
did.
as a shape.
Well, we asked him because we asked him about the polymorph.
Yeah. He was the one who
That's
told.
true. I was mostly a tabaxi because I was Citrium at that point.
Yeah.
Still amazing.
And I go, hello, brother, to,
Like Topaz looks at you and goes,
Just, mind.
If you would like to place an order, Topaz, we can cover
he'll have milk too.
milk too.
Your topaz is like, and then
Yeah,
really cut off.
immediately just cut off.
Another milk, thank you, Ivan.
Coming right up.
Thank you.
Fucking weirdos.
Yeah, eventually, Ivan brings 2 pints of milk and puts on the table. And Rogar reaches in to pull out some gold to pay for it.
We've got this one. You have done a lot for us in the past.
Brilliant!
Well,
Do you still have your...
Oh
like,
yes, my sleeves are up. Yeah. And I know
Yeah.
I have one on my forehead.
Oh,
as
that's
well,
right, you
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty,
He's looking like... You get the sense he's working up to it.
Yeah.
But he's sort of like... his eyes are sort of flickering over
Yeah.
to each of those
Locks it in the
runes.
room,
Yeah. He's working up to...
Like,
So, how have you all been?
Things have been interesting. I don't know if you heard about the goings on in the burrow.
No, I haven't been to a place called the Burrow.
Oh, it was a whole coup thing. Anyways, it's fine.
Oh, glad I wasn't there.
Yeah, we,
A lot's happened, but I wanted to meet with you as your gift.
Yes,
It came in handy.
I assume that's from...
It's a side effect.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It was successful. I was able to use it.
he had
And
to
the only side effect was that.
give blood as well.
There
to
was
bind
a
it.
binding agent that was needed.
That
It
makes
took
sense.
me quite some time to fully comprehend the scroll, to understand what it could do and how exactly I could use it.
In fact, you made it that far. It sort of thwarted me halfway.
Yes. You never mentioned exactly where you found it. I was hoping you might be able to reveal a little bit more, and perhaps I could offer some information in exchange for that.
Yes. Well, truth be told, the origin of that scroll are a little bit mysterious. I was in the Underdark, you see. We just taken out this weird snake temple thing. Meet a few compatriots. And at the head of the snake, there was a... Topaz, do you remember what it was? Topaz goes to speak and he goes, "Oh, that's right. Yes, there was a portal.
Such a dick.
There was a portal. That's correct. That took us to a rather advanced-looking civilization.
Was this back in...
The Underdark. It was all in the Underdark.
No, but like the Underdark was that the Underdark on this continent?
I don't think it differentiates.
No idea.
Oh.
Under the sea.
Yes, the portal took us to this really weird ruin.
But you
It's
said...
some really advanced magic. Pyramid in the middle. Lots of old blight creatures.
Light creatures.
Yes, that's inconsequential.
Hissel's just like scribbling down information.
So,
Have those kind of runes on it, do they?
no. Similar, but not the same.
Sorry, you were saying?
Those runes, those similar runes, or the exact same ones, similar type of runes, less jagged, appeared on different elements of this ruin. Didn't seem like they originated there, they seemed to be later additions. We made our way to the sort of the central area of this ruin, big pyramid-looking thing with a crystal at the top.
Very Indiana Jones.
And I mean, me being curious, touched it.
Bullshit.
Yes. Turns out that the ruin used to be a place of some very, very intelligent orcs, or something of that sort, that had seemingly found God. Like the God, not the gods that you think of, not the ones that ascended to power and all that nonsense and all that malarkey. The God. The old God of gods, or whatever.
Singular god.
Singular God.
Why would there ever just be a singular god?
Who knows? Truth be told, gods, bit of a sham. The gods that we know now. Bit of a sham. People, they used to be people, now they're not. They sort of got a lot of power and they're like archmages. Anyways.
I tried to explain to Mara it's essentially people that have had a head start on us. If there is one
Exactly.
of all, if there is a god of gods, then it's a god that's been around for a long time.
Exactly.
Had a long time to accumulate power.
So naturally, I wanted to take a look at his library, or spellbook, or whatever the hell. Turns out this pyramid was a way to communicate with it. Me and compatriots broke through the walls, made our way up to the top, and all there was a little portal. Couldn't even fit your head through it.
But you could put a hand through it.
Yes! And that's what I did. The only thing that came out was a scroll. I tried to reach into it again, but there was nothing there.
I am honestly so surprised that you haven't lost a limb yet.
I did, at one point.
Oh.
Regrew it.
Sure.
Ophelia's like in her head, like, I don't know enough about Dragonborns to know if that's just a thing that they can do, or like...
Yes, so those runes are either the byproducts of a very powerful spell, or language of some immensely advanced creature, or civilization, or something of that sort.
Yes, we haven't been able to identify them as a language as of yet, but perhaps...
Neither can I.
So, did this...
Yes.
Did you pull the scroll out of the portal? Or
Yes.
Did it give you the scroll?
Oh, I pulled it out of the portal.
Did you Think of an object like a.
No,
You just
I
reached.
No
reached
box
in.
head empty.
Oh yes, I reached in.
Big head, no.
It's the first. It's the first thing It's the first thing my fingers encountered.
Right.
Grabbed it.
There was things on the other side.
No thing. Singular. The scroll.
Yes.
Just the scroll.
You
Just a scroll.
reached in again.
Yes, and there was nothing.
Right, of course you.
It's cold.
Yes.
Very cold.
Well, I promised you information in exchange. Once I bound the scroll, it disappeared. The markings, everything, the text, it was gone. It's a blank scroll now.
Scroll
However,
seemed to do that.
in that moment, I had the spell in my mind. And I knew I had the power to cast it. And when I did,
Wait, do you know how to cast that spell now? The inner workings of the spell.
I possibly could reverse engineer it. I'm not certain.
You start to think back.
Yeah.
It's like, it's gone. You knew the inner
Yeah.
workings of the weave to bend it to your will, and it's gone.
Uh-oh.
Stinky.
I
Does that include the knowledge of the research he was doing on how it worked up until that point?
Like he knows that you did. That you know that you did the research.
Yeah.
You can.
I watched
you can
you
recall.
do it.
Yeah. You can recall the some of the bits and pieces that were on the
Yes.
scroll.
yeah.
But the whole picture, the whole meaning, the whole.
It's
like,
almost like when you have a dream, and at first, when you wake up, it's clear, you can still remember it. Yet, now, days afterwards, I cannot recall it.
Is it now like all the notes he took during it? Are they just now like notes someone else made about
no,
this?
the notes are still there.
Yeah,
you can
but
look at them,
They seem like notes. He doesn't.
but you
remember
can't
the-
make any sense of it.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
It's like when you looked at the scroll the
Yeah.
first time.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
The scroll itself.
It's
didn't ma-
reverted back to
Yeah, like
incomprehensible.
yeah. Even when you looked at it at the time
Yeah.
when he was making those notes, they didn't
Yeah.
seem very comprehensible.
It's like dream logic,
Yeah.
where it
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense in a dream, and then once you wake up and you're like, oh, right, that's right, if I twist the handle 3 times and sneeze into the lock, I can be wherever I want to be on the other side. That's
Yeah.
how it works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that how they work for you?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, don't try that door. It goes to some strange places. Yes,
Did you what door?
but when I cast it, there was a moment before the spell completed, before I was able to demand. I spoke to a being. It
That's
was
not
in
how
a
that spell works.
It was in a cold space, a void,
Huh.
with some form of liquid or water at my feet. Could not see it. It was impenetrable darkness. I heard a voice.
Spell to dispel that kind of darkness.
Don't know whether or not it could in this instance. Yet, I spoke with this nameless being. Offered me no name because it didn't have one.
Creature without a name. Interesting.
Do you think this could be the god you speak of?
I don't know. I've never come across this sort of creature before. But it's interesting that you spoke to it. Like, physically, like words?
Words.
That you understood or just.
I understood them.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Deep, ominous voice.
Huh.
Coming from a void. I've spoken to worse.
So have I.
Yes.
At least a void doesn't spray, but it speaks.
No.
What did it
Sorry.
say? Just, jog our memories.
Asked me what my wish was.
What did you wish for?
The annihilation of a being. And for another to be returned to their rightful place. In the moment, it was what I needed to do. There are many many other ways I could have used that power.
The whole destroying loved ones thing that was dealing with at the time.
I'm sure you had a good reason.
There was.
Pretty good reason. Must have been a very good reason to use power to bend the arcane to not access all of the knowledge of the world and beyond.
Yes.
So it must be a very, very good reason.
Well,
That's fine. That's none of my business.
the rest of that I can attain myself in time.
Yes, but you can note it then and there.
Is it worth it though? Isn't it the seeking of knowledge?
No,
That-
it's the attaining of the knowledge. It's definitely the attaining of the knowledge.
Fucking brat.
I want no knowledge now. Give me my knowledge.
The seeking of it takes you to weird places and
It does.
weird people and weird beings. It was fun at first. I was a young wizard like you at one point. Back in my day. But yes, anyway, that's neither here nor there. You see he sort of reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out an old, tattered looking mishmash of pages, which has been bound together with some sort of skin. He opens it and starts to sort of flick through it, and you see these look like notes, like a journal almost. He's sort of flicking through it, and it's like parts of it that are stained with maybe blood, maybe
Half
coffee.
of it is
This
burnt.
like it's singed beyond. Like there's definitely it's been in a few fires. in
It
its
is
day.
like one step above like my first wizard spellbook, which was literally just a bunch of papers in a bag, just like loose.
It's just one step above that. And he sort of flicks through it. And he stops at the page, he looks at it, looks back up at you, looks at the page, looks back up at you, says, huh. Those symbols, they're not the same of what we saw back in that place. He holds the thing out and slides it over. The symbols that are there, they are similar in construction to the symbols that appear on your body. They're not as jagged. They just seem to be sort of drawings of what could be construed as some weird arcane symbol. But yeah, they're different to the ones that you got on your body. He says, well, I'm happy for you to copy those, and I'll copy the ones on your body if you've got more. I'd like to see them.
Are you all right?
It's the milk.
Yeah, it's the milk. It's
He's lactose intolerant.
he's lactose intolerant. He doesn't know it.
I don't think that's cow's milk.
It's dinosaur
It's a
milk.
lot darker.
It's basilisk milk.
I assume Callus can comprehend languages. These are also not a language like the Hesed ones are.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm more than happy to. I have a private room upstairs, perhaps, just in case.
Sure.
The public seems to be quite interested in tattoos here. Perhaps these ones should be separate for now. And plus, there are other areas on my body in which
Go upstairs. Go
Yes.
upstairs.
He just stands up.
I'll
Topaz,
give,
come!
I'll give one of the keys.
Thank you.
And Topaz sort of stands up as well. So follow.
Yeah, as we kind of like are alone in the hallway, I'll kind of just ask him as I'm opening the door, what do you know about souls?
I have a few.
I do.
Excuse me? Do we hear that from downstairs?
No, this is up at the top.
Okay.
I ask them to enter and I kind of close the
We
door.
just hear like a rumble.
Topaz waits outside.
Yeah, I'll just start disrobing as I'm kind of continuing to talk.
I have a few. You see him sort of reach. He reaches into his bag and he pulls out a little spherical wooden. It almost looks like a cage. And you see he's holding it up, and there's like 3 little motes in it. Yeah, there's a spell. I can show you that you can use to extract them from those that have died
Interesting.
in the moment of death, of course.
Yes.
Don't know whether you can sever them when they're alive, though.
Interesting.
just for Hessel, do they look the same as what Hessel is seeing?
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah.
The same sort of pinpricks of, very much like the Harry Potter Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah. I would be very interested in that.
Yeah, sure. Let me make a copy of the spell. He pulls out his he pulls out a spell book and he goes, oh wait. He puts his spell book away. You see, it's like his spell book is a charred fucking mess.
Oh yeah, I've had a look for it once before.
Yeah, he puts that back in it and
Yeah.
he grabs another one. He sort of flips through it. He's like, ah, I knew you had, you bastard. And he rips off like three pages and hands it to you.
No, it's
Because
like
of-
downstairs. Ophelia just like flinches, like for some reason.
Yeah, and he's not,
Chill.
and he's not like even like he's not even like ripping it neatly. He just grabs and just just like passes it to you.
Oh, that
the
pains
spell's
me.
He closes it and he puts it away.
Hessel just like kind of places it on the bed as he just kind of like takes off the rest of his stuff and just
Yeah, and then he grabs his book, and you see him utters a couple of words.
Dr.
and-
Man handing out in front of him.
Yeah, he
Well, you can keep your underwear on unless they're on your butt.
I mean, I think they're everywhere.
and they just sort of go throughout.
I mean, specifically, V did tell me that they were in places where I didn't have tattoos,
Yep.
and
Dick tat.
a lot of tattoos all over the show. So
That
yeah.
one in your taint is really going to be a pain.
Motherfucker gonna look like Gwyneth Paltrow or something.
Anyway, yes, he pulls out his journal and sort of opens it and like sort of holds it up, and you see he like from somewhere within his coat you see this like quill. Fucking hell, brain. This quill shoots out. This sort of black, long sort of quill shoots out and like floats up next to his book. And he's holding the book out and he's sort of looking at your tattoos and it seems to be the quill looks up at you, goes back down. Starts to fucking
As he's transcribing, I will say to him, I would recommend staying in town for a few days. There's going to be quite the show.
what do you mean?
Well, I'll see if I can organize an invite for you and Topaz. There's an event of sorts.
What kind of event?
I don't know how much I can say.
I like secret events. I'm
Very
curious.
secret.
Well, now I have to be there.
Fantastic. Well, it would be good to see you there. It'd be good to have friendly faces in the crowd.
I can be a bit of a cheerleader.
Excellent.
Oh
Wonderful. And it will be something to be able to show you what I've done so far, from one practitioner to another.
Wonderful. I look to see how far you've grown.
Yes, I look to
If
surprise
you can't see already.
Yeah.
One level.
Eventually, after he sort of scribbles the runes, he closes the book. Like, oh, I think I'll stay here. This seems like a very nice place.
Wait, question. Did we level up?
No.
No.
Okay. I couldn't remember if we did or not.
It's been about you've leveled up since you met Rogar last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he sort of heads back downstairs with you, and you sort of come down and collect up with the others.
I'm probably not there at that point because once they go upstairs, as I said,
We'll find
I'm
Mason.
gonna go see if he's held up or I'm lost looking for the weapon store.
Right.
Cool.
Thought he'd be back by now.
So you get up and leave.
If you're not back by like nightfall, we'll just assume you guys are, dead. So please don't do that. Yeah.
Yeah. If Hessel's got strength to send another message, that might be a.
But
I assume we should be back shortly.
before you go, we can agree that there's something off, right? I know we talked about this before.
Yeah.
Should we
The maybe not. don't think that'll bother him.
Yeah.
But that undead presence is still there. It hasn't gone away as his strength has come back.
And you haven't told us.
No.
You hear loud footsteps of Rogar sort of thumping down the stairs. He says, Barkeep! Barkeep, I need a room! And he sort of like makes his way to the table and he starts talking to Ivan. And with that, we'll take our first break. Alright, so you've just had a somewhat enlightening conversation with Rogar the Black. And learned a few bits about his past.
And he learned a bit about my bits.
Yep, he learned a few bits about your bits.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you guys have all reconvened in the warrior and storeroom.
Hellion has left.
Yep, Kellyan's left to go find Mason. Speaking of, pivot back to Mason. How long are you staying at the other side?
Until I decide to leave.
Cool. Sweet. So you sitting there.
Just day drinking.
Yeah, you sit there day drinking. You're free to order more. You're free to order more meat as it happens. As I mentioned, there's as Geisha mentioned, there's either a coin or conversation. And yeah, so she starts to bring you more drink. At any point, do you switch up your order? Do you stop paying the coin?
After I probably get about 4 deep, I'll probably start asking for liquor rather than ale.
Mm-hmm. Anything in particular?
Something strong.
Boy.
Strong it is. She puts a glass on the table and pulls out what seems to be a sort of deep reddish coloured spirit. She passes it over to you. And you sort of, as you pick it up, there's a sort of smell of cinder embers, fiery smells.
Everyone to Rogar.
Yeah, there's fiery smells, and you take a sip, and it burns initially, but then it sort of there's that really warm feeling that sort of starts to spread through. Do you mind me asking, what's got you drinking this early in the day?
We're just coming off about some traumatic things. Me and my friends. I just needed some time alone.
These friends, they're being a bit frustrating. Or is it just something else?
Friends, not so bad. They're all right.
We go through a lot of terrible situations in life, but it tends to find a way.
I'll just slam that one back and just motion for another one.
Yep, she'll pour you another one.
As she's sort of getting that one there out, I'll put a small stacks, almost like a poker chip sort of stack of gold coins just up on the counter. I'll have moved over and just set it.
Jesus, Mason.
Only like a small one, like a small stack of gold coins like that, just on the bench there.
You adventurers get into some crazy situations.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what sort of went on for most of it, but shit goes real sideways out on the sea when it wants to.
So I have heard. I tend to stay away from it. But I've heard some crazy stories from some of the sailors that come through here.
Just sort of as she pours each one, I'm just sort of.
Yep.
I'll just hit it again, and then just after a little while, I'll motion for another one. Yeah, it was my first time in charge of a boat out onto the open ocean. It was interesting.
Well, you're here, which means you've done a good job.
Yeah, I guess.
Lost the anchor, but you know.
That's fine. Wasn't my boat.
Hopefully not. Hopefully no serious casualties.
No, we came back with as many as we left with, which is the main thing.
That's all you can ask for sometimes. The sea can be a cruel mistress.
Yeah. I always wanted to be out there more.
Why haven't you?
Never got the opportunity. Was saving for a boat. And then some things happened and...
What kind of things, if you don't mind me asking? You see, at this point, she hasn't touched the money that's on the counter, but she's so poor.
I probably haven't noticed.
This is a terrible way to run a business, V.
I haven't noticed at all. Don't know, just life things. We say terrible things happen throughout life.
You meant to that?
No. When she says I meant to that, I'll nod my head and then just shot that glass down.
She she grabs another glass, and this time she's got two. She pours one for herself and one for you. And you see she's not showing it back. She takes a sip and she slides the other one to you. Most people that come here, they're drawn by something. The weird aesthetic, the place we're set in. What is it that drew you to this place?
It was where my friends weren't. It was the next closest, I think. I don't know, we've only been here...
Couple of hours.
Yeah, like 3 hours.
Not long. So I don't know too much about what's in town or what's around.
You definitely come to the best place in town if you want to get absolutely hammered and not spend too much money, as long as you can talk. And talk about interesting things, of course.
Yeah. We... yeah. Just needed some time away from them.
Understandable. When I'm by myself, I tend to talk. More to myself than anything else, but gives me a little bit of peace of mind, if you know what I mean.
Are you talking to yourself, or are you talking to someone in particular?
A bit of both. I lost my brother not too long ago.
Sorry to hear it.
These things happen. He was an adventurer like you.
And then I took a nap. Sorry.
Things can happen like that. Mason's had a bit, so he's probably starting to get a little bit...
Yep.
Not like messy, but
Pretty drunk.
yeah.
Fuzzy.
Oh, Colin.
Slid through it. Hands through his hair. Just sort of leaning over on the bar a bit more.
He went out to the hunting grounds. Apparently there's something a lot bigger than there's usually out there. Didn't come back.
And that's no good. Did he help you run this place?
No, this is more of something that I started after his passing. In my family, we believe that those who've passed haven't truly gone anywhere. They're still with us. You just need to find a way to talk to them. Coax their spirit almost from wherever they go.
Where did you guys come up with that sort of philosophy?
I'd be lying if I said I knew all of the origins of it. both our parents were orcs. They migrated here from lands far beyond, assuming that had something to do with the way orcs are in other places. These, and she sort of shows your tattoos. The sort of very those sort of tribal designs that almost like multiple bracelets, but different design
Like
going all the way
rings
up.
of-
Yeah, rings of different types that just go all the way up. I got these not too long after I came here. Apparently, it's a tradition here to get a tattoo and have it grow as your craft grows. This is more for people that have passed. Ever since I set up this place, people like yourself and others come by and tell me stories. We mourn their loved ones together, and this grows. A way to help maybe them move on and gathering more acquaintances for me.
So she's like a very strained grief counselor.
Just sort of snap out of that and just sort of shoot my drink back. Right. You've seen a lot of people with people who have passed.
I do work in a cemetery, love.
I almost didn't notice on the way in.
Headstones are a bit weird, not something that you see anywhere else, but they hold a lot of meaning. You see, she sort of like pulls up a basket on her side of things and sits down. Completely ignoring the coins now. It's just there's an open bottle of alcohol in the bar between you guys. And she just sort of grabs a bottle, takes a swig, and passes it over.
I did lose someone.
I'm going to guess it was a partner. She points to the necklace that you're wearing.
Yep. You'd be correct. It was only... months now. I've been on the road ever since.
That's one way of dealing with it. Doesn't let you reach acceptance though, does it? Running away from it.
It's hard when you've talked with them.
What do you mean you've talked with them?
Had conversation.
After they passed?
Yep.
Do you see them around every now and again? As you look around the corner, a glimpse of something familiar, the scent that takes you back.
I think I've seen them twice. Once I was lost in a sandstorm in a desert. And just over the Bryanton border right into the Sudgard. No idea where I was. I saw her and she guided me back.
If the stories are correct, there are ways to keep in touch after they pass. I thought I saw my brother a lot. Every now and again I see him just standing there. I never saw his remains. There were no last rites. There was no body to be found. Whatever got him, it devoured him whole.
I witnessed the murder.
You poor thing. And see, she puts that bottle away. I mean, she pulls out something else, which is it looks like a really, it's a sort of black bottle. That almost sort of, it almost looks, when you look at it, it immediately invokes your memories of Mana Stone. Like, it looks almost like it's made of Mana Stone, like a Mana Stone bottle. She unstoppers it. The label on the front is pretty much blank. Like, you can't really make out any of the words that are on it. And she pours a bit of it into your glass, and it's this purple liquid. Looks a bit syrupy, and as it just sits there in your glass, you can you see it sits. It starts by being sort of perfectly calm. She sort of pours herself one as well, and she puts the bottle down and stoppers it. And as soon as she stoppers it, the liquid itself, like the one in front of you, you see it start to like tremble and shift and move and sort of very erratically move about. The one that's in front of her just starts to slowly like shift and move, and almost like instead of forming like a whirlpool in it, it's more like just the liquid itself starts to slowly.
The whole shop's just rotating.
Yeah, exactly. And every now and again you see like from the top of it, there's like a bit of a
Bubble.
Yeah, like a bubble, but like it's sort of almost shifting slightly erratically.
Not erotically.
Not erotically, erratically. But for the most part, it's just that entire shop seems to be moving. Don't drink that yet. Let it breathe for a bit.
Yeah. The other time I thought I saw her, I don't know. When I first met her, she was, there was a feeling, a spirit about her, just like no one I'd ever met before. Just drew me to her. And I'd never gotten that feeling about anyone else. I saw it again in someone else. That same spirit.
Laced with a lot of guilt, I presume.
Confusion.
Do you say that the liquid in your cup sort of starts to? It's weird. It almost feels like half of it's moving one way while the other half's moving the other, and then it sort of swirls back on itself, like in the middle. Still, the surface of it's still just chaotic. What if I told you there was a way for you to actually see her?
What do you mean?
And as that sort of curiosity bubbles up, you see that the center of the surface of the liquid gets almost still. There's still a chaos around it, but this pretty much almost as if at the eye of the storm there's like this razor sharp focus. They say that the spirits to move on come in different flavors. You see the vengeful ones, the undead, those that have not been correctly put to rest. They feed on things like emotion, the fear, depression, sorrow. They're drawn to it. The other type are the ones that have moved on peacefully. They tend to be almost repelled by it. And they say that if you can truly reach some form of acceptance, truly reach some form of moving on almost, those that truly desire to meet with ones that have passed can call for their aid. You see one of her tattoos almost like shimmers. And you see a smile creep up on her face, and she sort of almost like she's looking past you. And then she sort of breaks out of it a little bit. People will think you're crazy. Nobody else will be able to see them.
People already think I'm crazy.
Then I don't think you have anything to lose. Worst case scenario, you're back to where you sit. Best case scenario, you might be reunited in some capacity. Ask for a blessing. Tell her how you feel. I'm sure she wants you to move on.
How do you get to that sort of acceptance?
People have different ways. This is how I do it. Talk to people. I understand how people like you feel. I do my best to guide them to get to acceptance, whatever form that might take. Some prefer last rites, others prefer a long pilgrimage, others prefer to just meditate for years. Acceptance isn't a standard. Acceptance is different. It's based on the individual. It's based on who you are as a person, what your relationship with the person you lost was.
Thank you. I think I'll try to figure something out.
Drink some of the... And she sort of points to the thing. She goes, best done in one shot rather than... She like... And it's smooth. It tastes sweet. It tastes familiar. It evokes like all of those memories that you've been holding on to, all the things that have been in the back of your mind, almost come rushing forward. You start to have flashbacks to happy times, to sad times. What are some of the things that Mason would think about? What are some of the things that come to mind?
The first time that he took her out on a date, sort of thing. Mason took her onto a boat that he was working on repairing. He had asked his crewmates to set up candles and lanterns around, and he saved up for some wine. We sat there and just talked and laughed, and then eventually she led in teaching Mason to dance, or in dancing with Mason.
That would be
the first one. Just a lot of it would just be her constant, not necessarily positivity, but energy and I guess positive outlook. The hunger to explore and to just be free. A lot of that. Even just time at home doing nothing was just everything. Just a lot of that sort of thing.
As those sort of feelings come to the surface, it's not that you deal with them, it's that they're there. You're being made, like, very much being made aware of them. You sort of blink, and for a second it's almost like you feel a hand on your shoulder and you look over. And it almost seems like it's almost like you see a remnant of a hand disappear. You look up at Geisha, and she looks back at you and smiles. She says, "Yeah, that can be a bit intense. It's designed to understand what you're feeling, bring it to the surface. It's used by those who need to cope."
She taught me that not everything in the world was cruel. I think I've forgotten that. Thank you.
It takes a wise person to look past all of the shit in the world. You're welcome here anytime, my friend.
Thank you. And I'll go to get up.
Yeah. you go to get up, and just as soon as you stand up, all of it hits you at once.
Yeah.
There's just this, and she reaches out and sort of holds you steady for a second.
Just got rid of my sea legs.
Are you sure you'll make it back yourself?
I'll be fine. I'll find my way back.
All right. You see, she sort of shifts the coins, the stack of coins that you left, and as she takes her hand away, you can see all of the other coins that you've paid for any drinks up until now, in front of you. Callian, it's around about this time that you sort of round the corner, and you see this.
I probably would have, because I would have gone to Pete's.
Mhm.
If he said Mason had gone
That's
to a bar, I probably would have
Let him be.
given another hour or so before I went looking for him.
This has been a while.
This has been a
Yeah,
while.
it's already been an hour or two.
Yeah.
So I don't really know. I don't know.
It's at least 12 o'clock.
Yeah. So you sort of,
Somewhere.
yeah. So you
PM
turn the corner and you see.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's been there that long.
Yeah, he's been there that long. So you turn the corner and you see Mason so just standing there at the bar,
Just like
just
sway.
swaying. In this bar in the middle of what looks to be a cemetery. Just seemingly standing there, just sort of swaying a bit. With this stack of coins in front of him. Yeah.
Guess I'm just trying to kind of pick them up.
You try to grab them, and it's like you pick up a few of them, and some of them fall. You see him start to fumble with the coins.
Approach. Need a hand.
You turn and you see Callian at the gate to the cemetery.
No, I'm okay, and I'll just sort of grab the ones that I have in my hand and just put them in my pocket.
The other one's straight in the mouth.
I'm just gonna turn and just start walking towards Kelly.
You start walking towards Kelly.
Shall we go back?
Sure.
You lead the way.
Alright. I'll lead the way, just sort of keeping a quarter eye over my shoulder.
Yeah.
Just to make sure he doesn't, like,
Yeah. Make
face plant.
yeah. Make a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage.
I divine sense before I leave.
Cool. With disadvantage?
Yeah.
What did you say? Dexterity saving throw?
Yep.
Well, because I have a good modifier on that, that's a 9.
Yeah. You start to walk and like you take a few steps and just like you see Mason just like falling over. You turn, grab him.
Like the
Yeah.
dip.
Yeah, as you grab him and you sort of use your divine sense. This is consecrated ground.
It's the good one.
Yeah, it's the good one.
That's consecrated. The other one is desecrated, and that's the bad one.
And as you sort of do that behind the bar, you'll it's almost like a pulse that goes out, right? You see a shape, almost humanoid. It's undead, but like not the malicious sort of undead that you usually feel when you sense undead. It's just a very, it's just like almost a whisper, like a
Benevolent spirit.
benevolence.
Question: can Callian see the lady?
No, there's nobody at the bar.
Oh. Not the only one who's been drinking.
Scott has too.
Is all kicking in for Hessel all at once. He's like, yeah, I've been fine this whole
14 days worth of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just prop Mason up and then leave him be and just keep watching.
Shall we go back?
Sure.
Alright.
You slowly...
Head back.
He's just like sliding along a wall.
You slowly lead Mason back through the settlement and back to the warrior and storeroom. Yeah. What have the two of you been doing this entire time?
I have been looking over elements of the spell that I had acquired.
Yep.
Outside of my range of capabilities, but Hessel's more wanting to look into it because it's about imprisoning a soul inside of a small cage, and just trying to see if there is anything else in there that he can just determine about souls, but also taking out his necromancy books from your bag of holding.
Did you come back downstairs? Also,
Yes.
did you get dressed?
Of course I'm fully clothed.
No.
I paid more for these clothes. I'm going to wear them.
Sweep down the
No,
stairs.
you actually don't feel buyer's remorse if you don't use them because you don't feel.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's sober, he's fine.
You wouldn't feel embarrassed?
Hessel, I will say that Hessel will make a habit of using the Cloak of Billing whenever he enters a room.
Or goes downstairs or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And yes, I'll go through those. The one about like the ethical practice of necromancy and all the rest. More trying to see if I can find information in there on souls specifically. So if you're being eager-eyed, you might be able to see that.
Yeah, I would probably if there are books about, I will probably, be like, what are you looking for? I will help you, or whatever.
So you can roll to look through the necromancy book about souls in particular. Roll a investigation check with advantage.
I
So
am
if you
more
have
than happy to do that.
This will be a
Can
lot.
I make a perception check
Let's
to see what
hope
he's
so.
looking about?
Sure.
Or is it just something I can just see?
Oh, he would have told you what he's
Sick.
looking for. That's how you're helping him.
Okay, cool. Yeah. No, I was just sort of like, I'm gonna look up souls all of a sudden. It's like,
23.
Okay.
Plus 8.
25.
cool.
25.
Woo!
This book is less about the mechanics of necromancy and undeath. It's more about the potential ethical practices that can be done with necromancy. Like, it's less of a book novel sort of thing. Or like a textbook sort of thing. More a thesis about the ethical uses of necromancy.
Yeah.
So it starts off by talking about like. Okay.
Do you source your own bones? Like, are they ethically sourced?
Yeah, so it like
Free range.
I remember I have
Right.
looked into it before, and it talked
Free
about
range souls.
arrangements, agreements, and all
Correct.
the rest. But I was just more trying to determine if there was anything there pertaining.
there's
to
no
souls.
actual mechanics of necromancy in this book.
Yep.
It's like it's just it's more of a thesis.
Yep.
Or like a
Yep.
PhD paper kind
Yes, I
of
was just trying to understand what a soul is.
How to not eternally damn yourself with necromancy.
I just help out and read a little
So yeah,
bit.
you're fairly confident there's nothing in here about mechanics of souls.
Okay.
But you can do an Arcana check on the Soulgate spell.
Ooh, okay. Happy to do that.
Necromancy and how not to be murdered by adventurers.
That is going to be Arcana. 26.
26.
26.
Nice.
You understand what the spell does. Like it's a spell called Soul Cage. It's designed at the moment of death to be able to grab a soul from the body to either preserve or use in specific ways. It doesn't talk about souls as what they are. It's more it sort of talks about souls as a source of
Energy.
yeah, so it's like a source of energy as almost like a battery. Like if you're like harvesting a battery from a
It's more of a component.
I think what Hazel would find interesting about that is that specifically it is about harvesting the soul at the point of death, not tearing a soul from a living creature. So I think at that point, after Hazel's kind of like reading that for a little while, he'll just kind of like subtly just kind of like reach up with his two fingers and just like feel.
There's a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because he still has felt hunger.
He's felt hunger, thirst, the whole 9 yards. That's all perfectly fine.
I love that though, just like
very intriguing.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, you are still alive.
Yeah. After sitting there for a little while, Hessel might just say, I think I don't have a soul.
I was like halfway through chewing some like leftover dinosaurs. Like
This is dinosaur jerky.
Yeah. Rogar is just like
sorry.
Roar, what?
No, it's just cannibalism.
Interesting.
Lizard on lizard hate crime.
That's a great callback.
Don't.
I think.
No, that's
I
our
don't
cocker.
think you have a soul.
No.
Interesting hypothesis.
Was that the cost? I think so.
I feel different. I feel different in that I don't feel.
Devoid of emotion.
Yes.
Being of pure logic. Perhaps I should have used that scroll somehow.
Well, I felt no sense of accomplishment for doing it.
No, of course you wouldn't. It's accomplishment is an emotion. It's a pointless emotion, but it is an emotion.
Yet that's what drives us.
I wonder if that would make
Drives some people.
Ambition, desire, those are feelings.
Revenge.
Yes.
Grief.
But if you were purely logical, you wouldn't have attachments of any sort, and they wouldn't hold you back.
No, but they, yet again, also drive you.
They drive you, and that's the reason.
Purpose is an interesting.
If you balance the scale and then
Rogar.
take away the weights,
Hey, Rogar.
it's still perfectly balanced.
Topaz is just sitting there looking at me.
Rogar.
Yes.
When we left Hessel's place of birth, which had been massacred. We
Right?
found his parents' bodies, and Hessel didn't care.
That is pretty sad.
Yes.
This is not Hazel laughing.
I nearly pissed myself.
It's so good. Yep, that's
he had.
Roka.
He.
Jesus.
Before. Like, I'm thinking back on it now. Before you cared and you.
I had many plans for that place. For those that had fallen there. But I feel no attachment to it. I felt no desire to do any of those things, and I didn't.
It's a conundrum.
Yes. And I've been looking at this scroll, this spell. It's about capturing a soul at the point of death.
Yes, because at that point it's more or less severed on already. You're just capturing it before it dissipates.
They're not using it anymore.
Right.
Yes, precisely. They're not using it
I'm
anymore.
not there.
Oh, that's right.
But I'm still
Old man's trash.
alive. I'm still breathing. I still hunger.
Hessel, there's a thing
About
about that. Callian noticed that you weren't. You give off undead vibes now.
I've always given off undead vibes.
No,
I'm sorry. He's got.
no,
I have a
like
bag of bones.
you are undead,
Interesting.
apparently.
So
You look very much alive to me.
I feel alive. I feel my heartbeat.
I'm just gonna reach over and take Hessel's pulse as well.
I feel pain.
There is a pulse.
Try some of this if you wish. There's a little bit left. It's made from basilisk.
I actually put it in.
No,
Put a whole
well,
basket.
actually, you know
He
what?
grabs it. He goes,
You know what? Maybe it'll make his tongue numb and he won't talk as much.
Just a little bit. I was experimenting.
That is insanely strong, and
Yes.
I feel it would hinder my mental capabilities, so I will not. Thank you.
I was trying to determine whether I could feel something from that. I can still feel pain. I still feel.
Look, those aren't emotions. Those are physical reactions to
Yes.
stimulus.
No,
To keep you,
alive.
yes, to keep you alive and intact. Protect your vital organs and such.
But no emotional.
So a soul is just emotion then, or the capability, the process of emoting.
Maybe
Well, I don't
it's-
know.
Maybe it's your.
There have been a lot of necromancers who have attempted to understand what a soul is.
Did they figure it out?
No,
Oh.
no, they didn't. It's a very mysterious thing. You can't detect it until the point of one's passing.
But people who have died still seem to have their souls in them. Am I
No,
wrong?
that is incorrect.
Okay.
Just
because you've been able to talk to them and
that is not the soul. That is simply
An echo.
echo.
So-
Yes, there is an echo.
I am the echo then.
I do not know. The idea of severing a soul from a living creature is absurd. It would be insanely painful, I would presume.
Tell
did you feel pain when it happened?
I felt pain after. I assumed most of that was due to the spell itself. I can tell you all this as I trust you not to burn me at a stake. I did bargain. That was part of the spell, part of the casting. I agreed to offer something, or rather, it was taken from me and then held as part of the deal. I made the choice in the moment because it was my responsibility then.
It's almost like a patron. No, it's not like a patron. It's like a bargain.
No.
It's a trade.
It was a
What?
trade of sorts.
So it is effectively your soul for the ability to,
Destroy a soul.
well, your soul for the ability to bend the arcane to your will.
You know we wouldn't have held it against you if you hadn't.
I knew precisely that. And that's why I tried to do it without thinking.
See?
And now all I can do is think.
See, if your emotions had clouded your judgment, this creature that you annihilated would still be out and about.
The only reason I had to use that spell in the first place was because of another creature whose emotions were clouding their judgment. So perhaps there is some wisdom in that.
If I hadn't said anything about you being, twins, do you think it would have still attacked us?
I don't know if it would have grabbed the first Triton it saw, or if it would have been able to sense some connection to the place. I said plenty. I saw and I felt many things. Mara could look into our minds. I don't doubt that this creature could do something similar. It was showing us those things down there. It showed the past, and I reacted to that. So you should not feel responsible.
If you can help it, don't feel at all.
Well, we'll see where that takes me. For
Do you know anything about getting the soul back?
Oh, there are religious practitioners of magic that can do such things.
Maybe we should contact tomorrow.
it's a possibility. I don't fear, but I'm curious as to whether or not I would disappear if the sense of self that I have now would be replaced by the soul. If I am just an echo, will I disappear?
Well, no, you would just be back to yourself, right?
Maybe. It's hard to know.
You see that he's handed Topaz his journal, and Topaz is just holding it open.
And the
the quill is just like scribbling away.
Topaz, take this down.
Yeah.
I would
Well, that explains a bit.
I would appreciate if we could keep this between us for now. I don't want to cause any greater alarm for the others. They have concerns when it comes to my abilities, and
Necromancers are just practitioners of the arcane. Simply study. It's not to be feared. It's knowledge.
well, we'll see.
Right.
For now, it's something for me to understand.
You don't have, like, murderous urges or...
I have no urges.
Okay.
See? No urges means he can't harm anyone.
I'm powered by...
He definitely can harm someone. He can harm
Yes, but only if they harm him first. He has no motivation to harm anyone.
I feel hunger, I feel thirst, I feel pain, I feel cold, I feel heat. I still feel, I just don't have much else outside of that.
And does that feel wrong to you?
It doesn't, but that's part of why I am concerned wouldn't be the word. I feel I should. No, I don't.
Sense?
Yes.
It's an interesting state you find yourself in.
Very.
I've tried and failed on multiple occasions to somehow bottle up the emotion that holds me back every now and again. You see Topaz just like...
Callian can calm emotions. He can make people feel at peace. Can you do something similar, but the opposite? Could you?
Create emotion?
Or inflame those that are there?
I can...
Embolden?
Well, I can create a false sense of affection within people to myself.
A charm.
Yes, a charm.
I wouldn't mind knowing what that felt like.
I could also try something.
Yes?
If you're alright with me casting a spell on you.
Of course.
I suggest that you feel happy.
That's a...
God, I wish someone would do that to me.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save? Because that's 8 hours.
Well, until you complete it.
Or until I...
They have drugs for that.
Or if he completes it, the spell ends.
Yeah.
So if you feel happy,
You're like, happy, I feel it. Oh.
Sorry, is it a wisdom save? Or,
It
You,
is
you can willingly fail the save if you want to.
Yeah.
I'll try, because I'm trying to see if I do feel
Wisdom
something.
saving throw, yeah.
Yeah.
My intention is for him to just feel an emotion.
Yeah.
The spell fails because you're trying to suggest. It's like saying to a person that can't fly, just take off. I suggest you take off. You can't do
Right.
it. So So the spell fails. Like you see.
I think
it
you
would.
imagine you see Hissel just go.
Oh, I hate that. Okay, well, maybe I should have worded that differently.
I don't know if it's your wording. I
could try a different approach. Slightly stronger spell.
Is it alright to cast in here?
Oh, it's simply a charm. More of a dominate. You see, he sort of he looks towards it. He starts muttering.
Daddy Rob.
Stop.
And as he completes the spell, you see his eyes sort of flash purple. And your eyes flash purple. It's a wisdom save. You're happy.
I'll fail it.
You fail it, and then he says, "Pick up that mug." And it's less of a you feel anything. It's just more of a compulsion. So you just go
Without thinking about it.
without thinking about it. It's almost an involuntary compulsion to do so.
Like when someone hands you something while you're talking.
Drink that liquid, all of it. It's how to dominate a person.
Wait, that's not the poison one, is it?
Oh yeah.
It is, but
It's
it won't harm me.
Okay.
Wow.
It's
Within reason.
it's a basilisk poison.
There's probably only like that
There's-
much left.
that's probably about how much left.
Yeah.
And you finish it, and the inside of your mouth just goes very numb. It's like, Tell me how you feel.
No.
He waves his hand, and his eyes flash. Your eyes flash, and yeah. Again, it was a case where you knew all of your surroundings, you knew exactly what was happening. It was
Yeah.
just a compulsion.
I feel compelled. I feel like you could have told me to laugh or to smile or to be happy, but they would all be an act.
I assumed as much. Spells in the enchantment school of magic tend to emulate emotion in order to extract a reaction. It's puppetry more than anything else.
Yes.
So I didn't expect it to actually make you feel.
I think it's worth a shot.
It was worth a shot.
So what you're telling me is I can manipulate others' emotions by emulating them.
No.
To make myself seem-
No, it's casting the spell and giving a command is what you're doing. The way they're interpreting it is that, oh, this is a very good friend of mine and I will do anything for them.
It's Mr. Burns' logic. So what you're saying is immortal.
Can you grow back a soul, like a limb? Like you lost a hand?
Well,
Or
no,
whatever?
the hand was regenerated through magic. Divine
Yes,
magic,
so-
but still magic.
So if you use divine magic to
Potentially, they have the ability to clerics and that
restore...
sort.
I mean, if they can bring people back to life.
Yes, but that's the key thing. They bring them back to life.
I spent quite a long time looking at the eyes of my risen dead on our voyage here. Hoping I'd find some kind of connection there. As I sense that perhaps I am similar to them now. Especially if what you say is true about Callian, being able to detect that within me. There's a spell in a book that I have that I haven't had a use for yet. The ability to detect. The ability to detect thoughts. I might learn that spell so that I can look into their minds to see if they think, to see if there is anything there at all, if they're an echo like me.
It's just.
There would be less of an echo, more of just a puppeted corpse.
It's just a spooky, scary skeleton song on repeat.
Instrumental version.
Animated.
Animated.
Club version.
Yes.
They. And to be fair, I've seen your skeletons before. It's a fairly well constructed spell, and you've clearly got mastery in it. It's still not manipulating their soul per se. It's simply you're the puppet master pulling the strings, and they dance when you say dance.
Yes, and I sense now that perhaps that's what I'm doing to myself. Maybe I'm.
If you're your own puppet master.
Listen, sometimes, when you wake up and you have to mentally drag yourself out of bed because life is too hard, that doesn't make you the puppet master. That just makes you a person, I think.
I don't relate.
Okay, well...
Oh, Rocco's a morning person.
He's a loud morning person.
Yes.
Oh, Rogar has to die.
I do appreciate the thoughts on this. I am going to think upon it further.
we all are morning people, that's the thing.
You're adventurous.
Yeah, we're a different breed.
I am still Hasseltooms, though. I don't want to give you any illusions that I'm not. I'm the same person, I have the same memories. I just can't express how I could before. I don't think I was very good at expressing in the first place.
You hear footsteps coming into the tavern. Nice.
And then like a clonk.
Yeah. You turn to see Mason and Callian.
For now.
Orcai!
That guy.
Yes, the one that you threw fireballs at.
Yes! I'm bad with names.
Mason.
Mason!
Callian.
Yes, you were here before.
Yes.
Hassel.
Mason, have a seat, if you like.
I'll wander over and have a heavy sit down.
I'll just kind of push my water over to Mason because he smells like alcohol.
Yes, he reeks of alcohol.
Yeah, just kind of.
Any worse than him?
It's a different type.
How did your journey across the city go?
Fine.
We've been told of dragon riders. And
Oh, I've got a map now.
Nice. I saw the dragon riders while I was out.
there are individuals in this town that wear pauldrons. They have a
One pauldron.
axe on them. Supposedly
Spiky pauldron.
not very fond of magic.
So be careful.
Or they should be
Do we
careful.
see any of those people out in the street?
Just worth keeping in mind.
Saw those guns in action. They were impressive. I don't think you want to be hit with one.
I do wonder if I might be able to put them to use.
I've tried. They don't work with my brand of magic. Highly explosive.
Right.
Is that how you lost the limb?
That is your kind of magic, yes. I
It's
understand.
like, alright, I'm gonna cast a fireball through this gun. Boom!
Cast it on the gun.
Yeah. That's what fireball feels like.
Produce flame with a handful of gunpowder.
Oh.
I think I would like to understand how they work a little more. Perhaps they could be of use.
It seems like most people in town carry them. At least non-adventurous types.
Right. And there is a boomstick. Well, a person called Boomstick who deals in this form of weaponry.
I'm guessing that the competition that we are taking part in will probably be at the Apex. Unless there's somewhere else that has a space for it.
There was a great big tent, was there not?
Yes, big white tent at the top of the Apex, that's what it says on the map there. There's also to the west, there's something called the Burial Grounds, and then
Could
to
be out in the hunting grounds.
east is the Hunting Grounds, yes. What, did you go there?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what more we can do to prepare, other than,
Make sure that we're fresh.
yes,
You see, he's trying to like bite into a slightly chewier piece of dinosaur. He goes, and, like breathes fire, like like scorches it completely, and he just like goes crunch.
charred.
All gristle.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, that smells so bad. I'm just gonna press the station in front of my face. So
There's well done steak, and then there's Rogar well done steak.
Yeah.
Had a Wendy's burger that was just like had that chicken had that consistently you're describing, so I can perfectly imagine what that is. It's terrible.
Yeah. It's bad.
Is there anything that any of you wish to accomplish before the event?
Probably not before. Keep an eye out for I've got another location here in town. I think I'll save that for after.
Happy to
I don't know
help
what
you
that entails.
if and when you need it. So we have, what,
Find it first.
2 days?
Well,
One.
one day really, because this day's well half done. So day and a half.
Tomorrow's the day before.
Right.
I wouldn't mind
Tomorrow.
learning a little bit more about this place, but I guess it depends. You know, we might not be staying here that long, so I probably do need to pick up some more paper soon. But I have no idea where to get that in this town.
You could ask the barkeep.
Does he really look like someone who knows where paper is?
You might know someone that knows someone who knows someone with paper.
I got paper. He reaches into his bag and like grabs a stack, like
Has it
a
got stuff on it?
No, it's a ream of paper.
Rifle.
Yeah.
No, he has a printer ream.
Yeah.
You know those old ones that were like all connected by like the
Yeah, yeah,
little things?
Yeah, it's
Like
that.
printed. Yeah.
Was he Advanced Civilization Las Vegas? And he just went to like an office
Yeah,
store?
he
Like,
went to Las Vegas. Yeah,
That was the pyramid.
it was the yeah.
We went to the Luxor.
He went to Luxor.
Yeah.
That's what the blind creatures were, which is Vegas goers.
People that have been sitting in the casino for 3 days.
This wad of paper, just a whole bunch of copies of the Constitution.
Yes, exactly.
Gift shop Constitution copies.
I will
Declaration
split
of
that amount of paper in half and give half to Hazel and put it away.
Thank you.
I've got more if you need.
No, that's all right. It's a good amount for now.
Saw a few places that might be shops.
Did you happen to see any religious institutions?
I saw one.
You did?
Yes, I gave it a wide berth.
Right.
Do you know where it was on the map? No.
Here. And
It's
he's
just like a scorch, like a soot mark.
yeah, it's less of a, it's just like greasy, like
Greasy charcoal.
greasy charcoal steak finger, like
Barbecue sauce fingerprint.
yeah,
I
basically.
put a little white dash out for it and then mark it as really like church.
And he's
Barbecue sauce equals church.
it's on the
Eastern, Western.
eastern.
Near the hunting grounds.
Yeah, towards the hunting grounds. So it's on that side, pretty much around about where you are. If you go straight east, you should find it in that
What,
general vicinity.
What kind of religious?
I don't know. Look like a church.
Right. I was thinking perhaps there might be a connection to that old civilization.
Yes, maybe we can find out some more information on that.
Maybe.
The one that I went to.
Yes.
I doubt it.
I mean, you said that they were orcs.
Yes, but they were civilized from the looks of things.
Wee bit racist there, but
This is Rogar.
it's like fucking being at like the Christmas table with your uncle or
That
whatever. and
loud
it's like,
uncle,
You
yes.
can't say that. Like,
just kind of eye over towards Mason.
It's Thanksgiving. We've got the racist one, the one that's really drunk.
Yeah.
the emotionless,
The emotionless one that sits in the corner.
Yeah.
ball of anxiety.
I'm the overachiever.
I'm hoping that there might be a record, spoken record of perhaps something. Word travels over generations.
Right.
I despise religious institutions, so I will not be attending.
That's fair.
It's probably for the best. I think I'll have a look into that and have a look into this boomstick to see if I can get a demonstration of these weapons' capabilities.
Wouldn't mind seeing some of the city.
Right. Well, this basilisk drink settling well enough. I know the two of you just got back, but do you feel like a wanderer or?
I'm not sure Mason's up for it.
I'm just gonna refill the water in his mug. Put some bread next to him.
There was a spell. Tensor's floating disc. That's it. Might come in handy sometime.
Pretty pointless spell. You could just use a wagon instead.
Well, you have to pull a wagon. The disc pulls itself.
Yes, but it's about the same amount of effort. Magically speaking.
Well, I suppose.
Takes no magic to pull a wagon.
Exactly.
That's true. I
He gets it.
have folks to pull wagons. Right, well,
I have folks to pull wagons.
I
have slaves. I mean, folks.
Well, I think I will be off then. If anyone does feel like a walk.
Oh, come with.
Right. We're
Wouldn't
tagging
mind
out,
seeing
aren't we?
the.
Barkeep, a room!
Didn't he already asked for one, or was that barkeep? Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think the unless the barkeep would just ignore him.
Yeah, and Ivan screams out, "I already gave it to you, you loud fuck!" Oh, that's right. Yes, sorry. Must have misplaced the key.
Topaz is just.
Yeah, Topaz is just. Ah, yes, there
You
you
can
go.
go with them if you want. I'll stay here.
You're alright.
Yep.
If you need any assistance, I'm sure that Rogar and Topaz are more than happy to.
Yep.
Right.
I've been tinkering with the spell for sobriety. I would love to test it on you.
We'll talk about that later.
The offer's always open. And in the background, Topaz is like,
Do it, bro.
I thought it was going to be some kind of meteor-related spell. So, how are you dodging that?
We'll fix your drunkenness.
This will sober you up real quick.
It just instantly triples the size of your liver.
Oh
Oh, God.
And nothing else.
Yeah.
Rogar doesn't know that. He just
lies.
thinks he
He
casts a
lies,
spell
but-
and then it's just like
Yeah.
you're no longer drunk. Hey, it worked.
What if you're drunk and then you cast enlarging yourself? Would you sober up?
Well, it depends if you get the same amount of blood in your body or not. If the blood's expanding
Because your
as
weight
well.
increases, that means the rest of your whole body increases.
That's true.
Yeah,
Blood cells
probably.
increase in
So does the
size,
al-
but the
does the
alcohol as well.
as
So the content
Yeah.
should remain the same.
Because it's inside your body. So.
Everything's expanded.
Otherwise, if you got enlarged, you just pass out.
Fucking Ant-Man drowning in the
yeah. Oh boy.
Barkeep, mashed potatoes.
That's
He eventually brings over some mashed potatoes.
Is it just potatoes that you just...
Yep.
just raw potatoes and you squish. Squished potato is my favorite.
It's like mashed potatoes. All right, I'll take potatoes and I can mash them. Easy.
Yeah. Right. I will head out with the others then, and head first of all towards the whatever is closer actually, Boomstick or.
Well, the church is like
or
relatively
church.
close, I think, and Boomstick might be on the way.
Yep. Boomstick, you can go down and then off to the east.
Yeah, then we can go back.
So
to the church.
Right.
You start to walk down, and they're fairly easy enough. It's easy enough to spot once you get there, because it's a. It seems to be a cart or a big wagon sort of thing, similar to Troubadour's thing, not as ostentatious.
Yeah.
And on the outside, on the doors that are open, you can see guns. It's
Lots
just
of guns.
Yeah. You can see, so there's on one section you can see different sort of pistols, different types of pistols. Some have barrels on them, others are just a one shot. Yeah, one shot kind of weapons. On the other end there's rifles of different types. And there's just different sizes, and just below there's a couple of different shotguns that you can see have that seem like they would have a spread. And you can see that the proprietor seems to be just sitting there and looking at something that's on his table. He seems to have a couple of, not tweezers, but things to be working with, delicate small bits. And he starts to
Specialized tools for tinkering.
yeah, specialized tools for tinkering. And he seems to be working on something. And as you sort of approach, you see behind him on a wooden board, it seems to be this really ornate looking rifle, which has the tube is metal, and underneath where the trigger and the stock is, it seems to be made of this beautiful white looking wood. And sort of etchings along it and all that sort of thing. Beautiful looking gun, lever action. I love it. I love it too much.
Stop.
But yeah,
This is a Destiny thing.
yes, it is. But yeah, it's
Very specific.
I
It is a
will
very specific
wander on up.
But yeah, there's that.
Sexy gun.
It is a very sexy gun. But yeah, you get there and he sort of looks up. He looks up at you, and as he looks up at you, his left eye is still looking down.
Nice.
But this guy looks like he's a human man. Human. A human man, balding on top, sort of grey, black hair going into greys. You get the sense he's probably late 40s, early 50s, and it's just the sides and the back. He seems to be wearing, there's a leather apron. He's wearing gloves and seems to be working with these tinkering tools. He's got on his other eye there's a monocle almost that seems to be going down to his neck, and he looks up at you and he says, "Welcome, I'm Boomstick."
Heseltoops, practitioner of the arcane.
Boomstick, practitioner of boomsticks.
Things.
Right. I was hoping you might be able to help me.
Of course.
I am unfamiliar with your devices. However, I was looking to outfit a militia of around 6 individuals. Peasants, not overly skilled with weapons, but enough to place a well-earned shot with a longbow.
Okay. So the way, do you want to get an understanding of how these work, or?
Yes, and what might best outfit a small group such as that?
I mean, it depends on the range that you're looking for. I mean, if it's fairly close range, you'd be better off with those, and he points at the pistols. They'll give you an effective range of about 30 feet accurately, about 60 feet. Gets a bit dodgy. There's also, if you've got them right up in front of someone, there's those, and those do heavy damage. He points down the shotguns. It's like, well, that's got an effective range of about 10 feet, and that'll do a whole bunch of damage. 15 feet at a rather heavy disadvantage. But not so heavy damage. If you're looking for long range,
blunderbuss style.
yeah. Like blunderbuss style, like
Shotgun
like
kinda,
two big old barrels with sort of flared ends to increase spread. And those ones there are for long range. They have a similar range to a longbow. So if your militia are well trained with longbows and are used to that range, that's probably what you want to go for. Fair warning though, if they are used to bows rather than anything else, this will take a bit of getting used to, because there's a fair bit of a kickback.
Of course.
Especially in those ones, he points down to the front shotguns.
Yes.
Yes. The way they usually work, they take a bit longer to load compared to bows.
Yes.
So you would effectively, you see he picks up a pistol that he's got, and he pulls the hammer back and locks it. So put a shot in there, and powder goes in here.
Mm-hmm.
Powder is highly flammable,
Right.
so no open flames near it, please.
I
and-
look over it and
And well, once it's loaded, you point and you pull the trigger mechanism. And so he pulls the trigger, and you see the hammer just. That creates a spark, which creates an explosion, which hurls a projectile that's in the barrel towards its intended target.
Ingenious.
Because it's a controlled explosion, every action has opposite reaction,
Yes.
so bit of a kickback.
Right. Interesting. I think. Well, what are we looking at price-wise here? If I were to try to acquire 6 of your long-ranged implements,
Well-
what do you call them?
Pistols, shotguns, rifles.
Rifles. Right. I'd be looking at possibly 6 of those. The rifles.
6 of the rifles. So the standard cost of any one of my rifles, is 60 gold each.
Mm-hmm.
And I can also, if you're buying 6 of them together, I'll also give you about 20 shots plus enough gunpowder to sustain 20 shots. I've got 2 types of pistols here, rifles here. So there's single shot ones, that's 60 gold. There's also a set of 2-shot rifles that, so he picks one up, and you see that there's 2 barrels. There's 2 barrels which you can shoot, and then you can, so he clicks it, and then you can turn the barrel completely, so that so you load 2 shots in,
Yeah.
1 barrel fires.
Yeah.
the hammer,
You're actually
turn it
twisting
around,
the.
you're twisting the actual barrel itself and firing it again.
Yes. How much for the double shots?
The double barrels are 90 gold each.
90?
Once they run out, they take a while to reload. Most people are proficient with it, or have had a little bit of training with it. Takes about 6 seconds.
Of course.
So effectively, once you fire the shot on it, you have to use your entire action to reload.
I would like to acquire 6 of your double shots.
Of course. He grabs 6 of them, puts them on the table. Let me grab you the shot for it and the gunpowder.
20
those ones
for each of them,
90?
correct?
90 each.
90 each. Yes.
Jeez.
540 gold.
Yeah, 540.
So he grabs basically 20 rounds times 6,
Yeah.
and he grabs big old thing of
120.
big old thing of gunpowder as well, and sets it next to it. Be very, very careful with that. It is highly explosive, and there's a lot of that in there. So
Keep me
Magical powder.
no, it's just something that you can find in the earth.
Would
refine.
you be able to just quickly give a demonstration,
Of course,
just so he can then teach?
of course. Coming back, you see him
Excellent.
sort of. He closes the front things, and you see him step out the back, and there is behind it. There's bit of a shooting range that he's got set up, like a very ramshackle shooting range, with like empty bottles on the thing.
Yeah.
And he's got try before you buy
Yeah.
weapons set up there. So he walks up to one of them. He picks up the rifle that he's got there. It's a double barrel rifle like the one that he's selling you. Pretty worn, like it's been used a few times. So he shows you how to like separate the barrels from the hammer. He loads a shot and packs it with the
Powder.
with powder. So he loads both of those in, clicks it together, and hands it to you. So that the butt of it rests on your shoulder. You bring it up. So he's sort of mirroring it.
Hopefully there's no like houses around here.
Says he brings it up and he says, "Look at the little sight at the end of it." So as you sort of raise it up, you can see there is a sight at the end of it. It's like that's in the general vicinity of what it'll hit.
Right.
And when you're ready, just pull the trigger.
Pull it.
Yes, squeeze it with your finger.
Alright. I'll aim down as much best I can and
Cool. Roll an attack with disadvantage. No, it's not disadvantage. It's just
No proficiency.
no
No
proficiency,
proficiency.
so just with my dex. So that's going to
Or
be +3.
Maybe disadvantage if he's not used to it.
That is a 6 plus 3, so that's a what, 8?
9.
9.
yeah.
6 plus 3 is 9.
Oh, sorry. 9.
And also make
Nice.
a strength saving throw.
Yeah,
Yay,
yeah.
basic
So
math!
Hessel has a strength of 8. His skeletons have a strength of 10. So, yeah.
It shatters your shoulder blade.
Yeah,
your
Essel's
blade.
arm comes
A strength saving throw?
Yeah.
I have a -1 to my strength saving throw. Let's see. That's a 7.
7.
Yeah.
You fire it, and the kick is immense.
Yeah.
You shoot it, and as you squeeze, there's this just overwhelming. You hear the explosion go off, and that startles you for a second, and you kind of lose your balance a little bit,
Yeah.
and then the kick just like right in your shoulder. You go back sort of with it.
Yeah.
The shot goes that way,
Yeah.
and you hit the ground as the gun sort of falls out of your
Yeah.
hand. And you're just lying there. You get the sense this is gonna fucking
Yeah.
bruise. Your ears are ringing, and
That is so much louder up close.
yes. Like I
Hessel
said,
just kind of like sticks his hand up. Yeah.
he grabs you by the hand and pulls you up and says, "Yes, well,
I like it. It's perfect.
hopefully militia can take that kick better than you can."
Quite the kick. Yes. It's something that I think I can work around.
Brilliant.
Just put
Reinforcements.
extra bone on the side.
It's like every time they shoot, like one layer shatters
Yeah.
and then the next layer shatters. It's like when Soul Skeletons fire, it's not just a poof, it's a poof.
Fantastic.
Can I have a try over here?
Of course.
Like backing away, like no
And like
thanks.
he grabs the gun from Hessel, twists it so the second shot's in, he hands it to you.
I'll
Yep.
copy as he showed Hessel and
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick my fingers.
Yeah,
in
this
my
time
ears.
you do. So does Hessel.
I was only to buy DMT.
Yeah. Roll the hit.
that is a 12.
Yeah, you shoot it. So make a strength save. To
12.
yeah, 12's enough for the strength save. It's just you shoot it. You shoot it. And there's a kick, but you're able to hold your ground. And you shoot, and it misses the bottle, but not by much. That's pretty good for your first ever shot.
I'm like kind of tempted.
Same.
Yeah, that's right. Oh god. Yeah.
Should I try just for fun?
You should.
It's like Mason's playing Doom, just...
it has quite the kick to it.
Yeah, I've got a -2 strength, so
Really?
why not?
Yeah.
You're welcome to try one of the smaller ones if that's a bit.
No, you should
You
try
take
one
a
of the large
shotgun.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a shotgun there as well. It's like you can try any one of them.
Hessel's going to because he's wanting to experiment, I've already got a firing line idea in my mind. So he's going to kind of test it out a little bit. He's going to just put his hand on Ophelia's shoulder, the shoulder that the butt will be resting on.
Yep. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. He reloads
Just
it
on
for you
the back of your shoulder.
Yeah. He reloads it for you because it needs to be reloaded. But yeah.
Cool. Dex, give me a second, 11.
11 total.
Yeah.
And make a strength save. You can make the strength save with advantage because Hessel is bracing you. Oh.
Bye.
Bye.
Would you like to borrow a d20?
That's,
No, it's okay. It's just right there. Wait.
that's a 10.
Oh my god, I thought it was a fucking 20.
No,
I've got another one
roll
here.
that
so
in your thing.
19 minus 2 is 17.
Nice.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
Yeah.
You
sound
shoot.
stronger than like.
Yeah,
yeah,
you sort of overcompensate seeing the recoil, and that sort of works with Hessel sort of bracing you as well. That works, and you're able to hold your ground as you fire
Absolutely
it.
miss, but
Yeah,
you know.
you absolutely missed. Like shot goes well wide, but
It's only one worse than I did.
yeah, your shot goes wide, but
I don't fall
You don't
over,
fall
and
over.
that's good.
but your shoulder fucking hurts.
It's fine. Yeah, it's good. It's cool.
Well, I
Just kind of shifted over to the other hand because my arms is kind of like
Yup.
dead and just handed
Yeah,
it.
that sort of
I'm just gonna grab my
numb.
dice.
So, yeah.
what I envision is 6 skeletons in a line, each with a hand here. So the one at the front's actually aiming.
Yeah.
So first one's going to take the shot. Other one has its hand on it. It takes a shot, and then as soon as it's taken the shot, it kneels, and then the one behind it steadies up, and the other one behind it's already got their hand on it, takes the shot, kneels, and then once they get to the end of the 6, they all, on the next turn rise back up type thing, get ready to shoot again.
That's so
It's just the
fucking
last,
cool.
The last one in the row gets fucked up.
The last one in the row is going to get fucked up,
Yeah.
or alternatively, that one just kind of goes back around to the front and just holds its action.
That's the bigger reinforced one.
Well,
Yeah.
the one at the front, after the second shot, rotates round to the back so that they can help, but also reload.
The one at the
Yeah.
front drops down and then crawls between the legs of the other ones. and comes up.
There are ways.
While reloading.
like that kid's game.
There are ways, yes. Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
SpongeBob's back machine.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I would love to take 6 of those off your hands and
Brilliant.
the powder for it. How does one acquire more of this powder? Where is it produced other than here?
Well, in cars, you'll probably find it you can find it here in Azghrol cars. So come to me. There's a couple of others that I know of. that
Did you
sell
just
it.
call Azghrol cars?
No. He
Oh.
said but he did say
In
in
car.
cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he said cars, and I was
No. I was just like, that's just
In-
like a cool,
No, in
shorthand for
cars.
it. Yeah.
He said in cars. He said specifically. He said in cars within Azghrol cars. You can find it in these sort of places.
Right.
Or you can also find it in. There's a whole bunch of merchants in Big Boulder that'll be able to sell it to you. There's a pretty rich mine down those ways.
Right. Excellent.
cool.
Thank you.
From
I'm
the
starting to get
sentence
the-
structure, you get the sense when he said cars, he meant the north.
Right.
Ah.
Okay.
See, that's what I was wondering about with how people say it, which was like I wanted the commonly used term, so I don't.
You're also asking for the commonly term in the Orcish region.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you call it cars while in
Big Boulder.
Figure
yeah,
you
or-
get mugged. Yeah.
shanked.
Right. So,
Yeah.
120
It's like Montreal in
shots
Canada.
and 6 double rifles.
It's called mugging, but it's when
So-
the dwarf beats you with his own.
Yeah.
There's been a mugging.
So, that's 540 gold.
Cool.
Correct?
More gold
He-
than I got.
he grabs the gold off you and puts it away, and he says, "Well, that's with that kind of gold, I'm assuming you're adventurers of some sort."
You might say such.
I don't know what your plans are here, or anywhere else for that matter, but if you do find yourself going towards Big Boulder, I wouldn't mind if you are able to acquire some additional gunpowder. For me. It's... we've had some trouble recently with trade disputes.
What kind of trouble?
Well, situation up here in Kaz is a bit tense. The dwarves and the orcs don't like each other, not very much. They've got and it all sort of started with the disputes in Daundor. So Daundor is where Mana Stone comes from. As in its origin.
Well,
it's where it's mined from. It's pretty much the only place in all of Alaja that has Mana Stone.
And what was the name of that place? Sorry.
Daundor.
Okay, cool.
A joint mining operation was set up as a truce at the end of the war between Vigbaldur and Azghrol Kaz. But as you know, some people just can't get along, and that leads to trust issues and a whole bunch of other nonsense. The orcs are convinced that the dwarves are somehow stealing some of the Mana Stone, whereas the dwarves, they treat the orcs terribly.
We haven't seen any dwarves here yet, have we?
That's a one. Like you haven't seen dwarves. You like. Come to think of it, you probably haven't even seen halflings. Because they're too dwarf.
Don't like short people.
They're dwarf adjacent.
Dwarfish.
Yeah. So things got a bit heated. I don't know what the issue is up in Daundor, but that sort of cut off the Mana Stone export from Daundor about a month or so ago. That also sort of had a bigger political issue. Both ends met. Trade agreements were severed, so now I've got limited gunpowder.
So
I've got people running it for me. There's parties that'll run through the mountains, run gunpowder from one to the other, smuggle them, if that's what you want to call it. And I mean, I'm always looking for more. So if you are able to get me some, I'm more than happy to pay you a.
Is it technically illegal now? Or
It's not illegal. Like gunpowder is
no
not illegal.
channels for it.
There's just no channels for it. So the people that are getting it in town, they know that it's coming from Vigbaldur. But because the orcs,
It's
don't
not
like
just going through a company.
well, no, it's not. It's very clear. Like people of the Apex, they know that we're smuggling gunpowder, but at the end of the day, we're smuggling it from the enemies that don't really care.
Right. But the enemy would care.
Yes, almost definitely.
Right.
If they find out that their precious gunpowder is being taken to Azghrol Kaz, so the horror, you'd probably be, I don't know,
if we
executed,
could,
murdered, blah, blah, blah.
If we could garner
that's
some
important.
official transportation of gunpowder, or rather acquire you a large sum of gunpowder, would you be able to teach me the method through which you create this powder from the raw resource itself?
The problem is, I don't create the actual powder.
I
That's what
see.
they refine it, and they've got their own processes that I know nothing about.
Fantastic. That helps me as well.
But yes, I mean, if you're able to bring me the blueprints on how to make it, I will absolutely teach you how to do it. And yeah,
Right. We will certainly keep that in mind. Should we find ourselves in Vigbaldur, perhaps we'll see if we can acquire some of that.
beautiful place
powder.
with Vigbaldur actually, but you know, sucks that we can't go out there.
We never know where the wind may take us.
Correct.
Just while we're here, right, no, we're trying to find a library of sorts. Do you know if there's anything in town like that?
The only libraries that I know of, well, proper libraries that I know of, are up in the Apex.
Right.
More after a church.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of those floating about. Not literally floating about, but there's
That's good to hear.
we don't want any of that fancy Voxmore shit.
I don't know how comforting that is to hear.
Well, yes. So you can find there's a couple of churches. There's a church of Grimsh not too far south of here. There's a church of, I believe it's the Raven Queen, eastwards, and then another Grimsh church northeast.
I think we'll investigate that first Rouge church.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Boomstick. I appreciate your.
You're welcome.
Yes.
People have been actually pretty nice and chill in this town so far. It's kind of a nice change.
Good city.
If you can get used to all the loud people. This whole black dragonborn man just bellowing at the top of his voice.
You want to be very careful around that, especially with the powder that you carry.
He likes fire.
Duly noted, I tend to stay away from those sort of people. You're not those sort of people, are you?
Of course not.
No.
Good. Okay. You see him as he's moving his
Ophelia's got
as he's-
fucking lightning.
as he's
shit.
moving his
Yeah.
head about, that eye just lags behind very slowly.
I have much more of an affinity for water. So, and I'll just shape water on whatever I can find. If he has if there's any source of water around. It's
Yeah,
just floated.
there's a little cup of water that he's using as part of his.
I'll just quickly
construction.
build that and change it into a rose, like I did at Valia's Mansion, briefly. Just have it freeze, and then
Careful with that sort of stuff. There's people with axes about.
I've been told about that, and I'll just kind of revert it back to its normal self.
I mean, again, most people here don't care. I don't know where these idiots showed up from.
Sounds like a cult, right?
Well, there's a lot of cults here. It's not very it's not like the traditional cults that we know here in Azghrol. Not the brainwashing type. They're more of just the slinging propaganda type.
The riders don't stop these individuals.
They would if they saw them. They would if they saw them outright murder someone. But
I guess
it's just
talking can't really.
freedom of speech and all that.
Well, thank you, Boomstick.
You're most welcome. And you are.
Heseltooms, as I said.
Oh, yes,
Practitioner
that's
of magic.
correct. Heseltooms,
And I'll just
practitioner
kind of load these 6 into the bag of holding.
That is a very useful thing that I wish I had.
Come in handy.
All right. Well,
Thank you.
best be on our way. Thank you.
Thank you. You've basically paid for a few months' worth of existing. Yeah, so free opens the thing. Gets back into the thing and starts to work on whatever he's working on.
Head towards the church.
Yeah, as we're walking away, I'll kind of talk to others. I think it'll take me a little while before I can properly implement those weapons, but I think they might be of assistance. Perhaps in the challenge to come, even.
And that's
Yeah.
a day away.
Can your minions learn?
That's a good question.
From what I've seen so far, yes, they can be taught. They understand the school of war more than anything else. I doubt I could teach them how to paint, but they seem proficient when it comes to taking life in its many forms.
They're not proficient with firearms, though.
That is a
They're proficient with
terrifying
siege
sentence
weaponry.
when you say that.
Yeah, but not firearms.
Yeah.
Because firearms are very specific proficiency.
Yeah.
Not really transferable from siege weaponry.
Trebuchet.
A catapult is not like a rifle.
I mean, you pull a thing.
True, a rifle
Yeah, but so is
probably-
playing the harp.
Yes.
A rifle probably has less kickback than a ballista.
Yep, that's very true.
I'll on the way to the church. I'll again do the enhance ability and keep an eye out as we're doing a
Cool.
walking street. Now we're going in a different direction.
Roll an investigation check.
And I'm rolling so well today. 9.
Do you want my dice? I'll take yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't see anything.
Cool.
Cool. You start to head out towards the south. And about 10 minutes down that way, you find this building. It's very clearly a church of some sort. It's got a tall tower kind of a thing, and it's been constructed out of stone and wood and thatch on the roof. And up the front, there seems to be on the door. Almost sort of like burnt into the door.
Did you look the light?
Like wood, like
It's like up the top and I go.
wood burning when they charge wood.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's been done that way, and it's a symbol of a massive, angry-looking eye.
I like eyes.
Yeah.
Good motif.
Very much church. So the door seems to be open when you sort of swing the handle, and you open it. And as you sort of step inside, it's dark. Like it's dark and damp. Like there's windows, but they're sort of stained to limit the amount of light that comes into here.
Stained glass, not.
Not stained glass.
Just
They've
stained,
been
like
stained.
Yep.
They're just glass that is stained.
The glass that is
Filthy
stained.
windows.
Yeah, filthy windows. Almost as if it's been done intentionally to reduce the amount of light that comes.
Oh,
into
gotta get
it.
that goth aesthetic.
Yeah. But yeah, as you step inside, there's a bunch of chairs, chairs like pews that go all the way up, and there is an altar at the top. And again, that eye motif is everywhere. That seems to be the sort of symbol of Grush.
And Grush is that an Orcish?
Orcish god.
Do I know anything about that?
You can make a
Or
a
history?
religion check.
I'm not great at religion, but
Yeah, I don't have any religion proficiency.
17.
17. Not bad. Yeah. So Grush is a Orcish god, and he's sort of envisioned as a grey-skinned orc, big and like plated armor, but with one eye.
Mm-hmm.
So
like a
Cyclops.
Cyclops.
Yeah, like a cyclops.
But with
He's
the
got
tusks.
yes, he's got big old tusks, and carries a spear made of bone.
Spear what?
And yeah, I mean that's
his deal.
that's his deal. There's like he's it's from generally what you know is he's sort of depicted about 10 foot tall. He's an orc covered in battle scars, so he is very much a war god
Gotcha.
type of thing.
Remembering that, I'll just kind of like lean over to Heston. Like, I think he's the Church of War God.
That's good.
And so as you sort of recall that and sort of look at the altar that's up there, so behind it there's like where in a standard church you'd see candles and stuff like that, there is broken weaponry. So broken swords and axes and shields and all that just jammed into the ground itself. But, like, broken shields, like anything that you see there has very clearly been broken in battle, and it's also just set up there. And almost every piece of gear has the holy symbol, which is that of an eye. Let me just make sure that.
For a second.
Is it the I one or is it the one that looks like a V?
It's actually this one. Where is it? It's a bleeding eye, so you can see.
Okay.
Oh, right. Okay.
Different.
Gross.
Yeah,
Bleeding eye.
yeah, it's an eye with a large drop of blood that seems to be one bloodshot eye that seems to have a
Tear.
bloody tear
Nice.
dripping from it.
Hessel's just thinking about his own eye symbols. I will look around the space to see if I can find a living soul.
Look around, and it seems to be pretty empty at the moment.
Hello.
Hello, hello. And you hear sort of you hear from the shadows just welcome, 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 welcome.
I'd like to ask some questions, if that's all right.
What do you bring? What do you bring in return?
You would like an offering?
Yeah, he doesn't respond to that.
Do we have anything that was broken in battle? Besides Hassel.
Just jam Hessel into that. Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Sorry.
Bring you this weapon.
I don't have much in my bag of holding because it's mostly skeletons.
Some of them were probably broken about it.
I have a great
They
axe.
most certainly are. I know that there are more weapons in the other bag of holding.
Not much.
We sold most of them, didn't we?
Yeah. I just kind of look over at Hessel and I'm just like, I'm sorry.
Nothing in there? Damn.
I keep shit in the top drawer.
I take out my dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Had this since I was a boy. I
Well-
go over and I stab it into
Yeah, it's,
the altar.
you stab it into, and it's basically this large sort of pit of dirt, mud, that you can stab things into, and they sort of stay there. So you stick your dagger into it, and let go, and you wait a couple.
It still has Hessel's blood on it
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
him stabbing
Yeah.
himself with it.
Was
So-
under the sea? Probably not.
Yeah, maybe.
You,
I did put it back into the sheath.
you wait for a bit of a moment, and he says, and you hear, "Your offering is accepted. Your offering is accepted. It is accepted. Ask your question, and it shall be answered. It shall be answered. You ask your questions, and it shall be answered."
Why are you so creepy?
I hope the shadows have eyes. These symbols are upon my body, and I start to, and just kind of like drop down the cloak and the rest. Not the arcane runes, these others, the brands, not the tattoos. Do you know them? What do they mean?
They have no meaning to the one-eyed god. To the one-eyed god. They have no meaning to the one-eyed god.
What of a city? Old, lost to time. The pyramid.
They have no meaning to the one-eyed god. They have no meaning to the one-eyed god.
Right. Very well. Nestle just starts to like pull back up.
You dress back up, and turn around to leave.
Yeah, I've got no attachment to the dagger.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, dude.
I leave.
And start to walk back. Is there anything else that you guys?
You asked him about the runes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not about the eyes.
About the
The eye.
what eye?
Well, that's on Manibus. Sorry.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to ask one more question?
Yes, thank you for visiting.
There doesn't seem to be a response, so you don't know.
So I'm just thinking. Oh my god, my brain's just like not working anymore.
Cool.
I'm outside waiting.
Cool.
Yeah.
You'll exit this temple of Rouge. As you sort of step out again, there's that cold sort of leaves you, because like, as you went in there, it's like this cold, damp, lightless kind of space. As you sort of stepped out, it's just, nice and warm again. And yeah,
Is it warmer up here in the north?
it is. You get the sense that probably if you start going up the mountains, it'll get colder, but where you are currently, it's not. It's not very cold. It's a lot warmer, and it's a dry heat as well. Whenever the wind sort of blows, that red sand starts to, or that red dust starts to get everywhere. Yeah.
All right. Well, did you want to go to another one?
No, I don't think religion will help us here.
I still think that it would be a good idea to talk to Amara.
Possibly. Possibly. I don't know what they would know of this place.
Yeah. Probably what I meant. All right. Well, I guess. What time is it now? Like 3?
Yeah, about 3, coming to about 4 o'clock, I'd say.
So we know that there is the other church, which was the.
There's a Raven Queen one,
Right,
and
there's a Raven
then
Queen.
there's another one of Rouge.
I mean, you can head back, but I thought I might visit the Raven Queen one.
Would you like your company?
I think I should be alright.
Right.
It's not like I've been off on my own much, so.
You guys part ways. You heading towards the church of the Raven Queen, whereas the other two heading back to the inn.
I'm probably going to try and see if I can find a spot outside of the town, like a decent distance away, so that I can do some practice firing.
Okay.
Before firing, it would be just
aiming.
teaching them. Actually, I'd probably go back to the inn and just a room in there,
Yeah.
and actually show them the process of loading them, clicking them into position,
Not shooting
unloading,
in
clearing
the
it,
inn.
and stuff like that. And yeah, making sure not to give them the command to actually shoot.
Yep.
But then aiming, and then also trying to get out positioning and stuff like that. Just doing effectively a dry run rehearsal
Sweet.
as best as possible.
And while you're
And just keep on.
while you
Might we just
you're
like
off,
take a slightly longer route back so we can just like walk through another part of the city?
Definitely, yeah. And if you need another pair of eyes, I'm more than happy to look out for
maybe do
things.
so.
Also a very good investigation.
Sorry?
Also a very good investigation.
Sure.
You can roll investigation with advantage if you like.
I will do that. Jesus Christ.
Noise.
Okay. Wow.
What
One of those
is
is
loud?
one of those is a natural one.
Oh, that's good.
The other one is going to be a 22.
Hell yeah.
You're fairly confident that that symbol isn't in this part. That you don't see it anywhere in this part of town.
The symbol that he's looking for.
Yeah.
Yep. Not around here.
Thank you for your help.
In this sort of new section that you've sort
Yeah.
of walked through.
Yeah. Doesn't mean it's not. I could always send Manibus out to scout the town for a while.
That's I'll do some asking around tomorrow. It'll be easier to find the person in the symbol, I think.
Cool.
I'm going to be drilling with the Scuddersons, I think.
as you all make it back. Let's pivot back to Mason. Is there anything that you were doing while they were away, or just
Swaying.
drunkenly
trying not to
chilling with-
sneeze.
Trying not to be experimented on.
I mean, after a little bit, after like a bowl of like getting rolling out a cook my bowl of mashed potato, I would probably, and then eating it, I'd probably allow him to try his. Like I've gone past the like I'm like sad as shit and drunk. I'm like I'm just drunk now. Like fuck
Yeah.
yeah, give
Why
it a
not,
try.
man? Why not?
Okay, cool.
I'll do a cartwheel.
What's the worst that could happen?
Rogar goes, right, okay, let me bring my notes out. And he grabs some notes, just opens it, like, puts a whole bunch of papers in front of him. Right, okay.
Like being inside out.
I have Newt.
Ooh, must
And he reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out, like, what looks to be a long dead frog.
Hey, it was close.
Yeah, it onto the table. And
Is it like dried out?
yeah, they're very dried out.
Putting the other away.
Yeah,
he grabs
better than squishy.
he grabs something else and just like some sort of powder, which he sprinkles on top of it, and he's
Salt.
yeah, and he just like
To taste.
and then he
It's French.
does a little thing in that quill. Yeah, that quill shoots over to where this frog is and sort of starts drawing a circle of runes around the frog that's been salted now. And yeah, he sort of starts to mutter something under his breath. And eventually the circle lights up, goes from a deep blue to an orange to deeper orange, and there's a and then goes, well, that wasn't supposed to happen, but I think it should still work. He grabs very toasted frog and he goes, you need to swallow that.
Double dairy.
Do I need to keep it down?
As long as you can. It is a very salty frog. And
My
he
mom
goes,
had to eat frogs during chefing school, and she waited until the instructor had his back turned and just went bleh into the garbage can.
yeah, you wait for a bit. There's this like a very tingly sensation in your stomach, and then your stomach just cramps. It's like it hurts, and it's just terrible. He's like, well, how do you feel?
It fucking hurts.
That should not have happened. Do you feel any other side effects? Do you feel less drunk?
Do I feel less?
You just
No,
feel
you
more
don't.
pain.
like it hurts.
You don't feel any less drunk.
No.
Right. Okay. I can fix this.
Oh no.
And Topaz is like, he's looking at you, he's like, no.
I'm just gonna let him go through with it all. I got hit points to burn, baby.
Mason's gonna have different hair color when we get back.
Mason's not gonna
He's not gonna have hair.
or eyebrows.
Yeah.
could brew something for this. You see, he sort of pulls out a pocket cauldron, like a little one. He puts
Like
it there. Yeah. Well, bigger, so not that big. He puts it down onto that circle, and he starts to mutter incantations, starts adding shit to it. You see, it's like it starts to bubble, and it's like smoke goes from greyish white to billowing white to black to a purple.
And then
There's
A whole.
like he finishes it
I
and he
like
goes,
that every spell he casts just ends with a column of fire.
yeah, and he completes that, and then he goes, right,
Flambe.
okay. He pulled out a different potion. You can tell it's a potion because it's like in the bottle with cork. So drink this first. You drink it. You feel it.
Pain.
It stings a little bit. Like it stings a little bit going down, but you feel almost. It's a resistance to acid.
Okay.
Then he grabs the cauldron.
Maybe should have
And
done
then
that
just, like-
first.
Yeah. He grabs a cauldron and a little wooden bowl, and he's just like
Oh,
the like purple substance.
does it try to climb back out of that bowl?
No, it doesn't.
No.
He hands it
Is there a
to
face in it going, oh.
no.
Oh,
There
it's
isn't.
made of purple ooze.
He hands it to you, and he goes, "That should solve it." Yes.
The drunkenness or the sore?
The sore. It might cure the drunkenness. Who knows?
Just slurp it like a jello shot.
Yeah, it's like a jello shot. And just like
It's a very
goes straight
big
down,
jello.
and like
He's just made acid to dissolve the frog. and that's it.
it's exactly that. Like you drink it, and it burns going down, but then you feel the potion that you drank earlier seems to counteract the
Thank God.
acid. And it goes down, and you feel the pain sort of get more and more intense for a second, and then it just sort of eases.
What's that potion? Just vinegar.
Yeah. It just
little bit of baking soda.
it's like your stomach unclenches. You still feel drunk as fuck, but you just feel horrible because there's a
Poison
dissolved.
with poison.
Yeah, there's a dissolved fucking frog in your stomach. Well, I tried.
Hold on,
Clearly,
Can I see that bag of yours a second?
yes.
It's going to take a bit to do that.
I can. He casts prestidigitation.
The bar when you try to get it
He
out,
goes
it'll be fine.
prestidigitation, and like the outside of it clears up. It's like
As long as you don't
I just
reach
have to
it.
make sure that I don't think of that when I'm reaching it.
Try not to. Just make sure that every time that you reach in there, you don't think about vomit.
Oh man. It's like I lost the game earlier today.
Oh, fuck you.
Well, that was an interesting experiment. I apologize for the pain. Thank you for being my test subject.
You're welcome.
Yes. And as you sort of sit around and have that experience with Rogar, we'll take our next break. Alright, so after your visit to the Cathedral of Grumsh,
We split
That's a
off.
fun
you
word.
split up. Yeah, Cathedral of Grumsh. You
Mighty Grush.
yeah, the party splits up. The Hessel and Callian head back to the bar.
I am
and
doing the
scenic route.
splitting for once.
Yeah, and Ophelia heads off to the Temple of the Raven Queen.
That's right.
Is there anything that any of you guys are doing? other
Just
than-
doing Civil War
Sweet.
reenactments in my bedroom.
Cool, perfect. That's cool.
Hopefully with a
So,
little less,
Yeah.
racism.
Ophelia,
Yeah.
eventually you find this structure, and it's effectively a large black metal box from the looks of things. It's this cube-shaped structure made out of black metal. And the only reason you know it's a cathedral temple to the Raven Queen is the Raven Queen symbol, the porcelain mask with the raven, is above the door.
I'm gonna pause, make sure that my Moonweaver symbol is showing.
Yep.
And then I go inside.
You open the door and step inside, and it is cold in here. Like, as soon as you step past the threshold, there is this cold that seeps into your bones. You step in and close the door behind you, and it's very dimly lit in here. Like, when I say very dimly lit, the only sources of light are these very tiny ever-burning torches that are around this place. So it gives a really eerie feel as you step inside. As you step a bit further, there's you can see a few people here. There are no pews. It's just an empty space with what looks to be a pool of water in the middle. And there are two people attendants standing on either side, robed and wearing a porcelain mask. They're just
creepy.
standing there.
No other worshippers.
Doesn't seem to be.
I guess there's probably set times for that. How big inside is this place?
It's about 60 foot. 60 feet on either edge. So it's a 60 feet by 60 feet by 60 feet cube, roughly.
I will go a little bit closer to those people.
Mm-hmm.
Once I'm like 20 feet away or 15 feet away, whatever, I'll just kind of give a little curtsy.
They sort of bow their heads.
I was hoping to ask a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
Ask away. One of the.
I have a friend, someone close to me, and they've lost their soul, but they are still living.
Is this an undead situation?
Yes and no. They are alive, they have a pulse, but there's something different about them.
Undeath is very unnatural.
They're not dead. They're not undead. They just don't have feelings anymore.
See all the person inside lifts the porcelain mask, and you can see there's there seems to be a elven man behind the mask. He goes, do you mean metaphorically or?
Sorry, it's kind of funny. Just like
hold up.
sorry, can you please go again?
I also do love it's just, hey, I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah.
So Hessel is undead. Confirmed.
Yeah, but they don't like undead things. So like, I kind of got the impression that they weren't a fan of undead stuff. So we're not
And
going
he's
to talk
not
about that.
undead. He's just undead.
Yeah. He doesn't have feelings. They don't have emotions.
I know of people that can seem cold and emotionless.
No, like literally doesn't have doesn't that was the worm. I was like, what the fuck?
Sorry.
No, you gotta unpackage your worm.
Sorry, let me get mine too.
I don't know why I felt a sudden need to do that.
It's like,
It was louder than I expected.
Anyway. They are living, breathing, talking, walking. They have logic, but no.
So do many undead. It's, as my colleague mentioned, very unnatural. It goes against the design of life and death itself.
Is there a way to bring that soul back if it was taken from them?
That is frowned upon. You see him. He's noticed your Moonweaver pendant. Sorry. And he says, in our faith, we believe that once a soul is passed, it needs to be ferried to the other side.
What if it was taken?
How would you take a soul from a living creature? That's
For concept
not
not found.
possible.
Ba-doom.
I've heard of wizards and arcane practitioners capturing a soul before.
A soul cage.
Yes. And
But from a dead soul. Dead person.
it's still a soul. Live or dead. It is. It's what makes us human. Well,
So, if I was to find another soul just lying around and put it in the person with no soul, would they be the same person that they were before?
That's a very interesting philosophical question.
So theoretically, philosophically.
There's a chance.
Sure. It's, I mean, if you
Because
take...
is it their personality?
Well,
Is
if
it...
you take... It's like, if you were able to somehow
What is
extract...
a soul? Sorry.
It just echoes.
It just echoes like soul.
Sorry. It's been a stressful week. It's been stressful.
What is a soul is a very difficult question. One that a lot of people have been searching the answers to. So unfortunately I can't help you there. However, this transplanting of a soul, it's a concept that would be almost impossible to test. There are ways that creatures of different divinity have the ability to recall a soul should it be willing from death.
Bring them back to life.
Bring somebody back, resurrect them. In most cases, the soul hasn't fully been ferried to the other side yet. And there are those that that have the ability to bring back a soul that's been long since ferried to the other side.
And if it was in one of these cages, it wouldn't be able to be brought back?
You would have to find the cage and break it, so to speak.
Right. Okay. I think we would probably do that.
Are you all right, child?
I'm sorry,
If you're trying to bring someone back from the dead, it's not generally a good idea. You're gonna...
No, I do know that.
Death is supposed to be final. It's supposed to be the end of a life and the beginning of a new one.
And I do understand that. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to turn on my airplane mode. Go away. And I believe that as well in some ways. Sometimes I feel like if something is wrong, then you kind of have to try to fix it, right?
Yes. But right and wrong can be rather subjective. For example, our matron believes, and so do we, that bringing something back from the dead, bringing a soul back once it's passed on, is wrong.
And if they haven't passed on?
For the soul to have left their body, they would have. It's not possible to sever a soul from a living body. That would be absurd.
Maybe I got it wrong.
I'm that bitch.
I like the idea of just coming back to mom and going, it's Cecil.
No, I feel like
They would immediately fucking burn you to death or whatever, like...
Yeah, problem solved either way.
Those struggling with this concept have very often come to our matron in search of guidance. They find a fair bit of clarity by convening with her. Your allegiance doesn't necessarily have to lie with one deity. There are multiple,
Yes.
and sometimes it's about finding which one fits with your ideals.
Right. Thank you for your time. Theoretically, what is a warlock to you then? Is a living creature who is already given its soul?
Not necessarily. The soul isn't the only thing that someone would barter for power. There are a lot of people that take the Raven Queen as a patron. She doesn't require them to give up their souls. She simply requires
Service?
service in many different forms.
So not a strict trade, so to speak. But
Payment for services rendered.
right.
Is that GST inclusive? Or something?
It's the tax law.
It depends on where you form the pact. So if it's in the Forgotten Realms, that's slightly higher tax, which means you gotta.
What is the tax on a human soul?
It's a flat 20%. It's VAT.
Dog soul.
Right. I have to be getting back, but thank you.
We're here should you have more questions. And if this friend of yours is interested in learning, we're more than welcome. We welcome all into our midst.
Even the unnatural?
Especially
Inside check.
Especially the unnatural.
Inside check.
Motherfucker bring out his bag of bones on these people.
Yeah. How do you feel about this?
30 skeleton warriors pull out.
14.
Rifle.
14 for insight.
He seems to believe that he's telling the truth. Especially the unnatural. There are ways of curing them. And making sure they pass on with grace and without.
By curing, you mean getting rid of them?
Holiness.
Well, that's a rather crude way of putting it, but.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your curiosity.
We don't need
I
to
just kind of
What we
give a
have is
little.
this giant blender.
So we are going to kill him, but like.
They just
It's
take a
fine.
seat on this chair here. Don't mind the weird battery system that we've got hooked up to it.
Down the corridor,
Fine.
past the rotating knives.
First we put them in the pool here to cleanse them, and then we hold them down in the pool just to make sure they're very cleansed. It wouldn't work on Hassel because he can just breathe underwater.
That's right, the pool's acid.
No. Okay.
It's actually blood.
Oh,
That's
lovely.
blood.
Yeah, can I just like look down at the pool, like? Cause I'm
It looks like water.
I'll say what?
Because of how dimly lit it is.
Okay. I just kind of give
What's
it a
it?
little.
Just another shade
Yeah,
of
the pool's
black.
black. No, it's water.
I give it a little bow and then back away a little bit and then turn.
As he stands back away, he sort of steps back up to his post, so stands up straight and puts his mask back on.
Right.
You know, Carl, we've warned you not to take off your mask before.
There's been too many
It's your
incidences.
third incident.
We're gonna have to write you up again. It's another citation.
I would leave, close the door carefully behind me. You kind of just like lean back on it against it for a bit.
Yeah, you step outside and it's like suddenly very bright because you've come from a very, very dimly lit room.
Leaving a movie.
Ow. Right. I am going to make my way back to the inn.
And you do so. Arriving back at the inn, Hassel's not here. Mason is passed out on the table.
And I'm still awake. It's still fucking
Yeah.
daytime.
Cool.
I'm just sobering
What
up
is
slowly.
that smell? It smells like acid.
You step in here and it has like this.
And
There's like
swamp.
yeah, there's a smorgasbord of smells. There's like charred dinosaur.
That's right, yeah.
I'm
It's
just
like
like
charred
kind of
dinosaur.
pressing the air a
it's
little
just,
bit and trying to like
it's-
get it
yeah,
out
it's-
a bit,
yeah.
air it out.
Yeah.
And just from upstairs, you'd occasionally hear, just like ever so slightly, just the brace, crouch, stand, fire. Brace, crouch.
Sounds like you're refereeing a scrum.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Touch, pause, engage.
Crouch, bind, engage.
And then you're like xylophone noises from the skeletons bumping into each other.
Yes, yes, definitely.
Where are you?
Can skeletons get concussed?
Downstairs?
Yeah, I'm probably just hanging out with Mason, making sure he's alright.
Yeah.
I'll
And
sit
Rogar's
down
just
beside
sit-
these
yeah.
guys.
And Rogar's still down there with you guys. Just, he hasn't gone off to do anything.
Probably just,
Doesn't tell
yeah.
you.
Finding out what they've been up to since.
I feel like Rogar's probably just like passed out or some shit. You know, doing like old man snoring.
No, he's sort of.
It's not 3 o'clock yet.
It's not
Oh,
3 o'clock. Yeah.
So, did you not find your way back underground?
Well, sort of, but then I'd
You
say
back
there's
in?
more curious. Yeah. Oh, there was more curious things to find above ground. So I sort of decided that I had enough of the underground, and I'm trying to adjust to civilization again.
Fair.
Doing a fantastic job.
Yes, I think so.
Oh my god! Sorry, Amelie had her head in the bag of KFC. She had a chicken bone.
Oh my.
Whoops.
Sorry, you cut that out. But
That stays in. It all stays in.
That fucking little fiend. Jesus.
criminal.
Cut that out, leave all this in.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
Fucking
context.
criminal.
Right, sorry.
She earned it.
Continuing. Did they just not let you back in, or?
The underground said, no more! Stay the fuck
The
out!
funny thing is, we got there and there's a whole army of drow. They wouldn't let us back in.
No, well, yeah, we got back in there and decided that it was a bit too undergroundy. We'd had enough of it. We've been down there for a fair few years, I think. It feels like a fair few years.
Sounds
Not a night all
horrible.
day. You see that he's still got a whole bunch of like papers and stuff just strewn about.
Can I like look over at them and see what it looks like up?
Yeah, he seems to be like there are different elements of different spells that he seems to be working on.
No idea. Hands-free soap.
Roll an Arcana check.
Just like super smudge my glasses. 18.
Looking at them, so one of them is very much, it looks like a cure for drunkenness.
Yeah.
Um,
There's a lot of it crossed out, I'm guessing.
yeah, there's a bunch of it which he's like crossed out and like scribbled in the margins like, not a frog.
Toads.
Question mark, question mark.
Not frog. Toads?
Brung? Question mark, question mark.
Yeah, and another one that he's got over there seems to be
Yeah, maybe more poison.
yeah. See, it seems to be some sort of alchemy research that he's doing, trying to brew different effects into potions and things like that. So he's got just a bunch of those kind of things through that.
Water and
The
fire.
the frog cure. Are you
It didn't work.
Yeah, no, I figured. But are you trying to fight poison with poison?
No, frogs, I thought, had a, frog venom has seemingly has
venomous in this world.
some venomous frogs.
Yeah, I mean there are some like the dart frog is like super poisonous.
Aren't they poisonous, not venomous?
Oh, yes, the poison, venom, whatever, that a frog secretes seemingly, had effects that would counteract alcohol poisoning or drunkenness. But,
Just lick the frog then?
no, consume it.
Did it go well?
No. It looks amazing. Had to impromptu dissolve it in his stomach. With some acid.
You're right.
I gave him an acid resistance potion before.
It only hurt half as much as drinking it would have done. Without it.
Right.
Yes.
I'm fine now. with a smug shit-eating grin.
Is Rogar going to open a wellness clinic?
Who knows?
Essential oils.
Gasoline! Essential!
Get a whiff of that.
And there's like you also see the other thing that's open on his table is his spellbook, and it's open to that page that you finished previously. On his like very well laid out, like overly researching the fireball spell, where he's
It's got like a fireball thing in the middle, and then it's like all these little.
There's another page that's been added to it which talks about accelerants and like how like ways of making it bigger, more back one versus sulfur, better effect, that sort of thing. Like insanely heavy research into specifically the fireball spell. But yeah, it seems to be adding to it. Yeah. And like there's a very what seemed like a very fresh addition to it that says that reads gunpowder.
Oh. I feel like if he got up and left and I crossed it out, he would forget about it.
I feel like if you did it in front of him, he'd forget about it.
Yeah. Just like cover it with my sleeve and go, yeah.
And yeah. And then Topaz is just quietly sitting back and like holding a big tankard of what seems to be milk and just like tapping away at it.
Alright. Well, it's probably like 5-6ish at this moment.
Yeah,
At this
I'd say
point.
about 5-ish.
Have I managed to sober up yet?
Yeah, I'd say
It's been like fucking
yeah, I'd say you've sobered
7 hours.
up. I'd say you've sobered up.
Yes!
It's been like 1.5.
No. I was drinking at like 11.
Sure. Yeah, you were drinking two,
I
like
got you at 3.
It wasn't that late.
I think it was around about like 1.
Yeah, around.
Oh,
around
okay.
2-ish.
Anyway,
Dinner in bed.
yeah. How are we splitting rooms?
By this point, you start to see other patrons have started stepping in and going to their booths and sitting down. And you can see a couple of other people sort of walk through and talk to Ivan. They seemingly know each other. And it starts to, more patrons start to flow in slowly and steadily. And yeah, as the night goes on, it gets busier and busier and busier.
Yeah, we'll have some dinner and then go to bed.
Cool. You order some dinner.
Supposed to come down
in
eventually?
particular?
It's still up there.
Okay. Eventually, I'll go and just like knock on the door and be like, "Hey, you remember that you have to eat, yeah?"
Yeah, as you open the door, darkness floods out into the
I
hallway.
close the door.
Like inky black darkness. And then you just hear Hissel, "Oh, one moment," and then
I mean, I knocked first.
I cancel or I end the spell darkness,
What's he
and you
doing?
can kind of just see it just like load. Well,
What's he doing in the darkness?
just kind of like fold back in, and you can see that the skeletons are sitting on either of the beds that are in there. There's 3 skeletons, 3 on each bed, sitting there with the weapons in their hands, and they were blind. I was effectively blind loading them, teaching them how to feel in the dark as best a skeleton can feel. So more just bone memory rather than muscle memory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Creepy.
As you open the door at that point, once the darkness was cast, the last bits that you see is effectively shadows creeping back into Hessel's shadow, and then almost sort of flowing upwards into the crown.
You just wearing the crown.
I had it on at the moment to be able to use the stuff, yeah. So I'll just kind of like take it off. I didn't realise it had gotten so late. The dark has a way of doing that.
That was the most Hessel that Hessel has been in a while.
Back in for now.
I
And
suddenly feel the urge
just-
to go visit Boomstick and just buy as much guns as my money will allow.
yeah,
Here is everything. Give me guns.
I just open up the bag of holding and get them to step back inside, weapons in hand.
They do.
Right. Lead the way.
Head back downstairs. As you so having dinner, you hear in your head. I know you guys were at Azghrol. It's Issa. Do you know where you are? I would like to come and have a chat.
We're at the Warrior and the Storeroom. The Warrior and the Storeroom Inn.
Brilliant. I'll see you there. And about 45 minutes.
Oh, also there's somebody else here with us, but he's fine.
Noted.
I could buy 15 double barrel rifles.
Excellent. Let's do it.
At some point, Rogar just like you see Rogar start to like nod off, and he's like, I should probably sleep.
Yes. Sound plan.
Wonderful. He starts to pack everything up. He stands up and says, Topaz, come! And he walks off, and Topaz stands up and goes,
Evening's
off.
Topaz
I
is the
wonder if
red
he's like, and
Yeah.
Topaz is like, okay.
Does Topaz seem okay?
Yeah, Topaz seems
okay. Like, this
Topaz
is-
is chill.
Yeah. All right. Once Rogar's gone, Issa's on his way.
Oh. Good. I'll be able to see if I can get those 2 an invitation.
And eventually you see the door swing open and Issa steps through. He's looking a lot more like together.
Now that he's out of the burrow.
Yeah, well, a lot more together. So like he's sort of a lot more. He's wearing his travel clothes, so he's got his Thalia robes, on. His hair is tied up in that tight braid with the sort of sharp pin at the end. You see his.
I always forget that he has hair. For some reason, I always kind of like picture him as being like bald. But yeah.
He's got long
Yeah.
hair all the way down to his middle of his back, like lower back.
Nice.
He's also carrying, you see on his hip, his sword. He walks over to your table. And he looks around and just sits down on the boxes. Interesting place.
Yes, it's an interesting town in general.
Yes, well, it didn't start like this. It sort of expanded over quite a few years.
They seem to like their guns. Have you seen them?
Yes, I have. Not particularly my style of combat, but I can see its ingenuity.
Also, there's dragon riders here.
Yes. And the chief, Urag Skull, he was one of the first orcs, seemingly to tame a dragon. Not by pact or by trickery, but to truly tame a dragon. Which has seemingly given them some interesting abilities.
Well, how's the burrow in the last 5 days that we've left it?
I mean, it's developed a set of rules, which is a first. Law is actually being enforced.
What a concept.
That's what happens when you get a leader that sort of cares about the city.
Oh,
the
I
town
don't
that
think
it sits upon.
he cares about the city very much.
More about the image.
Well, I think he likes to exert control.
Is the manor still in Valier's hands, or has it been passed
No,
on?
the manor is still. It hasn't. They didn't come close to it. It was one of the only places in the entire city that they didn't raid.
I imagine that was probably a wise decision. I
It
could
was.
see Valier taking that as a slight,
Well,
more so than the town.
he has less sentimental value for the house itself, more for the objects within. And
One of those objects was shipped out beforehand, though. We didn't confirm that. I'm talking about the daughter.
yes, that was a while back. But no, he's got quite a bit of, let's call it, research happening at the manor, and he would not have, and had they raided it, I feel like they would have drawn his wrath a bit more, which would have been messy. Not a man that angers very quickly, Valier, but when he does, it is not pretty.
So, do we know where we're going not tomorrow, but the next day?
Yes, we're going to be going to the hunting grounds. There is the arena is being set up there, and it's an interesting competition that's been chosen. Has quite a few layers to it. The reason I'm here early is to potentially give you an idea of what it's going to look like tomorrow, and that's
Next day.
no. Tomorrow we can go to the hunting grounds tomorrow.
Oh,
I can
okay.
show you what you're going to be able to do, and that is an advantage that Valier has gained through your performance in the last.
So we get a sneak peek at the...
Right,
The event.
so we'll know what we are going into. The others won't. Are the other teams in town yet? Do you have them?
I'm not aware.
Right.
Ever since the attack on the burrow, my attention has been split in a few places.
Right.
But at the moment,
You were never really organising this anyway.
Well, should we be staying closer?
not necessary. We can make our way out there. I've got a few connections in town that will allow us to make our way out there fairly quickly. I will come get you tomorrow morning at the base of the apex, and we can go from there.
So we meet you at the base of the
Yes, meet me at the base of the
What
apex.
time?
Let's say about 10 a.m.
Dinners. Alright.
Wonderful.
Anything we should bring or not bring for the day?
No, just your standard adventuring gear will be fine, and
Alright.
and yes.
I was planning on leaving those at home.
Perhaps try not to overindulge yourself tonight. so that we can.
We'll be on the straight and narrow.
I can kind of smell that you've already partaken a little bit.
Not us. Not us.
We are in a tavern.
That is true. The smell just seems to be a bit stronger in this general vicinity.
Funny that.
Our friends are raging alcoholics.
Speaking of friends, there are 2 individuals that have travelled here to meet with us. Would we be able to arrange for them to be able to view?
Audience members.
I don't see why that should be a problem, as long as you vouch for them and they don't cause any trouble.
It's like a slight twitch in Hessel's eye.
I haven't done for shit. Topaz, yes.
They helped us in, was it Gallum?
Gallum.
Yes.
In Gallum with the situation there.
Names are Topaz and Rogar.
The Black.
Yes.
I shall secure them invitations.
I love how we put Topaz's name first, like Topaz is the one in control. I mean,
Topaz is the dog. Rogar's just a bratty sub.
Pillow Princess. God. Anyway.
Anywho. Inside me here, I might as well partake in a little bit of dinner and.
You should try the dinosaur. It's quite
Chewy.
different.
Yes, I have sampled that particular delicacy. I must say I'm not a fan.
It's a bit
Too
chewy.
much work for my taste.
Does
Although if you do like the taste of dinosaur meat, I'm sure I can. I mean, there are places in the Apex that do some wonderful things with them. A lot softer. Apparently, if you.
Why are we staying up there?
we have so much money.
So much money. You just got up by the time I was going like,
I'm rich as a motherfucker.
We walked up to the first place that was
Yeah.
half standing. There's a bit.
You know what? Old habits die hard, you know? Like,
See,
we
the
just.
other contestants won't expect us to stay in a place such as this, so they won't encounter us.
They won't know our hardships.
Yes.
And besides, we got a lot of information out of Ivan.
Did.
Longfellow. Yes.
Issa sort of stands up, walks over to the bar, and puts down some.
Is it just Ivan who's running this entire place? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Poor dude.
The afro is not styled; it's just stress.
It's just. But yeah, he puts down some coin on the table, and Ivan grabs it.
Just, you can't even see just the hands. Like one of those cats.
Yeah.
Just looks like a cloud, like bobbing along on top of the bar with just white afro, and that's all you see.
Yeah. Then Issa comes back and sits down and he says, "So, what have you all been up to since we last met?" And he sort of, his eyes rest on sort of Hessel's tattoos and the
rune on
fucking.
the forehead, yeah.
That's
been a lot.
new.
Yes.
We spent 5 days on a boat.
I
Before that,
visited the location that you marked on the map.
Oh,
Actually, that's about all I've done.
There was an entity there, a beholder, that was born from the soul of my dead twin brother, that swore vengeance upon the mainland and sought to use my blood to bind a elder primordial Leviathan to
Gotta say-
himself so that he might enact that revenge. And then I stopped him.
100% fact, by the way.
I did this Kamehameha thing.
Issa's doing a great job of pretending he doesn't know all of this already.
And then I shot a dragon.
all of this in the span of.
Couple
Well,
days.
that was one day.
That was
We
one
also
That
we
was
also
one
met
Oh, there
one
was.
of-
There's a day and a half on the boat.
There was an octopus vampire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the name Cassius?
It's not a very common name. Seems a bit older, but
Yes, there was an octopus that was bound in a coffin that was floating out at sea.
you encounter strange things in the sea.
It fed off mine and Mason's blood, briefly.
Oh,
I bled a lot that day.
You really do.
and you're fine?
I am as fine as I might be.
Who fucking knows anymore, to be honest?
I'm still breathing.
He's not
Yes.
not fine.
Any sort of aversion to sunlight?
Briefly, yes, now that you mention it. Before I took a dive into the deep, I was sensitive. The cold of the ocean did help with that, but upon emerging from down below, I haven't felt as bad.
That must have not.
I'm still wearing those sunglasses
Yeah.
as well.
It must have not.
most of the time.
Well, the curse must have not stuck around in your bloodstream for too long.
Yes, or something.
Well, he bled more that day, so like maybe it
It's just not.
That's entirely true. I did.
What is an accident bloodstream like?
If you're right, if there was some kind of pathogen or some kind of contagion in my blood, I might have expelled it by bleeding so much.
The creature that drinks blood is
I also did bleed into your wounds, so
okay.
make sure that you check that. Although, generally the blood is transformed into pure necromantic energy before it reaches your body, so it should be clean.
You lot lead very interesting lives, even
Fine
for
sense.
adventurers.
Yes.
Look at my stuff.
It was,
For future context, if you feed a vampiric creature, just try not to die within the next 7 days.
That's good to know.
define die.
Well, death. Your body drops dead, your organs stop functioning, and your soul leaves your body.
Uh-oh.
Ophelia just sort of like.
Hazel's a fucking blank book right now. I'm not.
Don't die tomorrow, Mason.
Yeah.
It's like 6 days. Fuck.
Interesting.
It's alright. We'll be good by the summoning circle.
We're good now. We're good now. It was the first day. It was a day.
Yeah.
There are two. There's technically about 3 conditions to full vampirism, I guess. Get bit by one. That transfers the curse pathogen into your bloodstream. If you die, it takes over and you turn into a vampiric thrall, and you are bound to the creature that bit you. And the third, if you wanted to sort of become your own vampire, so to speak, drink the blood of the creature that created you.
I feel like you would have a hard time trying to bite an octopus.
Those fangs will make it a lot easier.
More to buy.
I think it would be harder to find it than
As he says, like those fangs are made of I'm just gonna reach over to Hazel and just kind of.
Yeah. I think
they're fine, they're not fangs.
no adverse side effects from what I can tell.
Brilliant.
It's right related.
Yes, I was about to come to it. What are the runes?
The side effect of it's a day of side effects. Side effects of using a very powerful spell to annihilate my brother and remove him from this plane of existence.
What kind of spell?
One word, 4-letter word.
9 levels.
I wished him away.
You see genuine fucking surprise on this man's face, and he's like, do you still know how to do that?
I imagine if I did, I would be rather sought after. It was beyond my power to begin with. Beyond what I can do.
It is... I have To put it into context, I've been studying the arcane for about 35 to 40 years. And
Looks good.
and I still I'm nowhere near comprehending that level of arcane ability. That is...
Man has not been growing enough XP.
It's had the intended effect.
Go into the forest, kill boars.
We got stuck. He got stuck RPing instead of.
You got stuck in an RP, so...
It's, as to the best I can tell, destroyed my brother and returned the primordial to its sleeping place.
You, on your first attempt at casting this spell, you were able to not only get its desired effects, but come away with nothing but some runes?
Something like that. I felt very weak for, 4 days. My musculature dropped away what little there is, but my strength has returned to me. My ability to manipulate the weave is still as strong as it was before.
Fascinating. And you see, like, the cloud popping up by the table and puts what seems to be soup in front of him and a tankard next to that. He looks down and says, I thought I asked for wine. And Ivan says, it is wine. In a tankard. That's all I've got. Alright, thank you.
Could you bring a pitcher of water?
Sure. He walks off.
Draw you on.
He grabs he grabs the tankard and looks at the wine that's in the tankard and just like,
I might be able to sort your problem if you allow me a moment.
oh. I'll wait for your solution.
Yes. But if I didn't still know how to use that spell, there was a great amount that I could do with that.
You mentioned this Titan
Yes.
primordial. What happened to it?
It still slumbers beneath the sea. Beneath that room.
Keep that information to yourself as best as you can.
I plan to. I'll just do a quick...
Anyone eavesdropping?
yeah.
Perception
Whenever I
checks.
think about that, I just look at Callian, actually.
We
Perception
have a die for that.
Finally a good roll. Math. 22.
How do you fucking just like remember what your stats are? I like look at it for a
Nuns,
second
yeah.
and I'm like, it's gone.
I've rolled it enough.
Yeah. No one's seemingly eavesdropping at this stage.
So it remains for now. It is interesting, though.
It is. Creatures like that are...
No more interesting what happened to that place.
That's a word for it.
And what is it that happened to that place?
Slaughter. Every living creature was killed there. I can understand why my brother had such a anger. That place was all he had ever known. And the emotion that poured out of those that died there. Supposedly, from what Avelia has told me, that emotion itself can be enough to create a creature like what my brother had become.
Yes, beholders tend to manifest in places of large calamity, and depending on the intensity of those emotions, tend to be stronger or weaker. But, well done to you all.
Well, we just made it out, didn't we?
It was a bit close.
Cloud bobs by and drops a pitcher of water. Walks off.
And I will like drop the disguise if I can, just on like one of my arms, just to show the fucking electricity damage.
Oh, yeah.
And then bring it back again.
Ooh.
I nearly killed myself.
Oh, that was you. You did that to yourself.
No, well, yes and no.
Not just
Not
that.
on purpose.
discharging electricity underwater was...
Yep.
Big brain.
That did hurt.
It
a
worked.
lot.
I shape the water
Yeah.
up and out of the pitcher, and I shape it as best I can into a really ornate-looking goblet of wine
Nice.
that should hold for about an hour, which I think might
Does
be
it
enough
have
time.
wine in it?
Oh no!
No, just
you
the
need to
goblet.
pour it into it.
Wait, so is it water or is it ice?
It's ice.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
so I
Because it would
can
just be like...
freeze it solid.
He grabs that and he
Yeah.
pulls it, and he goes, "Oh, that will do." And
Your hands are just sticking to it.
Unfortunately, it's red, which is meant to be warm, but I guess I'll drink it cold.
he goes, "Yeah, well," and he sort of swirls his hand around it and
Chilling it
prestidigitation
probably
to
helps.
Oh yes.
yeah, prestidigitation to flavor it in a different way. It's
Make it taste like exactly what you want it
Yes.
to taste like.
Okay, that will do.
Chilling it helps kill the flavor.
And then he peels his hand off the glass.
Yeah. I feel like every time I talk to you all, there is something crazier than the last time.
Can't.
So we-
We're addicts. We just can't stop.
Trouble seems to find us.
It'd be nice if we could stop.
Hey,
Or turn it down.
we're outside of, the contract.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
We can do whatever it is that we want to do.
And we have decided to continue doing crazy shit.
Yep.
Well, I think there's still a lot that we can gain from this, and we seem to
There is,
be
yeah.
better at it than most somehow.
And generally, crazy shit pays the best.
That is true.
It does. It's why we went to a warehouse that was infested with flammable slugs.
They didn't tell
Snails.
us they were flammable.
Well, snails. Yes.
Technically, they were told to tell you that it's flammable, so that
So it's his
Anyway.
fault.
Well-
I want my money back.
Here we are. After all of that. Who knows if we
Anyway.
took any
Here's the
other
3 gold that it would have paid.
if we took any other job on that board, we might have gone our separate ways. The 3 of you carrying on with Mara, myself and Mason to what ends I know not.
oh, the people that went after Manticore got ripped up pretty badly.
Well, that could have also been our fate. A manticore.
Manticore.
Interesting.
Well, it wasn't known that it was a Manticore at the time. It was just something
A
that was
beast.
stealing a beast stealing livestock. Turned out to be Manticore.
I think I
Well,
prefer flammable slaves.
yes.
And what would have theoretically been lifetime debt.
Well, we still had a life.
Better
So I
than a very
suppose
short
that's-
life. Yeah.
That's
I mean, to your credit, you paid it off quite quickly.
For some months.
Yeah, well, it was supposed to be 100 years or whatever.
It was
so.
9 years of the payments he was requesting.
Yeah, it's like if I paid off my student debts tomorrow.
Tell me about it.
You just need to kill a necromancer, Dan.
Alright, come here.
Still the princess.
These hunting grounds, are they specifically, I know it sounds funny, but are they specifically hunting grounds, or is that just a name?
I don't. To go along with the name hunting grounds, I don't know who's being hunted.
Yes,
hunting grounds.
that's basically what I was trying to.
It's why it's called the hunting grounds, is because
Dinosaurs.
yes, because of the beasts that roam it. They can be very predatory, and a lot of people have lost their lives.
We've talked about
he,
this. Feathered creatures.
He
Right.
What
He
Rogar
owns-
turned into that time when he ate that man alive,
Really
and
big
then
chicken.
his remains disappeared.
yes, a really big chicken.
Yes. I'm trying to find that dumb drawing I did.
But yes, those creatures can be quite hostile and very not very easy to take down.
Is that what we're fighting in the challenge?
I'm unsure what you're fighting in the challenge, but there are. It's not a straight fight. I will show you
This is a
tomorrow.
gay
It'll make
fight
a lot
then.
more sense.
Sorry.
It'll make
It's curious.
it will make a lot more sense tomorrow.
Yeah.
Um,
Fight goes both ways.
but yes,
Swims back and forth.
Right.
I think we would benefit from a long rest then.
Yes.
Agreed.
Not too long. I have to get up somewhere to go.
That's exactly why.
Did you manage to get down to
Oh yes,
Thompson for me?
I did. He reaches into his bag of holding, and you see him pull out what look to be wraps, like your fighting wraps.
Whole grain or wine?
Like fighters wraps, except there's the texture of it is almost feather-like, and they're this like brownish, sort of brownish color that the feathers were that you handed over. When you sort of look at it, so they're rolled up as sort of wraps them to be. When you look at it and sort of move it around, it almost seems like there's a light shining onto it every now and again.
Slight iridescence.
I'm sorry?
Slight iridescence to the...
Yeah, it's sort of, it's like, it like, you shift it and it almost feels like there's a bluish light shining off it,
Yeah.
dancing across it, but there isn't bluish light here anywhere. Yeah.
Cool.
Amara sends her regards.
I'll have to send a letter.
Fancy.
Wonderful.
I will look at figuring these out before bed.
Cool.
And what I'm going to unachieved.
All right.
I think I'll turn in for the night.
As will I. And he takes the wine and just goes. Oh, no, that was
Yeah,
terrible
just-
even with the presentation.
Oh, before I go,
Yes.
you don't happen to know of any teleportation circles in the city, do you?
Yes, there are a couple in the Apex. There's one in the Apex library,
Right.
but that is a reserve library.
Of course. I will try to visit.
There's
before
also one in
Reserved
Rocks.
or reserve?
reserve.
With a capital R.
Mhm.
Their presence here is not as strong as it is in the Baranton court.
Still run the library.
Token force.
They run most libraries.
And there is also one more in Uragskoll's tent. I don't think you will be getting access to that.
How much time have you spent in the city? As in, how many people do you know here? Quite
I know a
lot.
few. I visit when things are required. I don't know it intimately.
Do you know anyone that does know people quite intimately? Know a lot of the people that live here. You're looking for someone. So, by name specifically.
Oh, if by name, I can possibly contact them for you as well.
Just knowing a name is not necessarily enough to send a message. It's
You have to,
be
be
familiar
with them,
the
like have a
person.
description at least or something.
I know one of the riders. I know one of the riders, and I could potentially put you in touch with them.
God, remember when we rode a dragon?
Another
Probably a
option.
month.
Should the rest of that fail, I can look at objects as well. And if they have an amulet somewhat like yours, it's a method that we might be able to use. So, a few different ways.
Keep that in mind, thank you.
I might... I'll have that prepared after the showdown.
Brilliant. I will see you at the base of the Apex tomorrow.
Sweet.
Alright.
He stands up. Steps out, and you hear the distinct.
Hissel, before bed, would you mind identifying?
Of course.
Please do.
No problem. Would it be alright if I did that upstairs? Just the noise down here is
Why
distracting.
don't you two share, and then we can share as well.
Right.
Yeah, can do.
You guys head.
There's one thing I want to potentially see as well before we
go to sleep.
We can all crowd into one room. Just
That's fine.
I had 6 skeletal beings in mind before, so it's possible. Sorry, don't mind me. I say to the person walking past.
You start to head up the stairs, and you start to sort of walk up the stairs. And as you do, the doors to the taverns just swing open, and you see someone walk in. It's a rather large lizard folk man, very well built, patchwork sort of hide armor, but what catches your eye is a pauldron on his shoulder. Big jagged spikes, this blue pauldron on his shoulder which has these big jagged spikes, and on it a crest which looks like an axe, like a double-sided axe.
I just step on the
keep
stairs.
walking, just keep walking.
Just knock down.
Yeah. Like he steps in, and you can see he's like the only weapon that he carries is a massive great axe, dangling from a belt on his back. He sort of walks through, being pretty big, and his tail sort of swinging behind him, kind of knocks over a bit of furniture as he walks up to the table and starts speaking to Ivan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like leaning on the stairs, just kind of like making sure that I keep an eye on him for now.
I'm gonna keep on walking.
You being stealthy or
No, I'm in the open. Hood down. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on Ivan.
Yeah. As this man waits at the table for his drink, you see his eyes sort of darting around, and his eyes sort of fall onto you, and he notices you looking back at him, and sort of maintains eye contact for a minute, and then looks away.
Yeah, I don't break eye contact. Yeah.
The stairs.
You do not feel.
Yeah,
There's
no, I don't.
emotion.
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure he's not going to wreck the place.
Yeah.
Because Ivan was good to us. So I'm just
In fact, the floors are pretty thin, so we could probably hear if he starts.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And we'd
The
be
thing
down
is,
pretty quick.
I was just waiting to get a read. If it looked like he was going to knock over a few things, I'm like, okay. But if he's just waiting at the bar and it doesn't seem like he's going to cause trouble right away, I'll carry on upstairs.
Cool. All right. So you get up to the room, and you grab the wraps, and you start to concentrate and start casting a spell. So you start casting a spell, and as you complete your ritual in 10 minutes,
You get the blow.
yeah, you get the information. Haven't officially given it a name yet, but
It's a new item. Doesn't need one yet.
yeah, okay, doesn't have a name. This item is requires attunement by a monk.
Mm-hmm.
Where did it go? Where is it?
You see these this is a jock strap.
Yes.
So this bit goes up this way.
Cool.
And
So
this bit wraps around.
I'm glad Amara's friend with Lux, because they can be acutely aware of how big it needs to be.
Yeah.
So it gives you a +1 bonus to your unarmed attacks, so to hit and damage. It also has 3 charges per long rest. You can spend a charge as a bonus action to gain the following benefits for 1 minute.
Do you already have brushes?
Your unarmed attacks have a range of 15 feet and deal lightning damage. Your jump distance is increased by 10 feet. And when you use Step of the Wind, you get an extra 10 feet of movement.
Fuck yeah, dude.
And you sense, very similar to your crown, there is more potential in this thing.
Oh.
I'm going to become undead.
I do. I do pass on all that information.
Awesome. I think I'll have to give something up though. I think I'm currently linked with too many items. Could any of you make use of the key or the ring of mind shielding?
The key is the
Infiltrator's key.
Make use of a key.
I'd be
have to give
happy.
something up as well.
I would also be happy to.
What
use
am
the
I
ring.
attuned to? I am attuned to the hat.
Pretty sure I'm full.
Is it just the hat?
I'm happy to hold on to the ring and sell it back to
What's the ring?
Troubadour's place when we get back there.
It's a ring of mind shielding.
Ooh!
While wearing the ring, you're immune to the magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts, determine whether you're lying, know your alignment, or know your creature type. Creatures can telepathically communicate with you only if you allow it. You can use an action to cause the ring to become invisible until you use it on another, which I do most of the time. So use an action to make it visible, or you remove the ring, or until you die. If you die while wearing the ring, your soul enters it, unless it already houses a soul. You can remain in the ring or depart for the afterlife. As long as your soul is in the ring, you can telepathically communicate with any creature wearing it, where it can't prevent this telepathic communication.
That could be quite the boon.
I will.
I feel like a fairly foreign volunteer.
Would be
Specifically-
very interested in that.
Specifically for, to be able to determine whether or not you're lying. I think that can help quite a bit, especially if you are questioned by reserve.
If you're willing to give it up. I mean, I can hold on to it for you for a bit.
You're certain there's no soul in there? You haven't heard any voices speaking into your mind other than my own?
Yeah, I think
correct.
the only thing that I am
I walk down
attuned
it
to
sometimes.
is the hat.
Yeah.
Maybe the Mana Stone stuff. I don't know if that was attunement. No. Yeah, just the hat of disguise. Oh, the Periapt of Wound Closure.
Yeah.
Maybe for you to use it for now until we find a place where I might need to sell it or
That's a
or anything.
fine idea to use it.
Or if we get to that point there and you want to keep it, I'd be happy to
Yeah.
take some gold off your hands for it.
Yeah, I'm just double checking to make sure that I'm not
Attuned to too many
attuned
things.
to anything else. I've got the Periapt of Wound Closure, the hat of disguise.
I'm also not married to this ring. If anyone else could, to the key.
Yeah,
if
the
anyone
sending
else
stones
is-
and stuff are like
No, they're
extra.
not.
So yeah, no,
So-
I'm good.
I feel like the ring is
Yep.
better than me with the key.
Yep, I'll pass over the ring. I'll take that
Yes.
out of my inventory.
So what is it called?
Ring of Mind Shielding
Cool.
is in. It is a regular
The
D&D
website.
item.
I will create this
Yeah, that's fine.
thing
I'll-
on Beyond after.
Yeah.
and
I'll attune to it in the morning when I wake up.
It's fine.
Right.
I had a
You also do notice that once it's been given back to you, there is seemingly tucked into one of the fold wraps as a piece of paper, which you can pull out. And
Yeah,
when you read it,
I'll see that it's there and I'll look at it later.
I did have a thought earlier today of there's something I feel is important for us to find out before the summoning circle, which, if you don't mind, potentially a small bit of pain missile.
I'm fine with that, yes.
Probably something we need to know beforehand.
Ah,
Just get like a spoon out of my mess kit or something,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna thwack Hessel on the knuckles with it,
Yeah, it hurts.
and I'll smite.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
spoon smite.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you just let him.
Oh, yeah, I don't
So
move,
you
yeah.
hit.
Yeah.
Roll damage plus your additional 4 to hitting an
Fine.
undead.
Yeah. So I thought. Ah,
Don't get smacked by holier than thou people.
but this is where the thing where what I'm testing, I want to see if it does, is still a fair bit. It's 14 damage.
14 damage?
Also improvised weapon damage.
Oh right.
Oh, jeez.
18.
18.
Is that plus strength?
That is a sharp
That's
spoon.
Maybe not plus the strength. He wasn't hitting that hard.
It was literally just like a.
It's a big old smite though.
That is another 6. So
Oh my god!
Another 6 with your strength?
The spoon was 6 damage.
22 damage.
22
Fuck, dude.
damage.
22 damage with a spoon.
Not
Fuck,
200.
mate,
Yeah.
with a spoon.
He whacks you on the knuckle. And like
Jesus.
at first, it's just spooning knuckle.
Yeah.
And then there's the
Like the radiant light.
the radiant light that just like shoots through, and you hear the fucking cracks on your knuckle.
Yeah. It's just like seared hand. Yeah.
It's like a seared hand. It fucking hurts.
Interesting.
And it certainly seems like a. Can you really tell if it's a bigger than not?
Yeah.
I mean,
It affects.
The light would be brighter, right?
Yeah,
Or something
it effectively.
Yeah.
It affects the undead differently.
Yeah.
Violently.
does it feel like it did even more than I was potentially expecting? Those.
He's not
Yeah.
vulnerable to it.
Yeah, that's what I was making sure.
He's not vulnerable to it.
Yeah.
That
And then-
looked like it hurt a lot more than it should.
Then I'll immediately dunk 20 clown hands into it.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
And you
Cool.
hear your knuckles sort of stitch back into place.
So I needed to find out if that was something we need to be careful of in the.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You
It
okay with a little bit of pain?
Half of your
My
life
hand's,
force is
my hand's gone. Like, my hand is gone. Yeah.
It was a lot, but not. Alright.
It certainly burnt, but it didn't
Imagine if you were vulnerable.
didn't burn too bad.
Yeah.
I
Like-
broke you with a spoon and you are now
I
dead.
think it was very unlikely he was now vulnerable to radiant, but I thought, like, if we go into a thing and someone's like, guiding bolt, and suddenly Hissel dissolves. Probably a good thing to know before we do that.
Jesus.
Yeah. Cool.
Right. Well, I'll see you two in the morning. We should have breakfast before we meet with Issa.
I have another quick errand I need to run in the morning.
Not a problem. We
It's
have
been
until
4 minutes this
10.
time.
So,
Is old Pete's on the way too?
Yes.
Right, cool. We can go on the way. In fact,
fantastic.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Right. Well, in that case, I'm going to turn in now.
Alright.
You all turn in for the night.
So I wait for those two to leave, and then I will cast alarm around our room, and I'll tell Mason that I'm doing that. I have allowed it so the others can move through if they do. There is something else that I'm going to do now, and I don't want you to be alarmed. I am trying to build up a tolerance. It's taken time. I was trying to do it without suspicion on the boat, but that's not so easy. The magic that I work with, and necrotic energy in general, it can be volatile. I have been trying to build up something of an immunity to it, or resistance, by exposure. So, don't be alarmed. And just put my hand out, and with my other hand, I cast
Blight?
my friggin' no, not blight.
Jesus Christ!
No.
Suddenly glad I healed you.
No. The D&D Beyond is down. But it'll come back to me in a second. What is the spell?
is it
Cantrip, claw,
Chill
touch.
Chill touch.
Chill touch. So yeah, you just see this kind of like skeletal hand just appear over Hissel's arm and just rake down with its nails and just like cut in these dark scratches.
Yeah, it doesn't actually break the flesh, but as it sort of scrapes through, you see the veins get all black and the necrosis sets in.
Yeah.
So-
I'm no stranger to self-harm, so
He just does that until I'm close enough, until like pretty much his whole arm is blackened, and then I
What?
Just the last part of that. Just like no.
can't regain HP, and it also affects undead.
No, if you
Yeah,
hit
you-
an undead target, it also has disadvantage.
Yeah.
On any, it attacks against you. Okay, that's alright.
Yeah.
You have disadvantage against yourself.
Yes.
So once you've
It
done the
gets
first
harder,
one,
yeah.
then it gets harder
I'm
to
letting
do
myself
the
see myself
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, no, effectively it would be until like his arm is very, very damaged and needs to sleep to rest it off.
Cool.
If anything goes sideways during the night, you need to wake me up very quickly.
I will. My alarm is infallible. Unless it's dispelled, and then it's not. So keep your ears
Did you
open.
make it a loud one?
It's audible. So
Okay, good.
Cool. And you will go to bed.
Would you be able to send me the summary for the ring?
It's on D&D Beyond.
I don't use it for Ophelia, really.
Right.
It's on your phone. You can just copy it across.
Right things.
Make Scott do it.
Just search it and then screenshot it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. As you all sleep, Hessel, you have no dreams.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
nothing
totally.
whatsoever.
Which is really interesting considering the
Uh-huh.
spell that I want to pick up for my next level
Yeah.
up.
You, you lay there, well aware that you're asleep.
Yeah.
Like, you know that your body is completely in full REM sleep.
Yeah.
But your mind wanders, and you sort of almost start to, like, think of different things and that go through your mind. You think about that void that you were in, and you find yourself standing in a void, almost, but nothing. No matter how hard you try to imagine or picture something, it doesn't materialize. It's like when you start thinking of things, like when you start describing something, there's that sort of mental image. Like, and when you start reading a description or something, there's that mental image that forms. That's not happening. It's just pitch blackness. Like, again, it's this really weird sensation because it's like, you know, you're 100% fully asleep. You can't, like, you try to wiggle your toes or whatever, and it doesn't happen. It's almost like sleep paralysis, but
Yeah.
you are aware you are asleep, but you're not dreaming.
I hate that.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to use dream to live in other people's dreams.
Don't fucking come near me. Don't look at me.
It's a good way to just go even more insane.
Mason,
Why are you trying to build a big band?
Those-
inside that party?
it's the best way. Then I don't have to do any of the work.
I have to work on my laugh.
I'd like to kill God.
Mason, your dreams are different to usual. They're the emotion and the memories that were dredged up from that drink that you had, they come to the forefront, and that's what you're seeing throughout your night. At a point, you even realize that you're dreaming and sort of almost live those memories again. Sheer happiness that are taking you, almost as if while you're living through that dream, having your own conversation with her, and you eventually find yourself in that moment, in that first date where you were sitting on the having dinner before she taught you how to dance, and you don't remember the conversation from that time, so you make it up as you go. You start talking inconsequential things that don't matter at all in what's going on at the moment, and she responds. It's very relaxed small talk. You haven't felt as again, it comes with its own wave of emotions as well, and you to relive all of those memories again throughout the night that you did previously that day, except in a much slower, more not as a it's flashing before your eyes and sort of snippets, but the full experience of those memories sort of coming back to you. Just experiencing being in those moments again.
And Hassel's
Hessel's
Watching through the window with this wooden mask on.
Yeah, that's what your night.
I feel like I've just taken all of Hazel's emotion.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost the most restful sleep you've had in a while.
Can I knock that a bit, please?
I want to go to school.
And as you sort of wake up that next morning, it's very much you wake up and you go, fuck.
The world does suck.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Yeah. It's like, can I just go back? And it's like, there's that thing as well, right? Where you go, I can go back to it, and just like you try and force yourself to sleep, but you can't anymore because you're fully rested.
Yeah.
I broke my pencil.
I broke my pencil.
That's Ophelia's dream.
Yeah, right.
Every single time you try to write, the pencil snaps.
Every really important test, and just like, oh my god, the quill's broken. It's okay, I fixed it.
Okay, and Tree, this is how you aim the gun.
Teaching your mount how to aim a gun.
I did have the mental image just very briefly when I was talking about getting all the guns of just an artillery horse, or just summon Steed with just like 6 blunderbusses straight to the front.
There we go.
It's holding like a Glock in its mouth.
Well, I can just animate hands. It doesn't have to be a full skeleton. It can just be a hand, and then I can just command the hands to pull.
Animate object, just the triggers.
And you all wake up the next morning, rested.
You hear Ophelia muttering something as she wakes up. She's like, "There's ink everywhere."
Yeah.
And she's just like, "Okay."
I'll attune to those gauntlets in the morning.
You do.
On those wraps.
I will
Yeah.
attune to the ring.
Yeah, in order to sort of attune
like
to them in the
wraps.
morning, you start sort of wrapping them around your hands, and as you do, every time it sort of goes around, you sort of tighten it. And there's this like tingling sensation that goes through your hand. There's the like, and earlier what seemed like almost light dancing across it. You see these little bolts of electricity shooting across the surface of it as you go through the motions and complete.
Since forearms look badass, like
Uh-huh.
these sweet iridescent, like
Lightning
wraps
gloves,
with
yeah.
this maze coming out from underneath.
Uh-huh.
Also, on top of the wraps of that, I've got the metal braces holding it down as well.
Yeah.
Sort of just the brass, bronze,
Yeah, you put
copperish
the-
sort of coloured
yeah, you put
braces
the-
on top of that with the maze up my arm,
Yeah.
Oh, and the lightning will be dancing across the braces. Oh,
arcing between the different middle parts
Yep.
of it.
God, that's
As you
so
sort of flex your hands a little bit, that lightning just dances from finger to finger, and just as it's
Bruiser
like as
somewhere
you're
just goes.
as you're attuning to it seems to be attuning to you, and by the time you're done with this whole like hour-long process, you feel very much out one of them. You try to do a little bit of that sort of shadow boxing, and your hand like it when you punch really quickly. There's like you can feel the air moving, right? And every time you go through the motion, it almost feels like it's cutting through the air in front of you.
slight smell of ozone.
And slight smell of ozone, just like
I do like a quick jab, and as I do, and sort of withdraw, that sort of arc of lightning just sort of goes a bit further as well.
Yeah. But yeah.
Next step is you need to understand the sky.
Yes. But yeah, it feels good. If you can feel the power coursing through your forearms, and it's just like, pretty much. Yeah, and you step out of the room, and you'll see.
I'll wait for Hazel,
Yep.
but yeah.
You'll convene downstairs, and you can hear, like, as you get out, the walls are really, really thin, so you can hear the very loud snoring coming from
Didn't miss that.
down the hall. But yes,
What if Topaz just like sleeps with like earplugs in or something?
Nah,
That's Topaz snoring.
Yeah. Yeah. Topaz is
Used to it.
yeah. It's his white noise now. He can't sleep without it.
Oh, yeah.
So you all convened in
Have a
the
quick breakfast.
yeah in the main area of the tavern. You have a quick breakfast. I would bring some eggs and bacon.
I had dino flakes.
Dino flakes. Yeah.
It's just
Oh.
flakes of dinosaurs.
It's
I was
just
gonna say,
It's just
it's just
scales.
yeah.
It's just
dinosaur
scales in a bowl of milk.
Oh,
Is it dinosaur bacon?
Yeah.
Yes. It's dinosaur bacon.
Is it dinosaur eggs?
Dinosaur eggs.
No bacon. Yeah. The,
Yeah,
the
well, like,
fried
maybe
egg
like-
you get is freaking like
Yeah.
massive.
Egg and
eggs.
bacon.
Is it
Can I get
dinosaur
my
waffles?
Those are just waffles and dinosaur shapes.
Yeah.
He's got a cookie cutter that's just like the one T-Rex shape, and he's just like
Yeah. I had one of those as a kid. With this, the mouth is just going.
anyway. Cool. So you have a quick breakfast in the morning and head off towards the base of the apex, stopping along the way at
Hey,
Old
Old
Pete's. You step through the tent and Old Pete's is you step through the tent and it's massive on the inside and
It's smaller on the outside.
yeah. So you step through and Old Pete's working. He turns around and sees you and he says, "I have your bro staff."
Brilliant. I was hoping you'd be done. I'm a
I
little
thought
bit
you
earlier
said
than
bro stuff.
I'm a little bit earlier than I thought, but yeah, I ended up having an errand that I needed to run.
That's
earlier.
fine. Customer canceled an order last minute, so I had some more time to work on it.
Brilliant.
You see, he brings out, he grabs the staff and just like, clang, hands it, like, puts it over the counter to you. You grab it and it feels like when you sort of swing it a little bit, it feels good. There's almost like a very slight weight to the end that you generally swing
Both
with.
ends?
Yeah. As you generally swing with, just for that extra bit of impact. So it's lighter in the middle, heavier on the end, so you can do a lot more of the.
Yeah.
There's a lot more momentum that carries
Don't
it.
go too fast.
Yeah, but yeah, the center of it is reinforced to stop that happening.
Yeah. So you get hasted one day and it just goes.
Yeah. The center of it is reinforced.
I
So there's
did
like
have an energy
texture,
sword.
yeah. As you hold onto it and sort of squeeze a little bit, that lightning just conducts through it a little bit.
Cool. Thank you for your troubles, and I'll,
You're welcome.
I'll put another gold on that counter.
Well, thank you kindly.
I appreciate it.
Feel free to come back if you want some more
Sorry, sir.
weapons. Yes.
Speaking of weapons, I recently parted ways with a dagger. I wouldn't mind picking up another one.
Just a standard dagger or
I have
something special?
extras if you want.
Daggers. You have extra daggers.
Yeah.
Oh. Right. Not to worry.
Brilliant.
Sorry, I just realized that now that I had 3 daggers.
Oh.
Take it.
I have a great axe if you want one.
That will do fine. Thank you.
Whatever.
I just put it into my sheath.
I just
Put it in
realized.
sheath.
Yeah.
It's not awkward at all.
Well, it's not. He doesn't care.
No? Okay.
Not you. Fast.
For us.
No, I didn't. It's not me saying it in character. It was just that I forgot that Ophelia had daggers.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Cool. You exit Old Pete's and you start to
Or
make your
worse,
way.
I could have pulled out a dagger to stab him with.
You start to head towards the base of the apex. And as you're getting closer and closer to it, it does, like, the density of the buildings around you starts to get closer and closer and closer, almost to the point where, like, as you get to the sort of base of the apex, buildings start to share walls. And yeah, they seem to be packing denser and denser as you get closer to the
Keep half an eye out on my way up, just in case.
half an
Half, just
right, yeah. Investigation check. You can do so with advantage.
I'll keep my eye out as
Or
well.
Or you can. Yep. So Ophelia can help you, and then you can roll, and
sure.
Mason can help you. So both of you can roll with advantage.
You roll with advantage.
Okay. Those are both threes.
Didn't want my advantage.
No. God, Mason, why did you
My
help?
advantage is better, sort of.
Wow, that's trash. It's 11 total.
Yikes.
That's what I rolled, so 12.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you don't see a
I was involved
symbol.
in a roll, so I rolled a 3.
You don't see a symbol.
That was my first roll.
You don't see a symbol anywhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you start to get closer and closer, you start to see the sort of sheer scale of this mountain, because it's one of those where because you were so far away at the port, is like it looked smaller than it was, but as you get closer, it's fucking massive peak. The top of which seems to now, since there's a few clouds that seem to be obscured by clouds, and this city effectively just continues upwards from the base.
The apex of the city doesn't go all the way to the...
No, it doesn't. It stops about just about halfway to the top.
Right.
Is where the white tent is, behind which, pretty much immediately behind which, seems to be this massive cave that you can see.
Do you get to the cloud district often?
And you get to the base of it, and like at this, like where you are at the base of the apex, the like end to end, like east to west of the city isn't very long. So I mean, you could probably run from that one end to the other through the alleys and all that.
Two
sort of thing.
streets become one at some point?
No, they still stay as two streets, but there's like very thin layer of houses between the two streets. Yeah, and they start to, as you get closer and closer to the base of the apex, it gets like the construction becomes nicer, like a lot less smorgasbord of wood and stone, but most of it's made of stone. And as you get closer and closer to it, the construction is nicer.
We should have stayed.
The construction gets better. It's still not a standardized kind of like, okay, all of the houses in this area look this way, and this is still a full district of them.
Suburbs.
It's not suburbs. No, it's not. It's still just like a whole bunch of different. Where someone can put a building, they've put a building.
Also getting older though?
Yes, also getting older. So you can see, like, and as you get to the closer to the base, you can now start to see a few more of the houses up at the top, like closer and closer to the apex. Like as you get closer and closer to the apex, the houses get bigger, and they also not as many in an area. So like just below the apex itself is is freaking massive tent-looking thing, and then right below it you'll see in between the two sort of central streets, there's one or maybe two houses, two big freaking massive.
Two houses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they seem different mansions. The more affluent members of society seemingly residing.
High as fuck.
Yeah, high as fuck. Yeah, and you get to the base of it, and you start to look around, and you hear a whistle from one of the sides, and you look around, and you see Issa standing there, sort of, and both his hands behind his back, so back upright. He says, "Well, hopefully you're all refreshed. Those look very nice on you."
They fit well.
Yeah, Mara seems to have outdone herself.
Shiny.
Brilliant. Shall we away then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you hide that room?
You can't see it, can you?
I'd rather hands under a table, so...
Why did you bring a table?
For effect.
Yeah, she would have made it invisible. I mean, she's disguised anyways, but you know.
Well, I've got a friend who's going to be ferrying us there. We don't want to go through the hunting grounds as it's a bit more dangerous. And I'd rather hold on to my higher level abilities for the time being.
Fair.
With a friend who's going to be ferrying us, we're just waiting for him to show up. and that's when you sort of hear the
While
wingbeats.
we sort of wait, which is like a little while, could we pull out that note from Amara and give that a quick read?
It says, "Hope these help you kick some ass." Love, Amara.
There's also itching powder in there.
Yeah.
And actually, that's on the wraps, and you're
Yeah,
just starting to notice now. You're like,
That tingling
oh my
to-
god.
Yeah, that
That's the lightning. It's just
Yeah. Oh, my hands. Ugh.
And you try to take them off, and it's like, nah,
Yeah,
they're not
no.
coming off. That's it.
Yeah, curse.
They got glue
They get
on them.
tighter every day.
took that breastplate that I live with.
Yep.
Cool. Right.
Sneak your hands right.
Yeah, you hear the wing beats. You hear the coming from above you, and you immediately look up, and you can see two dragons, two white dragons. Not big fucking adult white dragons, but like young white dragons. Drakes. They're
Dragons.
dragons. Drakes are, but no wings.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Dragons are 4 legs and wings. Wyverns are 2 legs and
Yes.
You see that
wing
like
hands.
3 split flow chart that someone had made? Of, like,
Makes me so angry when people say that wyverns are dragons.
Actually.
broke it down into like worms and quizzicottles and traits.
But yeah, you see these two
Fucking
young.
nerds.
Yeah, these 2 young white dragons just sort of and land.
I was thinking dragonlings,
Yeah.
which is
They
What
land in front. They land in front of you, and on the back of one of these, you can see a very sort of slender-looking half-orc woman. She seems to be wearing a full bodysuit of which seems to be made of sort of dragon scales, and she sort of hops off, takes her, removes her goggles, and she says, "Well, Lisa, it's been a while." And he returns to her and he says, "Yes, it has. We've got a few to ferry out to the Summoning Circle site." And she introduces herself as
Issa's got many friends.
Issa has many.
I was going to say, can I roll an insight check on like Issa's reaction on them reuniting after a while?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
It's an Issa check.
Fuck.
I think that's caught probably.
What was it?
It's a net 20, right?
That is a 14.
It's just the number you roll whenever you do athletics checks. Or many checks in general.
Most of them.
Yeah.
Issa looks at her and says, "Oh yes, we've got people to ferry." And she turns to you and she says, "Hey, I'm Yaz.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So we're going to take these dragons. Have any of you ridden dragons before?"
Yes.
We have an ancient.
Not the small.
Was rather large.
Brilliant. So basically, hold on for dear life and just don't let go.
Yeah, at least this one has a saddle.
Yes, but yeah, they still fly pretty fast.
The sailors for one person.
Yeah. At least
I
I
know
have something to hold on to.
both these dragons have 2-person saddles. So they know where to go. They're not, don't try to tug on anything
Wouldn't
to
dream
try
of
and.
it.
Yeah.
So wait, they can fit 2 people on there?
Mhm.
Okay, so we're gonna have to do more than one trip.
No. Yeah. Well,
Because there's like the rider and then one. So.
well, no, the rider
The
doesn't need
riders aren't
to.
coming.
Yeah.
Oh! Okay!
There's 2 dragons for the 4 of you.
Gotcha.
And 5 of us.
Oh. Issa will make it there.
Yeah, he can just poof.
He's his own dragon.
Oh right, yeah, he can.
And, so
How about
Issa turns to
you?
turns to her and he asks Yaz. He says, "What about my rat?" And Yaz turns to her and she says,
Me.
"Yeah, he's being brought over. He's a bit excited."
Oh, yeah.
And you see sort of look up into the sky and and you see a bit like she sort of looks up and she's like she reaches into a bag, pulls out what looks to be like almost like a bell, like a metal can kind of thing with two metal prongs at the end. Yeah, clankers. So she starts to like ring, and you hear this sort of loud sort of clanking noise that echoes out. And as it does, you hear, you see rather, a bolt of lightning just through the sky, like through the sky, and
Wasn't me either.
and sort of appearing from the end of that arc of lightning is this beautiful blue-scaled dragon, slightly bigger than the young dragons that you see here. These like two ivory horns up the front, and just sort of spirals above and then lands. He seems to have a very ornate-looking white saddle on his back.
I feel like it's just like
And Issa looks over to the dragon and just like pats on the nose. He says, "It has been a while." And you see Issa pull out.
inside check, no, I'm kidding.
Issa pulls out.
The three of them have an interesting relationship.
Yes. Yeah, Issa pulled out these like very dense-looking food balls.
All
Effectively.
10 good berries rammed into it.
Yeah.
Dino nuggies.
Yeah, you get dino nuggies. And he holds them out, and the dragon just like a dog, just like
Bites his hand off.
Yeah, like a dog. His like tongue rolls out of its mouth and just like grabs two treats, just like
The other dragons are just like,
yeah, and then sort of like sort of hunkers down. Issa climbs into the saddle, and he says,
Right.
"Ready to go?"
Shelly
Yep.
away.
I'm gonna
Sure.
try and jump up on one of the dragons. Because, I've ridden a goat. And I've ridden another dragon.
That
Can't
was a
be
very,
that hard.
very different type of riding a dragon.
Big dragon, small goat.
I think
Split the difference.
Big goat, small dragon.
And mostly I want to be at the front just so I can have something to hang on to.
The saddle, like on both, like for both people, has something to hold on to, and there's also harnesses that you can put, like
I'm gonna clip onto my belt.
onto your belt.
Yeah.
So you can.
Just kite behind it intentionally, just hop off and just get dragged through the air.
One of you want to jump on?
Yep.
Cool. So you guys all mount these dragons, and Yasa looks at you guys and she says, "Well, hang on." And she sort of pats the dragons on their sort of flanks, and the two white dragons just like crouch and then take off.
Just like a goat, just like a goat.
Yeah, take off, and they take off straight upwards. Yes, he's holding on for fucking dear life as these things just take off, flying
I'm
straight
gonna
up.
just kind of get as
Yep.
low as I can.
You do, and the wind is fucking straight through. And as you're going up at that speed, you hear the behind you as Issa and his dragon just rocket to the top. And then as all three of them get to the top, as all three of these dragons get up to the top, they just unfurl their wings and just sort of free fall slightly, and then catch themselves and start to fly off.
Oh, I think
Towards
I
the-
left my stomach back on the ground.
And
Prestidigitate your pants.
and you start to fly out towards the hunting grounds. As you're sort of flying up above these, and sort of you're still flying below the cloud
This is
layer.
the
like,
urge to drop a
sort of-
silver piece.
you're still flying well below the cloud layer, so you can still see everything below you. You're getting this really cool view of Azghrol cars, sort of coning out.
How
from
fast
mouth
are
of
we
this.
going right
Very.
Okay, so I can't take out my little map and try and
Oh,
Like, ooh.
no. I considered for a brief moment, and then I'm like,
yeah, probably
no.
not. But yeah, you see all three of them rocking off. Issa's dragon in the lead with these two.
There's where I need to go.
Yeah, and you're looking down, and you can see as you pass effectively the boundaries of Azghrol cars.
That's, as we get high enough, that's when we see that the city itself actually makes up the symbol that you're looking for. Yeah.
Yeah, and you you hurtle through, and as you sort of pass the boundary of this of Azghrol cars, you see this area the area below you. It's pretty much flat land, barely any vegetation. Like you'll see a few shrubs here and there, but very flat lands. There's you can see craters, like little what seem to be potholes from up here, pockmarked in the ground just throughout, and you can see creatures running about down there very fast. You see sort of larger ones and sort of slow moving, like bulkier ones, and just these dinosaurs that roam this area. And as you sort of as you're flying past, about 20 minutes of just straight shot flying, you get like you hear Issa just sort of above the noise of just you hear him say, "We're almost here," and
Dismount.
Drop. Yeah, and as and he says, "Hang on," and as you sort of hunker down a bit, you see the dragons just like down.
Can I, like, while holding on to the thing in front of me, can I just try and, like, stand up in the saddle like I was?
Are you do that?
Like
Are
I was
you
doing with the
behind
goats?
me?
I'm
Are you
like
behind me?
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
where's that?
I'm clipped in, and I did it with the goats as well. I was
Yeah.
like, fuck it, why not?
Roll an athletics check.
Oh, let's go. That'll be like a 28, I think.
It's a nat 20.
Nice.
I think I did that on the goats. I think I nat 20 on the
This
goats
is
too.
time for a choice.
Yeah, you like as you're like flying down that speed, you sort of you steady yourself and you stand and you
You just like put a hand on Ophelia's head to
yeah,
make
it's
me
just like
right up.
you're holding on to the edge of the saddle, but you're still clipped in. You sort of stand up. You can see the dragon sort of feels you
Moving.
and moving, and it's
It's
just
just like that.
it's just like the dragon's head sort of turns like the eye shoots back up and it's like narrows a little bit, and it's just like and it go and like it's currently plummeting, and as it does, it just suddenly goes to try and pick up more speed to sort of dive bomb further.
Just tucks its
Yeah,
wings and it
tucks
goes,
its
alright,
wings, just like
let's
right.
torpedo.
And you see the ground fucking hurtling towards you,
I'm just gonna
and
like press my face.
yeah.
I'll play chicken with you too.
Yeah, it's just it's fucking hurtling towards you, and you're standing there. You're perfectly balanced, no problem at all. You're just standing there, just holding on. But pretty much last minute, as the ground, you feel like this thing's gonna smash into the ground. Last minute, this thing just unfurls its wing, just the G forces that you feel as this thing just very close to dead stops, kind of like going from that like.
Dragon nibbles out, Mason does not. He just goes right through the dragon.
And like yanks you in a different direction. Make a con save to see if you throw up.
I'm okay. I mean, I'm good with heights.
It's a lot of G-forces,
It
I
is
guess,
a
yeah.
lot of G.
Oh no, what was
What
that?
did you roll?
Absolutely not. Yeah, no.
Oh, no.
I did
As soon
Dragon
as
Roll.
Yeah,
like
as
we
it- like,
settle,
as-
and Ophelia goes,
Oh,
Excuse me.
It's less that. It's just you feel as this dragon like stops. You feel like your vision sort of starts to tunnel,
Oh.
and then it just goes
Dark.
black,
and she
and
kind
then
of
your
goes,
your head just goes, and you go.
Because the
Yeah.
G-forces that way is when you black out, or is that when you red out? When you black out?
One of the two. But yeah, that happens. You just sort of black out.
Luckily, I clipped myself in.
And it's just yeah. You clip yourself in, and you start to just sort of.
If I see her start to fall, can I put a hand on her?
Yeah, you grab her to steady her, and you sort of steady her, and dragon starts to like slow down, start to land. Where you are.
So I don't throw up. I just pass the fuck out.
You do.
Yeah.
Probably come back pretty quick.
Hazel just says to
Sort of starts to pump back through your brain again.
Hazel just says to Kellyanne, "That was bracing."
Yeah.
Just tears rolling down his face.
As you also stop before you close to near the ground, you see two tall, about almost 200 feet tall pillars that seem to be sort of raised up in the ground. It doesn't look like naturally formed rock. It's just, it looks like someone carved a square and then just extruded the ground out and left it there. So there's two of those pillars, and you can see along the outside of these two pillars, you can see rocks floating around them, and they seem to have like stepped seating.
Oh, sick!
As these like 3 or 4.
This is way cooler than Valley is. Too.
Oh yeah. This is
says,
that was an
sick.
exhibition match.
Once you sort of settle, I'll just sort of slap Ophelia on the cheek a little.
Yeah.
Give her a bit of a zap.
Yeah, and
Wake
you
up.
wake up and you see this. You see this thing before you. In front of on either side, you can see what seems to be a sort of a battlefield with different elements. Right, so you can see in the middle of both of these arenas, there seems to be a large cylindrical tank of sorts that is that's set there with sort of with elements that seem to be protruding outwards on 3 sides, and across, like directly in line with those 3 sides is 3 different environments almost.
Some Hunger Games bullshit.
Yeah, so 3 separate sort of environments. Up at the top, the northern side of the entire map seems to have trees. A very dense jungle. Very dense jungle. On the right-hand side, you can see like a very small version of hills. Like you see a whole bunch of rocks and sort of pillars, and then on the left-hand side of it, you can see what looks to be a small body of water and a coastline right around it.
We get PTSD every time we go in water.
And that's basically what you're seeing on, but like they're identical arenas from the looks of things. And Issa says
There's
to
a double of each one.
yeah, so it's 2 arenas
Yeah.
that look identical to each other, and they have the same.
The 3 different.
The 3.
The match is only head to heads.
Yeah. So you see those, and Issa sort of looks. Issa looks towards all of you, and he says, "Welcome to the first official round of the summoning circle."